good to go? Okay, cool. Hey everyone. Hi, how's everyone going? All right. Hello. My name's Wendy. Oh, you can't hear me? Do you want me to speak louder? Just do a little mic test right now. We're all good? Is this better now? Yeah. All right. So my name's Wendy, and you might also know me as the Weekend Quilter. I design and write quilt patterns, and I'm also the author of Urban Quilting, and I have a second book coming out in January called The Quilted Home Handbook, and I also co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz. So right now, this machine that you see here is from the Brother Quilt Club series. It's the BQ3100. So this is the machine that I use on a daily basis. It's one I use at home, and I'm just going to show you some of the awesome features that are on the machine. And it's packed full of awesome features that's going to make your quilting experience more enjoyable, and it's a lot of fun. I was going to say, if you do have any questions about the machine or you want more information about it, I'll be hanging out at the Quilt Club series section behind the stage here, and you can try out the machines, and be sure to ask an AllBrands staff as well for any deals going on, because they do have the best pricing and packages of the year. Anyway, without further ado, I'm going to show you one of my very favorite features on this machine, which I'm going to get you to point over on here. It's the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. So I don't know if you can see this red sort of laser guide here. Should I switch to that camera or? Okay, so I'm going to switch to that. And basically, the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide, it enables you to sew straight lines without having to draw or mark any guidelines. So this is fantastic for multiple purposes throughout the quilting process. So maybe you might want to combine binding strips together, or maybe you want to sew straight parallel lines. You could use this Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. I also mostly use it for sewing flying geese units as well as snowball units. So let's give this a go. So I'm going to put the needle down. So I'm going to sew this diagonal line from this point to create a snowball unit. And when I first got this on the machine, it took a little while for me to adjust to it, because when you're piecing something together, normally your eyes are quite focused around the needle here. But with the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide, you need to sort of kind of retrain your brain and actually focus on where the laser light is actually pointing at. So I'm going to quickly, where's the precipice? Oops. You don't have a precipice? Okay. Yeah, could you quickly grab the precipice? Sorry, slight technical difficulty. There is no precipice on this machine. We got to plug it in. Just when you think you have everything all organized. Oh, thank you. I'll use this one.
You need your feet?
Yeah, I just need a precipice. I forgot about it. Of all things. Actually, I might use that one. Probably better. Yeah.
You should get for being first.
I know, right? Just working out all the kinks for everyone else. All right, thank you. All right.
Hope it works.
It should work. Yeah. All righty, let's give this a go.
If it doesn't, I'll go get you one.
Okay. All right, so I've got my eyes focused on that laser light. Yeah. And there you go. So I have sewn here you go, here's the camera. So I've sewn a straight diagonal line from one corner to the other without having to draw any sort of like any guidelines. And you do what you normally would do. You just remove the excess fabric, trim your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and you're good to go. So this little sample here in the middle, this is the Peekaboo Scraps pattern. And what I did was I didn't even mark any guidelines when I made those little corners, because I just focused on using the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide on the sewing machine. So normally, if I was to create that quilt top, that would probably take me like a good day or so. But with the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide, it took me probably about half a day. So it really did speed up things. And you guys are going to get a copy of the quilt pattern to make this. So there's going to be a baby and a throat size. So I'll give that to you guys at the end of the demo. So that's really needed for Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. You can also adjust the positioning of the laser guide. So if you don't mind switching over to the camera where you can focus onto the digital screen. Okay, so hopefully you can see it, that this is, I can move the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide from left to right if I wanted to. And you can see the laser light relative to where the stitch is. So you could use this Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide when you're trying to sew parallel quilting lines. So instead of actually having to get the Hera marker each time, mark out all the quilting guidelines, you could just go straight to the sewing and use that Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide, which I'll show you that demo a little bit later in this demo. So I'm going to move on to the automatic height adjuster, which is a unique feature on the Quilt Club series. So I'm going to get you guys to imagine. Oops, I'm going to switch back to the normal the camera focusing. Oh yeah, this works. Yeah. Oh yeah, this works. Yeah, this is good. No, this camera's good. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to get you guys to look at this. So the automatic height adjuster, it's a unique feature on the Brother Quilt Club series machines. So basically what that means is like the presser foot pressure adjusts based on the thicknesses of the project it is. So it ensures that the stitch lengths remain consistent as you go through different layers or maybe different types of fabrics. So I've made this sample up here, and I want you to imagine that this is a quilt jacket. So there's 2 layers of quilt sandwiches here. So I can just imagine that this white piece here is the quilt jacket body, and then this top bit here is the pocket. And so you can imagine like that's a lot of layers that you're working with. And especially when you start folding the binding over as well, like that's extra layers on top of this bit as well, which is sort of covering up, the raw edge of the pocket. So I'm going to quickly machine bind this and demonstrate to you how the automatic height adjuster, works. And as I'm sewing this as well, I just want you to focus on the presser foot and see how the presser foot adjusts as we're going through the different layers of fabric and the stitch length consistency as well. Keep going. When you get to this corner bit, it's going to get a little funky because there's a lot of layers going on there. But you can see that the presser foot is adjusting nicely as I'm going through all these layers of fabric. And you can see that I'm not struggling as I'm going either. Whoops. So you can see I've got many layers. Oops, that needle came off. That wasn't meant to happen. Whoops. We didn't tighten that up. Slight technical difficulty. Oopsies. But you kind of get the idea here. The stitch lengths are all really nice and even as I'm going through all these layers of fabric here. So it's pretty neat. And if you want a closer look as well, you can take a look at the quilt jacket that I made as well with the binding bits. All right, before I move on, I'm going to quickly screw this back on, the needle back on. So that jacket pattern is the Tamarack quilt jacket. It's I can't remember who the pattern designer is for it, but it's the Tamarack quilt jacket, and I've also got the hoodie extension with it. Yeah, it's a really, really fun, easy quilt jacket to make. I think from memory, I did a slight, you know, I made the pockets a little bit bigger than what it should be, which is really handy because I walk the dog like 3 times a day. I actually live in New York City, so we have to bring the dog out of the apartment for like potty walks. So the big pockets are fantastic for putting like basically everything in it. Okay, so one of the other really cool things on this machine is the number of decorative stitches on here. So I'll get you to focus back on the digital screen on here. So there's like over 200 inbuilt decorative stitches on the machine. So you could do a lot of things when you completing and quilting up your project. So this is an example of where I've used several different decorative stitches to finish up my project. With this one, I used the serpentine decorative stitch to finish up the binding as well. So it's just like a little bit different. But within the 200 different decorative stitches, 200 plus different decorative stitches, if that doesn't satisfy what you're looking for, you can actually use the custom stitch function, which I'm going to go here. Oops. So this is my custom stitch. Here we go. So my custom stitch enables you to create your own decorative stitch. And I'm going to get the VSonic pen here, which is going to allow me to draw precise stitches. So I'm going to set some dot points here. I'm just going to do something really random. All right, so I'm going to do this really funky zigzag style stitch. And you can test it out and preview it on this screen here. And before you actually start sewing as well, you can adjust the width of it. You can play around with the density and the scale, which is really handy. And then if you just so happen to, need to do something else and you need to switch off your sewing machine, you can actually save the custom stitch that you've created, so you can come back to it anytime you want. So I'm going to sew this to show you how it looks like and how it works. So here we go. Oops. So this is just to give you an idea. So this is the custom stitch that I've created. I'll focus on that. Here you go. So you can make a comparison to what I've created on the screen here versus what I've sewn here, which is really cool. Thank you. So now I'm going to switch over and talk about the Move It Digital Dual Feed. So here we go. So this is quite unique, and it is one of the accessories that does come with the BQ3100. And what makes the digital dual feed unique is the conveyor belt-like mechanism at the bottom. So basically that enables you to have like better visibility and handling of your fabrics, especially if you're using different types of fabrics on the one project, as well as, going through and working through multiple layers of fabric at a time. So this does work better in comparison to previous versions of dual feeds, as well as traditional walking foots. Because with traditional walking foots, it feeds the fabric from the bottom of the fabric, and it only feeds it when the needle is in the down position. Whereas with this dual feed, it's got constant contact with the fabric because of the conveyor belt-like mechanism at the bottom. So yeah, let's give that a go. So I'm going to quickly switch over to that. I'm going to just make sure this is all nice and tight so it doesn't happen again. And I'm going to plug it in because make sure you plug it in when you use it, because in the past I forgot to plug it in and it actually didn't work, which is kind of embarrassing. All right, so I'm going to pick something else. So I'm going to just pick out, actually, I'm going to show you how this works in conjunction with the Sew Straight Laser Vision guide. So I'm just going to quickly turn that on, move that. All right. So I'm just like, for example, I'm going to use this stitching as a guide. And say, for example, I want to sew a straight line right next to it. So I'll use, and so instead of bringing out the Hera marker and actually having to draw, those quilting guidelines, I'm going to use this laser guide to help me out with, lining it up with this previous stitch that I made. So I'm going to sew away. Oh, and make sure that you've got your eyes focused on the laser guide as you're creating that. All right. So I'm going to bring up the screen. So you can see how nice and parallel it is to the previous stitch. So it is really handy having that Sew Straight Laser Vision guide there. And with the conveyor belt-like mechanism as well, it gives you more flexibility to pick out different decorative stitches, and you're also able to reverse stitch with it as well, unlike with traditional walking foots. So I'm going to try this out, this decorative stitch, and you can see how that conveyor belt-like mechanism is in constant contact with the fabric as you're sewing. So this is great for maybe if you're dabbling in garment making and you're using different types of fabric, or maybe if you're creating a t-shirt quilt, or where the quilt top is like a woven fabric and then on the back is like a minky fabric, or maybe a t-shirt quilt where all the fabrics are quite stretchy. So that's quite neat and tidy there. Everything's looking all nice and flat. And I'll just quickly show you how it looks like if I decide to use this decorative stitch backwards. Oops, hold on. Hang on. All right, this is not working. Let me try this other one. So if I want to go backwards in the zigzag stitch, it works really nicely. Whereas, previously maybe if you're working with traditional walking foots, you might not necessarily be able to do that. But yeah, anyway, these are all the really cool features that are on the BQ3100. I'll be hanging out behind this stage at the Quilt Club series section if you want to try out the machine, give it a go, check out the features and closer. And be sure to ask any of the AllBrands staff for all the good deals that are going on, because there are going to be the best prices and deals that you're going to get this year. So thank you very much. And if you want to follow me on Instagram, I'm at the.weekendquilter. And as a thank you for your time as well, I'm going to give you my little quilt pattern that's featured at the front here. So there you go. Here you go. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, of course. Do you want the second one? Yeah. All my website and my Instagram handle are on there. Yeah, of course. Here you go. Thank you for joining me. Thank you. Here you go. Would you like a quilt pattern? Here you go. It's the one that's featured here. Yeah. It's a great scrap buster if you got like little tiny scraps. Here you go. Thank you. Here you go. Here you go. Thanks for joining me. Cool. It went well. I think, yeah. I can help you take that down in a second. Oh, yeah. No worries. Take your time.
Ready? Good morning, everybody. Okay, testing. Everyone hear that? All right, I'll just stand up for a second. Say hi. I'm Alison Nash, and I'm from Sweet Pea Machine Embroidery, and we specialise in machine embroidery designs. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of us or even done machine embroidery, but hopefully today I will surprise you with what you can actually make with an embroidery machine. It's not all about embroidering on something. You can actually also sew with an embroidery machine. So today I'm going to show you hopefully how to make one of these zipper purses completely in the hoop. You can do a zipper in the hoop, as you can see. We've made it in our very own faux leather and cork and zippers. Still can't hear. Is that better? Okay. Do you need me to say all that again? Okay. Anyway, so we'll get on to it because it's going to take a little while to sew. Hopefully I've remembered to bring everything with me. I've also brought a sample of our instruction sheets. If any of you haven't ever seen that, you can come up and grab that and have a look. So I'll just put my hoop in and we will stitch the first step. Hopefully it works. Oh, maybe I should thread the needle. Sorry, I'm not used to this machine. Okay, that'll be better. All right, so this first step that we're sewing now is actually what we call a placement line. It's a line that you stitch onto the stabilizer that will actually be a guide for you. I've pre-cut all my pieces of fabric that I'll require. At the beginning of our instruction sheet, it actually tells you there what pieces you would need. I don't know if you can see all that. We've got some batting and some PU, some cork, some lining. I've got it all ready in order. Yep, we're using a tearaway stabilizer, and that's so it can actually be removed at the end and actually allow you to open up the purse after you've finished. So that's stitched what we call a placement line. Then on top of that, I'm going to place a piece of batting. This is just viscose batting. You can use anything really inside a purse. It's not going to be against your skin or anything like that. It's just to give it a little bit of fullness. After I've stitched this, I'm actually going to trim that out. The batting will end up in this part and in this part. And we don't really want it to be in the seams because it makes the seams difficult to turn, etc. So I'm going to trim it once we've stitched this down. I'll be naughty and actually start trimming it while it's in the hoop to try to save some time. This pattern is called the Triple Delight Stripe purse. So that's what we've done now, and now I'm going to trim the batting. All right, that's a bit rough. It's a bit tight condition, so I've actually trimmed that batting now. Now the next step that I'll actually stitch is what's called a placement line for the zipper. So once again, it's going to sew basically 3 lines. And what that line will do is it will tell me exactly where to place the zipper onto the tearaway. Can anyone see that? No? Yeah. Here she goes. All right, so that's better. So now we can see where that placement line has gone. I'll just have to bring the hoop back a little bit so I can get to it, so you can't see. I'll hold it up after I finish putting it onto there. You actually need a tape that you can tear off later. We don't want it to end up inside the purse. So we're using a washi tape. And I will stick this zip down so it doesn't move when we're stitching it. This is called washi tape, but any type of paper tape you can use. This is our own brand, so we like that. But the whole concept is as long as you can remove it later. Okay. So that's what we have now. And now basically the machine will just sew 2 lines which will hold the zip in place. You can see how the actual stitching is going over that tape, and that's why you need a type of tape that you can tear away. So now I'll just do what I just said, and I'll just tear that paper tape off. Right, so I'm just removing that tape. A lot of people think that machine embroidery is cheating and it's not sewing, but I think it's sewing. I'm putting down bits of material, stitching them in place, doing a lot of things. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start working on the lining. So what we have to do is turn the hoop over, and I'm going to work on this side. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to place that lining wrong side up on the back of the hoop, and then I will tape it in place. In our instructions, there's photos of all of these steps, and basically you can just compare your hoop to our photo and know that you're doing the right thing. If you've never sewn a purse in the hoop, you'll think that this is all pretty crazy doing all this stuff your first time, but once you see how it comes together, I'm sure you'll love it. So now I'm going to put another piece of fabric on the front of the hoop. I won't tape that in place and hope for the best. So that's the back of the hoop. Okay. Now we're just going to stitch along, and that will actually stitch the lining to the back of the hoop and also the front of the purse to the front of the hoop. Okay, looks like you can see that pretty well. All right, so you can see there that lining's been stitched to the back, and the top piece of fabric's been stitched to the front. And then I'll put that back in, and what I'm going to do is actually fold that up. put my needle foot down, and then the next step on the machine, you just push the button and it will sew that into place perfectly. That going to work? So at the moment I'm sewing that red piece that's at the top of the purse above the zipper line. Now our sample, we've got some beautiful quilting stitch on it, but I don't think I'll do that because we want to try and get it done in the time, but you can see on the sample that that's there. We'll sew a bit later. All right, so my next step on my machine is to do that quilting, so I will just skip that step. Right, now on the back of the hoop, I'm going to undo this piece and flip it up and then stitch it. And the reason we do it that way is because if you were sewing the quilting now, we don't want the quilting on that fabric. And so then that's the next step after that. So I'll pull the washi tape off, the paper tape. And then I'm going to fold that piece up and I'll tape that into place as well so I can put the hoop back on the machine. So I've taped that up now and I'll put that back in. I always have a little peek behind, make sure that hasn't come off or anything, and we can stitch the next step. All right, so that's done. Now basically we're going to put another piece of lining on the back and then this piece of fabric that's going to go here. So I have to tape them on again. It's a little cramped working conditions, but does anyone want to have a look at the instructions? They're at the front here if anyone needs to have a look. So I've taped that bit to the back and now I'll do one on the front. My next piece of fabric is I'm going to use a piece of cork and I will use some tape to keep that in place while I'm sewing. All right, now I'll put that back in the hoop. In the machine. Once again, I'll just have a little look under there, make sure my lining's still in the right place. And this line's just a straight line. All right, so that's stitched into place. That's the front, that's the back. I'm going to leave that lining flipped up out of the way while we do some more embroidery and everything on the front. So my next step now will be to fold that down and stitch that into place. All right, so I folded that over. Now that will be tacked down. All right, so that's stitched in place. I'm going to trim that back and then I'll show you how it looks. So now we have our second line. The lining's still up. Now I'm going to skip the quilting again on my machine. So I'm just going to skip a step there. So now my third piece of fabric, which I'll show you this. My third piece of fabric, we want to end up like that. So we'll tape it in place here so when it's folded down, you'll see that. So I'll place that on the hoop. I'm not even going to tape that into place. That's not going to move while I stitch. So you just place it covering the edge of the last piece. So who out there has actually done a zip in the hoop before? Okay, a lot of you, so I'm not really showing you anything tremendously new, but I practiced this morning because even though I did the design, I forget the steps myself. So I thought I'd better have a refresher. We actually left Australia on the 7th of October, so I haven't done any sewing since then. We were at the Nashville show. I was out in Lebanon, Nashville, and then we came here, and then after here we'll be going up to Puyallup to do the show up there. It's a town outside Seattle. Right. Okay, I might do a little bit of the quilting on this one just so you can see how that looks. It shouldn't take too long. I'll get ready for the next step. I'm also using a red thread just so you can see it on the camera. I might use a thread that matches the blue, but it's also a feature, so it will look quite nice. We also often do this type of quilting in a triple stitch, which makes the stitch a lot thicker and more noticeable. But I've left it as a single stitch on this just so it goes a lot quicker for you. I started Sweet Pea, I think it was about 7 years ago now, because I bought an embroidery machine and just couldn't find anything to do that I really wanted to do other than embroidering on things. You sort of get past that after a while. And once I discovered this, so Sweet Pea happened and we've never turned back. I've actually got about 16 employees now, so it's growing all the time. All right, so now that quilting's finished, we can put the lining down on the back of the purse. That's still taped up here into place, so I'll put it down, and then on the front we'll stitch around that to hold that in place. I will tape that. I'll just use this piece again. What's that? Yeah, we're in booth 1358, which is basically right to the other end of this booth. That's in the column you're in now. So I'll put that back in, and that lining will be stitched then to the back of the hoop. So it leaves me with two pieces of fabric. One's going to be the back of the purse, and the other one will be the back lining in the purse. So by the time the purse is finished, it'll be all completely lined, and there won't be any raw seams inside. And that took a bit of working out, how to do that, when I originally worked out how to do it like 6 years ago. Drove my husband crazy. I kept getting up in the middle of the night going, I've had another idea. I've got to get up and try it. All right, now the next line is just stitching a short piece where it's going to mark where it would be a good place to put my loop for my handle. You don't need to stitch this step, but we've got it in there. Some people find it helpful. All right, so where that line just stitched up here, we'll use it as a placement line, and I'll just place a piece of folded cord. You can obviously use anything you like, and I will take that in place, hopefully out of the way of any stitching. And we're actually a family business. My first employee was my sister. And now out of like 16 employees, I think half of them are family. My son works for me, my daughter works for me, 3 of my nieces, my nephew's girlfriend, which is lovely, but it also leads to, we don't do as many family dinners or anything anymore because we all see each other every day. So it's like, what did we talk about? I want to talk about work. All right, so hopefully you can see that. I've taped everything in place. Now I will put, that's going to be the back of the purse. I'll just put that over and cover everything up, and then we'll stitch that down.
You have 5 minutes.
Got the 5-minute call. Race is on. I know I can make it. Yeah, I know. When the girls did the testing at work, they sewed it up and they changed all the design. And then I was making again. I went, what happened to my single stitch quilting? And I'd made it so it would be quick. And they changed, so I had to make them. I'm just going to have to do it again, girls. They weren't very happy about. All right, and then we only have one more line of stitching, and that will be the lining going on to the back. So I will tape that in place once again so it doesn't fall off when I turn my hoop over. Sorry? No, because, well, these are our own zippers too. They're nylon metallic look. So they're actually plastic zips. You can, I think there are some other metallic nylon zips in the market, but they've got a thicker tooth. So they're called a size 5 tooth. We did a lot of testing with those zippers and we broke so many needles. We actually came out with our own zippers that are only a number 3, so they're a little bit narrower. All right. So this is actually the last line of stitching that we need to do. This one will take slightly longer. This will be a triple stitch. And the reason we do this in a triple stitch is it's going to become the final seam of the purse, and we don't want the purse to fall apart at any stage. Also, when I'm turning it out, I don't want the seams to pop out or anything. That's what the zip looks like. You want it? You can keep it. I brought a spare in case. We've got probably 2,000 designs on our website now for every occasion. We have sew-alongs every month in our Facebook group. So our normal Facebook group's got about 80,000 people, and then we have sew-alongs, and I think there's probably 40,000 people in our sew-along groups. Obviously, they don't do all the sew-alongs, but every month, depending on who likes the design, we have probably a couple of thousand people sewing it. And if you're in the group, you can see all the other colours. I find it frustrating myself because just say I made my sew-along in this, then someone else posted in something I like better, and then I have to make it again. So it's ridiculous. All right, so does that look like a purse? Not really. So that will just come out of the hoop. And now we need to trim it. So I will just go ahead and do that. I normally just use a rotary cutter, but there's no real room here to do that. So I'm just going to cut the seams to about 1/4 of an inch. Is someone going to come clean up after me? She's not listening on purpose. I hope you can all come over to our booth. We brought our crazy husbands with us, so they're pretending to be checkout chicks. And they're very proud. We got home yesterday and they say, didn't we do well? It's so hard. And I'm going, well, it's not really. Anyway, so that's all trimmed. I've just trimmed the corners. And now this is the magic part. You turn it out twice. So this is the first turning. And if I had really wanted to make it easy for myself, I would have used all fabric, but, you know. All right. And I'll do a no-no. I'll use my scissors to push out the corners. And hope I don't go through the fabric. All right. So now this does not look much like a purse. But this here is tearaway. If you remember, we used the tearaway stabilizer, so I'll be able to tear that. This end here will end up inside the purse, so you can just fold it in and use some fabric glue or something to do that, but I won't do that, so I can just show you quickly. So this is tear away. Once again, if I had nice nails, I'd be able to do that, but so as you can see where I'm tearing, that's actually all come away there. And I did remember to open my zipper before I stitched around it, because we've all done that. That can just be opened even more. And then this is the second turning. You'll turn it through there and down this end. Okay. And this is where we see the purse revealed. It's got all my tape on there. That's my handle. That's the purse. I did remember to move the zip to the center before I sewed the whole way around it. And that's a finished product. So I hope that's given you some inspiration. And if you haven't ever sewn a purse or zip in the hoop, that's just how easy it is. And all our instructions, as I said, where's the instructions in? Oh, okay. That's all right. Anyway, so you've obviously got to have a bit of a look at them. Our instructions have a photo for every step. So that's great. Thank you for visiting us. Our stand's at 1358. We've done it with all leather. Yep. If you were using fabric, you'd put more batting in it at different stages, but it doesn't need it. You can feel that too. Did everyone? Oh, someone's holding them out for us. Thank you for coming.
Angela would say, like, I'll be right here, and then when we're not talking, please watch this demonstration.
Okay.
Hand out these because we're gonna.
Okay. Do you want to say hello first? Because they came to see you. I'm just here.
Okay.
Do you want this?
I'll get it right back.
Hi, everyone. Oh, hey, how are you? I recognize like so many of you. So I know you're here to see the 10 needle, but we also have the Wolfpack meet and greet at the same time. So we're not going to like really ruin your show, Colleen. We're enhancing your show because I said we should have this during the 10 needle because so many of you, I did my embroidery, although this was on the luminaire, but a lot of us love to embellish with embroidery. So while she's doing her presentation, I've got these little handouts. So if they're just itsy bitsy, hope you got your cheaters on. Put your name and your email address. We're going to have a little giveaway at the end of this. Barbara will join. Barbara, why don't you tell them what you're giving?
Okay, so we're going to have a hat and bag combo for the winner. And do we have anybody that's dressed up today?
Yes, she has an Angela Wolf pattern on that has, Cynthia does. Oh, so if you're wearing an Angela Wolf pattern, you get an extra entry. And if you're wearing an oh, look at that's an extra entry. Oh, you get a pass, Monica. So I'll pass these around, and if you've got one of my patterns on, you get an extra entry, and then we'll do a little drawing at the end. But in the meantime, Colleen's going to show you this fabulous machine. All right.
Thank you. So is this the most beautiful machine you've ever seen in your life?
Yes.
Yes.
Going all the way across here.
I'm on, hon.
Can't hear you.
Am I not loud enough? Is that the problem?
You're just not close enough.
How's that? No. You know I can get a whole lot. Well, I can't hold it that way, girl.
Put it on your glass.
How's this? I'll talk loud. Okay, all right. I don't want to holler at you. If you can't hear me, raise your hand. Or if you have a question. I lived in Texas for a very long time, and I got a hold of it. That's right. All right, so welcome, and let's get started because there's way more stuff to show you on the 10 needle. How many of you own a brother machine right now of any kind? Doesn't matter what it is. Good for you. Now let me tell you a secret. How many of you own a luminaire? Okay, let me tell you a secret. Luminaire and this guy are identical twins. Everything you know about your luminaire, exactly the same over here. Here's the big difference. This guy has a free arm. So when you want to do a sleeve or a little pair of baby shorts or anything like that, all the bad stuff hangs down out of the way. Now, how important is that? You're doing a sleeve, you don't have to worry about what the rest of the shirt is doing because it's hanging down out of the way. Now, you got that puzzled look. Okay, come on up.
I was going to, but I'll wait.
I'll step out of the way. Look at this. You're what?
I got bags.
Okay. And I'm going to step back over on that side because it's easier for me to reach. Okay, sorry about that, girls. I put on deodorant, I promise.
Okay, good enough.
Okay, so this is our beautiful brother 10 needle. What's the advantage of a 10 needle? Because you only thread it one time. So on your luminaire or your other home machine, doesn't matter which one it is, you do red, you do white, you do blue. Now you need to do red again. You rethreaded each time, didn't you? So this guy goes, I got red. I know where it is. Red, white, blue, red again. Oh, sure, I got that. And off she goes to the races. Now I call her a she because she's perfect. But what you're going to do is she's going to just go from color to color for you. My mic is not loud enough.
Only when you turn your head away.
Do you mind if I turn it? Go ahead. Now, am I too loud? No. My children would tell you I'm too loud. Okay, So let's take a quick look at this guy on the screen and just show you some of the things. Because what I want you to see is that the icons are exactly the same as your other brother machines. They're identical in every way. Is that cool? Now, how many of you have heard of My Design Center? You know what it does? Let's tell the others. It's a secret program where you can draw, design anything you want. And you can even scan in a page from a coloring book. And I'm going to show you some that I've scanned in and turned into an embroidery design. How cool is that? Now, are you ready for the big thing? Here's what you can do. You can take your magic finger. You can touch My Design Center. And you can write right on the screen. Okay? Just like that. Now, here's what you got to do. You got to touch next. Now, there's all kinds of different stitches I could have done. There's about 15 different stitches, but I'm just going to let it go to default. Look at that. Set. That's an embroidery design ready to stitch. It was kind of hard to do, though, wasn't it? Coloring books are just as hard. How exciting is that? And then with that free yarn, you've got all this capability that you didn't have when you had a flatbed machine. You ever tried to do a sleeve? Makes you mad, doesn't it? Because you got to take it apart. Well, not on this guy because it's got the free arm. So let's just walk through it a little bit. That's an embroidery and it's ready to go. So it has the snowman. How many of you know the snowman? For those of you that don't know, you'll learn to love him. And here's what the snowman does. You put him on your shirt. You hoop your shirt. Maybe you hooped your shirt crooked because there was a sleeve in the way. You know what? The camera looks at the snowman and goes, oh, bless her heart. She got it in the hoop crooked. I'll fix it. And I'll make her perfect. I mean, really? You made me perfect? I love you. You're the best. So that's what the snowman can do. We can baste, we can duplicate, we can do. Did you know you could do a whole bunch of patches at one time? Yeah, you can. So if I was doing little patches for Boy Scouts, boy, did I used to do a ton of those. You can set up a patch and then just have it duplicate them. And you can have it just go and do all of them without ever stopping. Don't you like that? I mean, oh my gosh. So that's right there. Let's see, what else do we have on here? Rotate. So you can rotate. Now, I want to show you this fella over here. And he's not going to show you much. There you go. You can see my design and where it would be on my hoop. Oh, is that a game changer for you? If the snowman can't help you out because you're trying to fix something that got screwed up, that never happens, does it? Y'all don't live in my sewing room. If I could just keep the cat out of there. Anyway, what this will do is it lines it up perfectly. So you can get that perfect identical match. Isn't that amazing? So what does this guy come with when he comes to you? Well, in typical brother fashion, they don't want you to be wanting for anything. So they give you this nice toolbox so you have all the tools that you need. You know, it threads its own needles, right? I don't have to do that. And you know how many times you thread the machine? That's 10 threads. How many times you have to thread it? Once. You're never going to thread it again because you're just going to put a spool on here, tie a knot, pull it all the way through and let the needle threader thread it. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work. Yes, it is. It's called being smart. Well, you just don't tell people that you did it. You just keep that secret to yourself, girlfriend.
I need to move to the back.
Yeah, you're just going to have to whisper. If you're going to be naughty.
Sorry.
If you're going to, so the camera is really a big deal, and you can actually even make it bigger. So you've got all kinds of tools. So there's never, I mean, we used to make mistakes, right? We don't make mistakes anymore. There's never, ever going to be a screwed up thing because that snowman and that camera are going to make you perfect. My girlfriend was doing a shirt for the president of the company. And the cat jumped up and moved the hoop, and it was little tiny initials on a cuff. You know how hard that is to fix? She was in tears. She was on the phone. We're talking to each other cross country because she's got to get this done for the president of the company. And she used that camera, and you cannot tell where it messed up because she was to get it right hooked up. So those are the things that to me are just amazing. It's quiet, it changes colors. I do want to let it stitch just a little bit so you can see it. And I want to, let's see, let's go back. Let's size that down because he's kind of big. Now, do you know this secret? This is an empty box. So if I resize it, it controls how big I can make it. I can go down about 10 or 15% and up about 10 or 15%. That's not enough for me today. So I'm going to go to this one right here. And you always get the warning message that tells you that you have to, are you sure you know what you're doing? And you tell it, yes, I am. Now, when I shrink it down, watch what happens. I can shrink it way down. I can shrink it down by 50% and I can go up by 150%. And it will still stitch absolutely perfectly. How cool is that? So she's trying to say something and I don't know what she wants to say. So I'm going to put this right down here. I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to touch edit end. I'm going to touch embroidery. So I'm going to let it get started. Whoops.
Volume control a little bit.
Okay, I have it almost as loud as I can get it, I think.
I'm talking about the one that starts here. Oh, I think you can do it.
Okay. All those years of refereeing high school soccer, I had a whistle. Do I need that now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got this going at full speed, and I don't want to talk over it, but I do want you to see it run. It's so smooth and so quiet. Isn't that amazing? It will go between 400 stitches per minute and 1,000. Is there any difference in the quality? No. Some of your fragile fabrics, you want a little bit slower speed. So I'm going to slow this down so it's a little quieter. And I'm going to stop because apparently I'm not as loud as I thought I was. And I want to do some show and tell. Do you all have questions about anything? Because I went through that really, really, really fast. What does it come with? The machine, 4 hoops, a super handy toolkit. In typical brother fashion, they want you to go home and have everything you need to get started. That's how they do it. So, remember how I talked about that program where I just drew on the screen? Well, you know what that is, don't you? That's a coloring book, because you know how much talent I have? I don't have any talent, but she does. So what I can do is I can scan this picture right up here on the screen and touch in the colors that I want. Now, if you were real quick and you looked at this real carefully, you'll notice that it looks like I used 3 different colors, doesn't it?
Looks like what?
Like I used 3 different colors in my fishy. I didn't. I just changed the direction of the thread. So it reflects the light differently. Is that cool? Now, I'm not going to pass things around because it's just too hard for me to get them all back. I am going to show you one of the money makers, and that is caps. People love caps. So you buy a pretty cap and put a word on it with the cap driver. Do you want to know how long this takes me? About 8 minutes. See these? This is a flat brim cap. These are all the rage. Now, I have a grandson who's 23 years old. He came to the house one day and he had on a brand new He had a brand new flat brim cap on. And I said, "Oh, honey, how much did you pay for that?" And do you know what words came out of his mouth? Because it almost killed his grandmother. He paid $55. So I was telling a friend of mine who lives in another state, and she says, "Oh, that's nothing. Mine paid $72." What do you think a blank cap cost me? Ish. Is there any profit in that? Where do I find flat brim caps? You can buy them all over the place.
Where do you find, I mean, how do you market yourself?
How do I? Well, that's another whole topic that I'm not going to go into right now. But and then this is another way that we can do caps. So we have a cap frame that we'll do. It'll do 14 inches, so ear to ear, or you can do front, side, side. So if you want to do that. So these are all great money makers. And I'm trying to keep us back on schedule here. So I wanted to show you a few things. Now, okay, this is genuine pleather. It looks like football leather. It's not. I bought it at Joann's. But see my sleeve? So let me tell you this about Brother. Brother has these awesome hoops that are accessories you can get. One of them is the sleeve hoop. Now I've used this for a sleeve and it's wonderful. Do you know what else I use it for? Baby onesies, kid t-shirts where it goes down the whole front of the shirt. Pant legs. How different is a pant leg from a sleeve? Okay, not that different, right? So I love that hoop and I use it for all sorts of things. So what I love about the sleeve hoop is that that's just going to hang down and I don't have to worry about anything. Is that cool? I mean, you think about that. What kind of a gift is that with genuine pleather in it? Oh my goodness gracious.
And you don't have to open anything up.
I don't have to open anything up, and that is a Mando time saver. Now this is kind of fun because this guy has the ability to do these quilt sashings. So now do you know how big you can do? You're stuck. You're in the limit. You can only do 4.72 by 4.72 up to 118 by 118. And you just put in the numbers that you want. You just pick up the numbers that you want and put them in, and it'll do whatever you want and match it up perfectly. See how perfectly? You have to rehoop it, but it doesn't matter because the camera aligns it for you. If it was me aligning it, that would be a problem, but it is not me aligning it. And you can see how good I did. Is that cool? All right, so that's another one of our fun things. This is a specialty hoop that I want to show you because this is a 14 by 14. Isn't that impressive? Isn't that impressive? That's exciting, isn't it? 14 by 14. Isn't that amazing? And you just, the way that they do it, one of our engineers figured this out. You have a big old 14-inch hoop, you stitch the top half, you pull it out, you stitch it around, put it back in. You don't rehoop or anything. You just flip the hoop around the other way and it stitches the bottom half and they marry together like that. Okay, I'm really short on time, so I'm gonna leave it. Whew. Questions, any questions? No questions? That means I did an awesome job. Yes. You have to use your program to split it before you do that. And then it puts in basting lines for you. So any other questions? You know y'all can come see me and ask questions. So I'm going to use the last couple of seconds to show you a few more things. Because
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Okay, so children go to school and they lose their shoes. How do I know that? I used to teach first grade. Now, little people don't know which shoe goes on which foot. But if it's got something on the outside, they can get them on the right foot every time. Now, this is just a simple clamp. It's called the shoe clamp. And you can use it for shoes and boots and gloves and anything small. I've used it on a million purses. One of the purses I was going to bring my friend borrowed. She didn't have a little tiny purse. This is another one. This is a coloring book page. Isn't that impressive? Now, you can't see the quilting from where you are. The quilting is little cowboy boots. Isn't that fun?
What do you mean you changed the thread around?
How do I change my thread around? I just change the direction when I'm setting it up.
From this to this?
Yeah, I just change the direction.
That makes
The light shines on.
It reflects the light differently. What else have I got in this magic bag? Oh, this is my favorite granddaughter. I only have one. But this is, first of all, it's a photo stitch, which is a part of our PE Design 11. Number one, and number two, it's longer than the hoop. This is bigger than the hoop. So you do the top half and then flip it around and do the bottom half. So my husband came in while this was stitching and he goes, "What are you stitching?" I said, "Isabel." He said, "I know that, but there's only half of her." I said, "I'll do the other half tomorrow." He's got boy brain. Okay, these are the things that I call vocabulary enhancing experiences on a normal machine because you're fighting with it. But this was done with the sleeve hoop. Just don't tell anybody that I use the sleeve hoop. And I have to say goodbye. But Angela and I
Just tell them last call if they have
oh, last call for tickets.
put your ticket in the
If you're going to win, you have to have your ticket in. Okay, and it is last call.
Can you show us real quick the sleeve hoop or you don't have it?
I don't have it out here to show you. It looks like a sleeve hoop.
Oh,
It's 3 by almost 8,
okay.
long and skinny. It's perfect.
Okay.
And just remember, in brother language, it doesn't matter what they call it. You just look at it, and that's what you use it for. Many times I've heard someone say, "Oh, yeah, I'd use that." Go ahead. So we're getting ready to draw.
Oh, you got your
in the booth facing out.
All right, Angela. Angela wants to.
Myself.
So a few people asked me, "Who is that lady over there? She looks famous."
Hey guys, I'm Angela. I'm not really that famous, but I love to see you, and that's why we're doing the Wolfpack meet and greet, which I thank you all for coming. We're gonna do this every day, today, tomorrow, and the next day at 11:30. And AllBrands, thank you for bringing me. And they're doing an awesome giveaway. So did you get your little name in there? Barbara, tell them what you're giving, and then we're gonna take a photo.
All right, so we're going to draw a name, and the person that's name is drawn is going to get a hat bag combo like the one I have here.
Oh, cool.
And yay! And we also have hat bag combos for anybody that buys a sewing machine. So you don't win and you want a hat. Anyway, so and also a $100 allbrands.com e-gift card. So, but before we do the drawing, let's do a selfie with Angela Wool.
Oh,
Everybody smile.
I'm not in there. You want me in there?
Here, I'll hold it up.
Do you want me to hold this?
Yes,
Do you want me to hold this?
Yes.
Alrighty, everybody.
All right.
Are you all there?
Yep. So 1, 2, 3. Cheers.
I gotta do something.
All right, we'll do a crazy shot. Okay, y'all ready?
Wolfpack.
1, 2, 3. Wolfpack! Woo!
That's much better. My head's like this big, and you all are nice little tiny people.
All right, so I will let Colleen pull a name
Oh,
from
the pressures.
the hopper here.
How do we get it open?
I wasn't sure if I was going to get back down.
How much am I offered? Oh, wait. Never mind.
Okay, do we have Bobby Norris here?
Congratulations, you are. Yes, here I am.
All right, I'll go get your hat back combo. But everybody stay tuned. We're going to be switching the stage, and Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread is up next. She's awesome. If you haven't followed her on social media, please do. Also, follow.
I'm sitting in between you two. Oh, sorry.
Make sure to follow AllBrands on social media on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. We have a channel. And also Angela Wolf has a channel, and she's also on the Brother social media channels as well. So, coming soon.
Thank you all for coming to join us, and come visit us over there. Thank you. Now I can get out of here. Let's see how good my driving is. Thank you. If you would grab that bag. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this one's over there. See, I can turn off. So I
See, whatever. I can wear that one.
Hey guys, hi. We're doing setup. Let me girl.
And I have about so I'm sorry.
So hi everybody. Hey, I'm Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread, and I need to put on my mic so you guys can hear me. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I
It goes back to the front. Just go back to her. I'm on TV now. You're like,
Here we go.
Yeah, you can. I can. And this has nice little hole back there. Oh yeah. doesn't put your ponytail up. Okay. First you got to do this. There you go.
No. So I gotta show you guys love. I'm in the middle. Don't need them right now.
Can't hear you.
I know. We got to turn on my audio.
There's an on switch on the response.
You have to turn it on.
Yeah. Okay. And do a test. Like turn it all the way on and do a little test.
Did you need these? I don't. Okay.
Do you need a Vanna?
I do. Anybody want to be my Vanna White?
Vanna.
Come on.
I'll be your Vanna.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yay! That's
I'll be your
good.
Huckleberry.
You're a sweetheart. Okay, you're good. All right. But you are a love. I appreciate it. All right, y'all. So, hi, I'm Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. If you don't know who I am, I invite you to go to my YouTube channel. I've got a blog by the same name, and I just like to be with you in your sewing room. I don't work for Brother. I don't work for AllBrands. I just am an enthusiast like you. And if you are ever in your sewing room, and we have kind of a lonely hobby, don't we? Well, you can put me on TV and run your husband out of the room, and we'll just sit there and sew together. And I talk about fabric, new fabrics that are on the market. I'm a gadget girl. I love gadgets. And I used to work for the Air Force, the United States Air Force.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. And they taught me how to be an instructor. And so what I do is I take the technical and turn it into easy for all of us. Because a lot of people say, well, let me turn on my thing as though it's hot, right? A lot of you will say, well, I'm not a computer person. I don't know how to use that software. I'm not a computer person. So I want to ask y'all, Barb, you know the answer to this, so don't yell it out. Y'all know what this is, right? It's a phone. Do y'all know how it works? No, you don't. You don't have a clue. I don't have a clue, and if I don't have a clue, y'all don't have a clue, but you know how to work it. You know how to make it work. You know what button to push to get your pictures and get your email and all of that. And that's what I do is I make videos where I can go touch here, click that, push this. This is what we're doing. And so if you would like help with that, I help bring technology into your sewing rooms because Brother has put out an amazing bunch of technology for all of us to play with. So I want to show you guys, I am making, and we're going to finish it here together this week while I'm up on the stage. This is an adorable Bunny Hill Designs little wall hanging. It's these 3 little sheep, and it says, ho, ho, ho. Isn't that precious? So I want to tell y'all, I background quilted this fabric. That's why there's some little tape on it and everything, and it's unfinished. But I background quilted this using the Brother Luminaire and the Design Center. Let me hit cancel on this. And Design Center. So I was able to use the stipple pattern in Design Center to background quilt all of this. But I don't want to cut out these fabrics by myself, by hand. I hate that. I don't have time for that. Let me turn on my ScanNCut here. Okay. So what I like to do is I will take the paper pattern. Hold on a second here. We're going to stitch down. I don't need those. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I do need this. So these letters right here, okay, ho, ho. We're going to stitch the 3rd ho right there. Okay, that's what we're going to do. What are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking? All right. So here it is right here. Now, I want you to pay attention to, this is the actual pattern from Bunny Hill Designs. I pulled it out of the pattern, okay? This is the scanning mat for the Brother ScanNCut, and I like to use the ScanNCut to cut out all of my applique fabrics. I hate this. I don't want to do that. And I've got things to do, right? So here are the letters H and O. And I want you to notice, too, that the O has 2 parts. It has an outside and an inside, just like a P, just like a B, just like a R.
inside and outside, and the ScanNCut can capture those parts, okay? So I'm going to turn this on again, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan in, because now the scanning mat, it's not sticky at all. There's no stickiness to it. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to let the ScanNCut take a picture of the pattern, and then we're going to let the ScanNCut cut out the letters for me. So that's part one of the magic, is getting the ScanNCut to do all of the work for you on the cutting. Pop this in here. Yeah, it's gonna. This is going to. There we go. I'll catch it. Yeah, we're good. Okay. You know, we're out of space, right? Okay. So I'm gonna pop this in, and I'm gonna hit load on the mat. If you want baby steps on how to do this, on my channel, Power Tools with Thread on YouTube, I have got baby steps on how to do this. There's 2 buttons on here that say pattern and scan. I'm going to touch scan because that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to tell it scan to cut data. And I'm just going to hit start. And it is, we need to set the lever to 1. And so I get a lot of questions about that. Lever space 1 or 2 on the ScanNCut, the machine will tell you. I like not having to think about it. It just lets me know. Okay, so this is how you scan this in. And do we have a, it's okay. These machines are strong. They don't push that over. Okay. So one of the things that I am missing is the ability to see the screen with multiple cameras. Okay, this, and you're gonna, okay, there we go. So I'm not having a very good time with this. It doesn't clip on my waist. I don't have a pocket. Yeah, there we go. She's smarter than I am. So you can't see it on here, but the screen has the perfect picture of what it took a picture of. Okay, so I can see the H and the O. And for time saving, what I did was I saved the H and the O to cut data on a USB already. And normally I will send it up to the Brother Canvas online, which is free. But here I just put it on the computer. So let me turn this on. Okay. So I'm going to eject this. So I'm just kind of going through the process real quick to show you guys what this does. Can you jump, how to switch over to, there we go. All right. You guys can see my laptop screen there. All right. So I would have saved it to this USB right here. Okay. And I want to show you the magic of, so well, you know what? I forgot. I got to cut this. I'm going to cut it out. How much time do I have? I can't. Okay. Barbara's going to be kind and let me take as much time as I need. All right. So now I want to cut out the H and the O. So I'm going to go, okay, and let me pop this out. And pop this in. Barbara, can you put this into the USB port for me, please? I'd appreciate it.
Can I be your Vanna White?
Yes, please. I love that. I love that. Okay, I'm going to tell it.
I also have this camera too, so if you want me to hold it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me move this. I've got too many moving pieces here, you guys. Alrighty.
What do we want? A screen?
Well, I'm going to retrieve the design from the USB. So I'm going to tell it okay. All right. Yeah, if you can you get the screen? Will that work? Oh. Hey, 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 look at that.
Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking, that's right.
All right.
Okay, so I'm just gonna hit this button, retrieve data, and I'm gonna retrieve it from my USB. And I want, not the sheet, let me go down to here to the end. I want this one, let's see. Oh, it sees the PES file too, doesn't it? I want the FCM. And I want to do applique. Oh, see what it's doing to me? So it's not finding the FCM file. Let's look at that. These are the PES designs. I have the FCM file on there. Does it not pull FCM from a USB? It should. So those are the PES. Here it is. There it goes. I'm going to load my mat. All right. So the beauty of the ScanNCut that is far superior to any other cutting machine that's out there, I'm going to tell it okay. And I've got this button right here. It looks like a blue box with a bar across it. We're going to take a picture of the mat so that it can find the fabric on the mat. All right. You can't do that with any other type of cutting machine. So if you like doing, applique, this is how you can make sure that you're going to get. All right. Can we see? Got a glare up. Look at that. So I can see I need to move it over just a little bit and up. That's perfect. I'm going to tell it okay and select and cut and start. And so now the machine is going to cut out my applique letters for me. Isn't that nice? I do not want to cut my hand. Oh, what do we got here? There we go. As quick as it. I am not on a fabric sheet. This is the low tack mat, and I am using quilting cottons, and I have heat and bond light on the back. I've been very successful with that. If you don't like heat and bond light because you think it's a little sticky, I would recommend giving a shot of something like 505 or KK 2000 or something like that on it to hold it. So look at that. Look how perfect. That just came right off. And I'm going to weed it. That came right off. And I don't have do I have a spatula in here? There.
Yeah, I think it's in the bag.
Here it is.
Oh, okay.
All right. So there's my little O. And here's my little H. I have, there are some wonderful, I've cut fleece. I've cut wool once, but I did a bunch of Reen Wilcoxon's from Embroidery Garden. I did a bunch of her snowballs with the fleece. I cut them myself. Yep. All right. So there's half the magic. We've cut out the applique. Now I want to sew this on in an automated way. I do not want to do this by hand. That is not my idea of a good time. So now on my laptop, okay, let me tip this. I'll let you.
We got you, Becky.
Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I am going to create from the file that the ScanNCut made. The ScanNCut makes that little FCM file. And I would save that file to my USB and then take my USB over to my laptop. And what I'm going to do is pull in that FCM file onto the screen, and I'm going to turn it into an applique file with the press of one button. So up here on the top, I have the little A. This software is called Simply Applique. It is a module that's inside of the BES4 software. So if you have BES4, you can do this already. If you want to get Simply Applique, they've got it back at the checkout back there at AllBrands. So I'm going to touch the A, and right here there's a button, and it says Import FCM, and I'm going to touch that. Wants to know where I want to get that file from. I happen to have it in a folder on my desktop, so I'm going to touch desktop in my quick access. You all know I like my quick access. And I'm going to go to Houston 2022 and pop that open, if it will. And I'm going to get my sheepo. That's what I call it, sheepo. And I'm going to tell it open. So this is what's called a vector file. Don't be scared by that term. It just means it's a drawing. That's all it is. It's a drawing. Now, when you get to this point, I could mess with the size of it, but I don't want to because I've already told it how big my pieces are. And if you mess with the size, then it won't work. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to tools at the top. There's those 4 tabs. We've got home, arrange, and tools. And see this button right here? It says convert to applique, right? Convert, whoop, and it did it. And it made, I'm going to touch this little down here. I'm over here on the thing. Number 1 is the placement line. Number 2 is the tack down stitch. And number 3 is the final stitch. And it has made it into a satin stitch. I don't want satin. I want blanket. Okay. So I'm going to touch at the top and make sure it's selected. The whole thing is selected. There's a pattern box all the way around it. Okay. And right over here, there is a drop down that says satin. And I'm going to touch that. I can get to it, and I'm going to touch blanket. I would use a mouse. And then down here, I'm going to touch apply. Ta-da! Look at that. Now I'm ready to sew it on. So I have this all set. Now, you might say, well, I don't have a brother machine. Shame on you. You need to go over there and see those nice people and go get a brother machine because they're the best in the industry for embroidery. So, but it's okay if you don't, because you can still use this software, all right? And what you do is you come up here to this A, and that's like the file in a Word document, and you want to say save as. And if I touch this down here, right here it says paste setter outline files BRF. That's the working file that we've got. But if I touch the paste setter drop down, look at that. Every kind of home embroidery machine comes up. Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Elna, Janome, Viking, Faf, Tajima, Singer. Every home embroidery machine format, it will save to this. Okay, I'm going to touch Brother. And now what it's going to do is it's going to save it into a PES file format. And that's what I need for this beauty right here. Okay, so I've got that all done. I would name it sheepo.pes. Okay. So I'm going to, we'll say file save as, and I've saved it to a USB. We're going to play like we did, right? It's over here. It's on the side of the quilt. Awesome. Okay. So I've got that PES file on here right now. Okay. I'm going to pop it into the Luminaire. Now, y'all know that watch my channel. I'm all about send to the cloud, bring it back down, click, click, pop, pop, over and done. And then I would use every method I could to get it wirelessly over here, okay, because that will do that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use my dime magnetic hoop. This is the best thing in the world. Love these hoops, okay? Absolutely love them. And I'm going to pop this in, and I need to get my laptop off the embroidery arm, because it'll push it off, right? And I don't have any thread in the machine. Let's see, that's in here. Ta-da! I don't have a, I hate glass cabinets. Y'all know I prefer to come from the side, from the top, rather than the side, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, right? Let me put this on here. I have enough. There's a standard embroidery bobbin in there. Okay, and that cap doesn't want to stay on that spool. Alrighty. Okay, and we're going to thread the needle. There we go. All right, so the first thing I need to do is figure out, is there another spool cap for right here? Is there one in, because this is not, I don't want to have a disaster. It's not tight. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to embroidery on the screen here. Let's touch the embroidery button. All right. Oh, this camera. She's gone.
She's there.
And can you pop that camera on for me? Let me see. It's better. It's not great, but it's better. Can you? Okay. You can see. I think this will hold. I'm good. Yeah. I prefer small, but it's fine. Okay. All right. So we're looking here at this screen. Let me go back to home so I can show you guys how I did this. You have all these choices here. And this one down here, my design center, that's how I did the background quilting on the back of this. That's also how I did the background quilting, the little tiny pebbles, and the background stippling on the gnome bench pillow. Was all done in the design center on the Brother Luminaire. And so I'm going to touch embroidery now. And we're going to go to the pocket for memory. Okay, and I have a choice. I can go inside the machine. I can go to a USB, and I've got some other choices, including wireless, but it's on the USB, so I'm going to go to that. And I'm going to pull it up right here. Okay, that's all right. I don't pay attention to stuff like that. And I'm going to hit send. All righty. Now, I need to get, here's another beautiful thing about these wonderful machines. I'm going to scan it, and there is a camera button right up here. I'm going to touch the camera button, and I'm going to hit scan, and I'm going to tell it okay. And it's going to take a picture of the... Thank you. It's going to stitch up here, but I appreciate it. Yep. I do that all the time. You're not the only one. No.
Somebody was asking on the for your
Yeah, Kitten Bond Light is what's on there. So it's taking a picture of the background, and I want to show you guys how great it is. Okay. Can we see this? Yep, isn't that nice? All right. So I'm going to bring this over here. I'm just going to grab it and move it up. I'm going to hit close on this. And I want to go to edit, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And it needs to come over just a little bit. I'll just move it up to right about there. Y'all think that looks fine? A little higher? Do I need to move it just a little bit so it's even with the other one? What do you think? You like it? Y'all are perfectionists, I know. Just like me. And you know me, good enough for government work, right? That's what I say. I'm going to tell it okay. And now we're going to jump into the embroidery mode. Now it's going to stitch my placement stitch. So I'm going to put this down in, how come we're not green? Ah.
That one hadn't been updated.
Oh, this is an XP1. Hadn't been updated. Oh, an XP3? Okay. So this is now going to stitch my placement stitch for my letters that I cut out. Thank you. It's called Simply Applique. It is a module that's inside of BES4. So BES4 is expensive. Simply Applique is very, very affordable. It has fewer font files in it. It does a few less things, but it does this. And this is what I love about it. The ability to touch that one button. Boom, done, right? Yes? You certainly can. Okay, so there's the H and the O. I need something to iron on. So I'm going to pull this off and so look at the perfect outline where my letters are going to go. Okay, it's perfect. And you guys, I've already made this 1/3 of it right here. I did all of that in about an hour and a half. Okay, once you get to where you're going with this and you know how it works. My letters. Barbara get mad at me if I didn't have this pad down. I was ironing on her luminaire. She would be like, "You're not welcome back anymore." Let me make sure I get it right. Again, you cannot mess with the size.
Do you always quilt first before you applique?
No. And in the brother, I'm hung stuff. I need. You can unplug. Yeah, okay. So in the brother luminaire in the design center, you can quilt around applique that's already there. And I have a video on my channel of how I did that with Pat Sloan's little Halloween tote bags. I did that.
How do you decide?
If I had the forethought to pre-quilt, and that's the nice thing, is you can come back after the fact. Let me make sure I get my O just right, because it is not the same everywhere. There we go. Where you going? You have to be careful when you pull that fabric off the mat because you can stretch it. You don't want to stretch it. This was a brand new mat. First time I used it was for you guys, and so it was holding on really tight. Okay. Where's the little base? Here it is. All right. So one of the things I like to do, so here are my letters. They are all the letters are inside of the placement line, okay? Or position stitch if you're a professional embroiderer, which I'm not. I'm a home user. Okay, pop right back in. I'm going to come. Can you put the camera for the sewing machine on for me, please? One of the neat things you can do with these machines, you've got a needle plus minus button right down here, and I'm going to touch it. Because I've already put the applique on with a substrate, I don't need to do the tack down line because we've already tacked it down with the iron, right? So that's why it'll look a lot cleaner. And if you look at my chicken salad quilt, I did bring my chickens. They're right over here behind me. You will see I skipped the tack down stitch. And that's what I'm going to do right now. And you just jump ahead one stitch. And you can see here in the preview now that I am on the final blanket stitch. So I'm going to tell it okay. And I'm going to put my foot down. And I'm going to go get a Diet Coke. Because I don't now have to stitch, stitch, stop, turn, stitch, stop. Oh, dang it. Take it out, back up, unpick it. I have fully automated the entire embroidery process, the entire paper applique process using Simply Applique. The brothers, and I will tell you, it doesn't matter the brothers ScanNCut, whether you get the baby model SDX 85 or you get the top of the line, the 330D, they all scan and they all cut the same. They might have different size screens, they might have fewer designs or more designs than the other. But to do this process right here, they will all work for you. So, and if you have a brother luminaire, you would want to get the 325 or the 330D because that machine talks to the luminaire. And I have a video on my channel, you've done it, of how to find the placement line on an embroidery design. Let's say I'm stitching something from Designs by Juju or Embroidery Cordon or something. I can find the placement line and send it wirelessly to the ScanNCut 325. I have this very model at home, and it will cut that out for me. I don't even need a USB stick. It does it all. It just talks to each other. I have videos on my channel that tell you how to connect it to your home network, how to connect them together so that they talk to one another, how to find a file on the internet and download it and unzip it and then save it and use it. And I do all of that and help you use the technology that's out there in your sewing area. Oh, we're finished. Yay! Here we go, guys. It's all done. Fully automated. Isn't that adorable? So I figured I'd just do this here with y'all. So tomorrow I'll do the Santa hat, and the next day I've got a reindeer that we'll do on here. But I will pass this around too and let you guys take a look at that and see how cute that is and how perfect it's stitched out. I didn't have to do anything but take a picture of it in the luminaire and let it figure out where it was going to sit. So, questions? Anything? Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your agents.
You are.
I'm sorry. This morning I think it's tomorrow. You know, that I'll be. Yeah, I just want to make sure today I'm. Did you mute me?
Yeah, you're
Am I, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need anything? Do you need help? I was
I think
looking
I'm
for
good.
a read.
I just went, can you all hear me?
Yes.
It's weird because I don't hear myself loud. I thought I would.
I'm good.
Okay. I can go louder. That's easy for me.
Well, if we
Can
get
you hear
rowdy,
me
you
back
may
there
have
at all? Good. All right. Terrific. Okay, thank you. Angela,
She's over here.
and I need one of your lace, please. Great.
You have yours?
Yeah. Yeah. I got distracted. All right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's so good to see you all here today. Everybody having a good time?
Right.
Great, great. So are you here to be inspired or are you here because your feet got tired? A little bit of both.
Yeah.
I know. This is a great place though to come and just chill out for a few minutes. Hopefully see some things that are new and interesting.
And absorb
you?
some things.
Exactly. So sometimes I was talking to my friend Jenny back there, and I said she said she's just like her head swimming. I said you need one of those sewing zen moments where you just chill for a minute or two, right? And get all that creative juices going back and flowing again for sure. So I am Joanne Banco. For those of you that don't know who I am a brother ambassador, and I am a big fan of not only brother products, but also dime products. So does anybody know what dime stands for? Designs and Machine Embroidery. Does anybody remember the days of Designs and Machine Embroidery magazine? They published a printed magazine for many, many years. It has been discontinued now, but that's because we're doing so much live online these days. And if a picture is worth, what they say, 1,000 words, then a video is probably worth 1,000,000, right? So, it's sometimes nice to have both, but we all enjoy doing videos and hopefully you enjoy watching them. The only sad part is that, you get to see me, you get to see us, but we don't get to see you. So I'm just really thrilled today to be able to meet so many of you and see you in person and prove to you that I have a body from here down. Okay. And I promise you, I have never done a live show in my pajama pants, but I've been tempted at times, for sure. Yeah, it is kind of, shoes. Yeah, I might be wearing my slippers. One time my husband was watching, and he said, I could see your slippers down there when you're. I'll be a little more careful with that. So today, I just want to kind of give you a few of my favorite dime things and show you how versatile all their products are. So how many of you like to sew bags, for example?
I want to try.
Okay, because that's a hot topic today, isn't it? Bag sewing. So I'm going to show you a few things on that. How many of you are quilters? Like dumb question of the century, right? Okay, all right. And, that's another area where there are some really neat special products that Dime has introduced. How about regular sewing or embellishment? How many
embellishers do we have here? Okay, good. So I'm going to show you some things on that too. So let's just start with the bags just to kind of make it easy. So bags can be little or bags can be big. This particular bag is from Reen Wilcoxon's collection, produced in collaboration with Dime, which is called Hand Sketched Florals. And there are more samples over there in the Dime booth that will show you what can be done with this. This is a form of applique, but it's a form of raw edge applique. So you don't have to do any of that, intricate trimming. How many of you have done applique embroidery before? And you've had to get in there and trim all those edges out. Well, a brother ScanNCut can help you with that. So that's another whole subject. But when it comes to this type of embroidery and this type of applique, it's super, super, super easy. And wouldn't you agree these designs are beautiful? I love this collection. It's one of my favorite collections. Now, another thing that Dime has that is really handy for bag makers, if you've ever made a bag, have you tried to press the shape of that bag when you were done using your ironing board that hasn't changed in its design since probably the 1800s? Like, really, that's probably as long ago as that was invented. And you're jerry rigging, you're holding it up, and I've been known to take towels and stuff it inside my bag to hold it while I was pressing it. This will solve all of your bag pressing problems. It was designed specifically by a bag maker for pressing bags. So if that is a solution that you're looking for, I think you will find this a great, great option. Of course, there are other things that you can press with this as well. Any type of arms or sleeves or those odd shaped items that you're always struggling to get a nice finish. And we all know that pressing is probably one of the most important things we do when we sew, right? Pressing matters. I have a whole blog post on my letsgosew.com website, which is my personal website, called Pressing Matters. And I even recommend my favorite iron on there. But pressing really can make all the difference with no matter what you sew. When you do embroidery, you want to give that final press to your embroidery, and that gives it that extra sheen. Even if you're using polyester thread and you're using a nice hot iron, now I'm not suggesting you burn your embroidery, but if you kind of really iron that well, you're going to see a little extra pop of color on your embroidery. So take advantage of that. All right, so let's talk about embellishment now. I consider embroidery embellishment. So any kind of embroidery collection, I'll turn around so you can see the back here. Okay. How many of you are from Texas? Actually, oh, lots of you. I'm going to say something funny, but I mean it sincerely. I've always had this odd feeling like I should have been born in Texas. Do I fit in with the Texans, you think? I just feel like I do, and I've got this fantasy why couldn't I have been born in Texas? I love all things Western, and my friends tease me because they wouldn't necessarily think this, but if I had my druthers, I would dress head to toe Western style every day. That's just my favorite kind of clothing. So this is a good compromise because I can wear this in Texas and look like I'm one of y'all, right? But I can also wear this in Northeast Ohio, where I come from, and not stand out like I'm trying to look like a Texan in Northeast Ohio. So this is from my new Just Jackets collection, which again was produced in collaboration with Designs and Machine Embroidery. It's actually 3 collections wrapped up into one. So if you visit me in the AllBrands booth every day, you will see me wearing all of the designs from the collection. The sparkling stars are part of that collection. And then there are also what I call folk art motifs. And then there is also a gorgeous rose collection. So there are 34 applique designs in this collection, and then 16 charm designs, which are the little mini designs that go in between the buttonholes or on the collars or cuffs. But the beauty of this collection is it's not just those designs. The collection, when you purchase it, has every piece and part from all of those designs. So that if you want to do just that heart somewhere, you can do it. If you want to create your own combination. How many times have you bought an embroidery design and you wanted to break it apart and recreate it your own way? Maybe make it smaller, maybe make it bigger. Well, most design collections don't give you the pieces and parts. You need software to do that, which is okay. But when you need software, you also need software brain power.
Working hard.
Okay? And most of us just want to plug that design into our machine, pull it up from the home screen, and get to stitching, right? Even I love software, but I like to get here as fast as I possibly can. So this collection will do that for you. So, and then if you're into embellishment and you like to do lace making, how many of you are lace makers? Lace making can be very dangerous because it's addictive. It's a good addiction, but once you start making lace, you may not want to stop. For a couple of reasons. Number one, most of the time lace is a single color design in many cases. So you load up your machine, you hoop water soluble stabilizer, you press go, and you go do something else. And when you come back, you have a gorgeous piece of freestanding lace that you can use to apply to other pieces. How many of you have purchased lace appliques or lace edging in the store? And how many of you have gone into sticker shock from the price per yard? It's a killer, right? Well, if you can make your own lace, you can do things. This is from Angela Wolf's collection, my dear friend Angela, who we all know and love, right? This is from her collection, and there is like every piece and part that you can imagine to create lace, either freestanding that you apply or directly onto items like this gorgeous scarf. So these designs are, because they're lace, they're designed to be floaty. Is that a word? Kind of just soft and drapable. And they lend themselves very well to embellishment on garments and accessories. Okay. Speaking of garments and accessories, this is another one of my favorites because it happens to be the first book I ever published, which is called Wrapped in Embroidery, published by Dime. And this has 9 machine embroidered wraps and scarves. So if you like to do accessories or you like to wear wraps that keep you warm when you're in air conditioning, I know you don't need it very much in Texas weather for outdoors, but I freeze when I come down south in the indoors. So this also has embroidery designs included in the collection. And the embroidery designs were coordinated with the fabrics so that, again, you have that light drapey feeling. So I love to promote both of these because they are the type of things that you could use for embellishment on scarves and those type of very drapey accessories or garments. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So last but not least, quilting. How many of you have seen the Dime Magna hoops? How many of you have them? All right. To have one is to love one. Yes? Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you look over there in their display, these come in many, many sizes and fit many, many machines. And the beauty of these hoops is that you are not dealing with what I call screwy hoops. The screwy hoops have the screws, and there's a time and a place for those, and obviously they come with the machine, so they're fine. But when we're doing anything lofty, we want to reach for a hoop that is just going to literally snap together, and that's what these are. They were originally called snap hoops, and they're all designed to make your quilting life easier. How many of you have done edge-to-edge quilting? Excuse me. Edge-to-edge quilting is the kind of thing that you're going to be doing, like hooping and rehooping and hooping and rehooping and hooping and rehooping, and you might have family members in the house that come and look over your shoulder and say, "Are you done yet?" Anybody hear that message? Are you done yet? That's not the goal. Yeah, we all want to get done, but we're enjoying the process, right? So that's okay. But if you can get a big hoop and a hoop that snaps, and you can do those edge to edge quicker, are you going to be happier? Absolutely, because you're going to be able to move on to do the next one. Excuse me. All right, so I highly recommend that. Excuse me. I'm good. Okay, so last but not least, another one of my favorites is the dime sticky hoop. I may end 30 seconds earlier. So the sticky hoop allows you to hoop flat, and along with a template or the PAL laser, you can link up your design.
Would you care for a piece of gum? Give her a minute. It's that frog that wants to live inside. Okay. Well, now, you didn't come to see me cry. You didn't come to see me cry, did you? I'm so happy to see you all. Thank you all for being here. And head over to the Dime booth and you'll get all of the extra information that you need from them. Thank you.
I have a question. If I'm right here, can you see that on one of your cameras? Yeah. Which one? Oh, thanks. Okay. Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Nice to see some of you again. Welcome. Okay, so I have two presentations for you. Can you hear me okay? Barely? Is that better? No? That better? Okay. All right, so welcome everyone. I'm Angela Wolf, host of It's So Easy TV. I have a new reality show starting in January, which is very exciting. It's going to be a competition show, so if you go to angelawolf.com, sign up for my newsletter, you'll get the scoop on that. And so are any of you a member of my fashion sewing club? Two. What's your first name? Barbara. What's your last name? Oh, hey, Barbara. Nice to see you. Well, Jenny's right behind you. You both are members. So anyways, those of you that like to sew garments, we've got a wonderful club. We meet a couple times a week on Zoom or via internet, and we become a lot of besties. So I want to talk about sewing. And as a Brother brand ambassador, of course, I'm a little biased. I love the Brother machines, but I have to tell you, they don't disappoint me because every time they come out with something new, sometimes I'll think, oh, like the laser light. How many of you have Brother machines? So how many of you have one with the laser light? Okay, so when they first came out with that, I was thinking, I sew all day. I don't need a laser light to sew straight, but I could see if you're new. Well, okay, so then I tried it, and you get so used to it. I used to sew like this, and now with the laser light on, I'm like back here because you're just looking at the light. You're not looking at the needle. But that was eons ago. So Brother has updated their technology so much. So this is the Luminaire XP3. Do any of you have the Luminaire yet? I say yet because it'll always be on your bucket list. So there was the Luminaire 1, then the Luminaire 2 came out. So the good news is for all of you with either of those machines, all you have to get is the upgrade to become this machine, except for the lipstick. This is different on this one. But if you don't care about that, or if you're like, when my nephews come over, they put stickers all over my machine anyway, so it doesn't matter. But there's an upgrade that will make your machine just like this. So let me show you, I'm going to show you the sewing in this presentation. At 2, I'll show you the embroidery. And if you can't see something, just let me know. So first of all, for those of you that don't have the Luminaire at all, it comes with, just like the Dream Machine, all of those, they always have this great box. It holds all of your feet, all of your tools. The new XP3 also has a new stylus, which is fantastic. I love it. All right, so this is always on my sewing table somewhere. We'll put it on the floor now, right now. Now, I'm going to show you sewing, but notice I have the embroidery hoop on. It doesn't matter. You can sew with that on. You just have to be careful if you're doing a big project because this kind of gets in your way. Did any of you watch It So Easy when it was out? So there was one episode where the producer was gone. I think she was sick or something. And so I'm getting to the machine and I'm sewing a garment and this is on and all my clothes are getting stuck in here. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, I already did the whole episode. I wasn't going to redo it. I did get a couple of emails from people who are like, that's so improper sewing. I'm like, tell me about it. All right. So I'll have her go to this screen right here. Can you, excuse me, can you take me to this screen right here? There you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So on the sewing side, you still have all of these options where you can just easily scroll, do things like that. One of the newest things on the XP is this button here, T, tapering stitches. I've got a whole bunch of fabric here somewhere. See which one you can see better on the screen. You never know on these lights. So how many of you do quilting? I would assume a lot of you since you're here, but I don't. So, I mean, you never know. I'm getting into it. All right. So if you want a stitch to end at a perfect spot, right? Here's an idea for you. You have the tapering stitches. They have all these different designs on here, just like this. And when you choose one of these designs, it shows you it here. And then this button up here is where you access a lot of other fun things. So there's a snowball feature. This machine has what they call a snowman feature and a snowball feature. The snowman, I don't know where, they must live up north somewhere, but the snowman is for embroidery placement. The snowball is the one that you don't leave those stickers out because your kids will stick them all over the place. They think it's great for tic-tac-toe, but it's really for this, for sewing. You put that sticker down and it will stop sewing right where you want it to. So two different things, snowman for embroidery, snowball for sewing. But now there's this new thing with the tapering stitch, this button right here, and this will allow you, how do you want to start your stitch? Wrong camera? No. There you go. Okay, let me go back so you can see how I got here. So here's your decorative stitch. I'll pick this one. It's a little easier to see for you. It shows you it here. Click on the knife. And how do you want to start that stitch? You have all of these options with different angles. And as I click an angle, see what happens right here? So look over here, 45 degree, 90 degree. You can design your own stitch. Well, you could do that in my custom stitch too, but this is a little bit more intricate, and these are all tapered stitches. So once I click OK there, how do you want it to end? You have the same options. So now it'll show me at the end, at the bottom, how do you want this stitch to end? Click OK. Now you have other options as well. How do you want this stitch? So you have three different options here. So this is just starting and stopping your stitch by using the reverse button. This one here allows you to say, okay, how many times do you want this stitch to repeat? You can go up to 19 times and click it like that. Okay, that's a really ugly stitch, but it looks more like a worm, but since I like to fish, I guess it'll work. So there, that stitch. You want to keep that? Okay, great. You can add it to your memory. You can add up to 3 stitches to your memory, which I'll do once I close the screen. And then the other way is to use the snowball feature. And when you do that, it will show up on your screen. I'll have you go to this right here. It'll show up here. You'll see a line right here. And when I put my snowball down, it will stop right where you want that snowball to your stitch. So you have all 3 ways for this tapered stitch. So we'll go back to the screen over here. And then when I hit close, let's just say we want to do it this way. And now I want to save it to my memory. I can save it to my memory. It's saved to the memory, and if you want to retrieve that stitch, so if you're working on a big project and you have these tapered stitches right at the exact size you want, and then you leave and you come back and you want to bring them back, you can just bring those back up and stitch away. So that's tapering stitches. That's something that's new on the XP. You can see this is where it's all saved. All right, let's go back into sewing. A couple other cool things in case you've never done stitches on here. You still have all of your buttonholes, sideways and diagonal sewing, which you have on many of the Brother machines. You have shishiko stitches. Have you seen those on here? A whole different department here of these. And it's kind of cool to watch this stitch. So I'll just pick one. We'll just pick that. And yeah, we're on the right one. I just realized I've got like 18 layers of fabric, which would be great, but maybe not for shishiko. And then I'd have no fabric for the rest. Well, I'm sure I could buy some somewhere, right? But yeah. All right. So just watch how this stitches. So you've seen those shishiko stitches, haven't you? It looks like hand stitching. I'll just do a little bit of this. We have an automatic cut, needle up and down, foot up. Can you see that? All right, hold on. Close your eyes. I don't want you to get dizzy. Where the heck is it? Now, can you see it if I put my hand behind it? So if you have one color with your fabric and then one color of your thread, it looks like hand stitches all the way through that. Oh, sure. Thank you. All right, now let's look at some of the fun things. Well, not that these aren't fun, but it gets even better. So most of the time, I'm sewing on this machine or embroidery. So on the standard sewing, We're going to go to that camera over there. All right, on here, let's pick a character decorative stitch because there are so many of those that people forget about. You've got a ton of these on here. Just pick something like this. Now, one of the things that made this machine different than everything else is the projector. So once I have that, I put this down. I'm going to click on the projector feature here. All right, now you can see what's on this screen. It's just the same. Now come here to this one. And I'm going to bring you in just a little bit closer. And I'm going to grab a different color. Maybe you'll see this better. You never know under these lights which one looks the best. Better? Kind of. All right, so you see all these icons here. Well, first of all, this is the stylus that came out with the luminaire that made it totally different than everything else. It has a battery in it, and when you press it, this will allow it to function on here for sewing. So as I click this icon here, I'm changing the background. So now there's 3 different options. So depending on your fabric of what you see, let's bring the green up and see that one. See the difference? Now, you can see that stitch really well, can't you? So whichever one you can see better with, that's how you can change it now. So you have that. But down here, you have stitch width, stitch length, and other options. So here's changing your stitch. Click on that. And what you see come up here is this stitch that's lit is the one that's chosen on your screen. Then it also shows a stitch on either side. You just barely see it up there. But see these arrows? As I push this button and touch an arrow, see what happens? It's actually scrolling through all of the designs on that screen. So you can see exactly what it's going to look like on your fabric. And as you can keep scrolling, you can do this on any of the screens. See how easy that is? So what does that tell you? Well, first of all, it'll show you exactly what that stitch is going to look like on your fabric. So you don't have to rip, well, you might still have to rip out, but that would be a personal thing. You'll see what it looks like, the width, the length, everything. So once I have a stitch picked out, we'll pick that. Well, let's get something a little bigger. There we go. Click set. And it shows me my stitch still. I still have options to change the width. And the machine always knows better. So if I continue to make this big, if I can't make it any bigger, it'll make a little, like a beep beep. And I can also change the stitch length. So when you're looking at your fabric and you're changing these stitches, it shows you right there what it's going to look like. All right, that looks good. Sure, why not? I'm going to switch to my end foot. All you have to do is push the back button and you drop it. It'll give you a new foot. Well, it doesn't give you a new foot. You got to bring the new foot. I guess I need some coffee. All right, speaking of end foot, this is something new and I always forget to mention it. This is new in the XP3 and the upgrade. So check out this foot. I'll put it under here. You can see it better. See how it has these little plastic bars up here? So now, when you're using a decorative stitch, if you were using a thicker fabric, sometimes your foot would go kind of like this. It would wobble a little bit. Well, I never noticed it, but I guess some people said it did. So now, when this goes in place, your foot will stay totally secure. Just snap it in place. That's how easy it is to change your foot. And to sew, I can either use the foot pedal or the green button. Turn the projector off. I don't think you need that anymore. But while I do that, you can see these lines here. There's your laser stitch. You also have a grid that you can follow. And this grid, you can make any width. So I don't know how many of you are going to be here tomorrow, but I made a jacket. I make all my own clothes, but I made a jacket with quilting. You'd be very impressed. But I use this grid, and see how I'm making it so much bigger? I made it huge, and then I could just line my rows of quilting up with this grid. I had one stitch way over here. What is that, about 3-4 inches wide? Before, you couldn't do that with the laser, but with the projector, you can. All right, so just stitch. I'll turn that off because we're doing a crazy decorative stitch. So you can just see all these stitches. It looked exactly like that when I started stitching. Now, a couple other new things with the sewing side. Many of you, maybe on one of the previous machines, did you ever have the dual pedal where you have the big foot pedal? The big pedal and the little pedal? Well, now it has a new design. So the big pedal has more of a curve here. So for these, the little one's down there somewhere. They attach to each other. So this is sewing. I don't want to do that, but this is sewing. And then the back button, when you put your heel on it, you program your machine to do something. Cut your thread, put your put pedal up and down, whatever you want to do. So you can make this something, and then the little pedal next to it. So when you're sewing, you're totally hands-free. You just have to remember which pedal. So I had a sewing group last week or a couple weeks ago in my studio, and someone kept hitting the small pedal, and it kept cutting her thread. And she's like, "Does this thing ever sew?" I'm like, "You're on the wrong pedal." So this is a nice feature as well. Oops. All right, back to this screen here. Perfect. All right, in here, under the sewing side, I showed you all of these screens here. Let me see. I'm going to steal a sticker from Barb. Will you yell to Barb right there? Is she right there? Hey, Barb. No, Barb? Do you have a snowball sticker? I thought they were up here. I'm sorry. So Barb is like, you all know Barb? Of course. She was just on the live show. Do any of you watch the Brother live shows? Awesome. It's usually on Tuesdays or Thursdays around noonish Eastern time. And then I have a show on Wednesdays live on YouTube and Facebook as well at 1:30. Well, I'm doing sewing. Oh, there's one. Yay. I'll give them back, I promise. So, can we see those snowball man too? I know you're probably going to show those, but I was trying to explain what they look like. I saw them in the back. Yeah, thanks. I won't take any. So here's your snowman stickers, and here's your snowball. So these are coveted. And again, like I said, these make really good for tic-tac-toe with your kids around, but don't let them, because I came one day, thankfully they're reusable. I walked in, I was like, oh my gosh, there was little dots all over the place. All right, so let me show you how this works with the snowball. So on this screen over here, okay, I'm going to pick a stitch. Why don't I do one of those fun tapering stitches like this? Click up here, go to the tapering. Let's make it start like this and end like this. That looks fine. And then again on this screen here, I'm going to pick the snowball, I mean, something in the cold. And it tells you exactly what to do, so you cannot screw it up. Perfect. Okay, so back onto the screen here. Make sure you can see this. Okay, you can just barely see that. I might pick a different fabric. I never know which one is going to look good up on screen. No, you really can't see. When there's bright lights, can you barely see those two blue lines right here? I guess you can barely. One here and one there. So when I move this snowball, you'll see that blue line show up. That tells me it's going to start stitching here and it's going to end here, wherever you have that snowball. Probably see it better on my finger. Let me see if I got a white piece of fabric. Maybe you'll see that better. Let's try that. Barely. All right, we'll stick to the green. This worked really well when I was sewing jeans, and if you're sewing an exact, precise place where you want things to go. Look at my on the right or the left side. Great question. And you just don't want it right in front because you'll sew over it. It works with all the stitches on there. So it really comes in handy. So even if you want to do a decorative stitch, or maybe you're just doing a straight stitch. Let me go over here to straight stitch. I'll show you something here. Let's just pick the triple stitch. That's one of my favorites. Can I go to the screen right here? Yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to pick the triple stitch right here. And then over here, right up above here, this is all of your icons where you can change certain things. Mirror image, twin needle, press your feet up and down. It's all by a touch of a button now. And right here, that is your snowball feature. So on here, you'll see on the screen, you can choose. Do you want to finish your entire stitch if it was a decorative stitch, or do you want it to just end at that spot? So if I was using a decorative stitch, what that would do is automatically finish that last stitch. So you have that decorative stitch there. All right, so there's that. But we're doing a straight stitch. So I'm just going to hit close. And I can see a blue line right there. Slide this down. I'll put my sticker on. Now, if you look closely, go to this one right here. Okay. The snowball sticker has a line that goes across this way. That is your parallel line. If you put it this way, that's not going to work. It goes this way. Okay. So again, I'll just put that in place, and I'll put it on the left side this time because it doesn't matter. The projector can kind of see anything in this area right here, which when I show the embroidery next, and Barb's going to show edge-to-edge quilting, all of that can be done on here. All right, triple stitch. I have my foot pedal at the fastest it can go, and it's automatically slowing down because it reads that there's that snowball, and it finishes your stitch the way you wanted it to. If I had my little foot pedal, I'd just hit the back of it, and it would cut that and lift this. So this is what, oh wait, go back to the, yeah. Stitched all the way down and ended parallel to that marking. Did you guys see that okay on there? So any questions on that snowball? Well, that's only yeah. Where it gave it'll go all, you go all the way down your, you could sew all the way down, and when you get somewhere in this range here is when I put my sticker on, and then that's where it will know. And then in that first screen, that's where you tell it you want it to finish that design totally, or do you just want it to end there? So there's also a foot that I saw roaming around. They might have brought it down there. The new Move It foot is a little slimmer, a little sleeker. You can get a bulk of fabric under there, which you could on the other one. You just had to push it out a little bit. You had to make it work.
Did you finish that big, huge design that you showed back when they unveiled, I think, the machine?
Yeah. Oh, this one? That's my dress. They wanted me to wear it today. I thought it was a little too dressy, so I just thought I'd bring it. So this is the one new long embroidery design in there. 3 hoopings. Well, this is one of the, we're doing embroidery at 2, but I know they're going to kick me off. But this is embroidery too. Technically, this is not really for garments because it snags. It's that long stitch design. I like to push the limits. But all of these were sewn on here. And then one more thing. This was just a piece of faux leather, and these are rows and rows of stitching using that laser light. So this was just a really cheap piece of fabric, and you make it look expensive. And then, of course, I make my own jeans. Yeah, see, technically I got quilting. I'm getting my game on. These are all with the decorative stitches. Yeah, so now I've learned after you turn 50, you have to have like three piles of jeans, like the skinny jeans, the not so skinny jeans, and then like the ones that, oh, okay, I'll wear the, so all of these were decorative stitches. And when I was doing these here, I used that snowball sticker, and I could stitch that whole decorative stitch, and it ends right there, right where you want it to, with that beautiful decorative stitch finished. All right, I will be over there. I know some of you asked. Yes, the tailor's clapper is here because since this was the sewing section, it's over at that table. I'll sign them for you if you want. They've got special deals on this machine. Barbara, the best deals ever on the Luminaire, correct? Yes. So I know I'm getting kicked off, but I'll be back up here at 2. And then tomorrow, if you're here at 11:30, we have our Wolfpack meet and greet at 11:30 again. And I'd like to give a little round of applause for AllBrands because thank you for bringing us here. And we love to see the new Luminaire because I told them even if they have the 1 and 2, it's okay. They get everything except the lipstick.
Finding lots of good things, lots of inspiration. That's what we love most about coming here. Everything we see. So you're, let me know when you're ready to start. And, oh, we're live. We are started. Sorry about that. Okay, my name is Barb Michaelajczyk. I'm a brother educator. I'm excited to be here and show you and tell you, answer any questions you may have. My assignment is to show you the new edge-to-edge feature. So what I want to talk about is that I do quilts now, but I still don't call myself a quilter because I can't do what they do out there. Oh my gosh. Pieces of art, all pieces of art. So I have learned a lot of things, and this is one that I did edge to edge right here. So this is the back side. You can see the front side is a Christmas scene with lots of sparkles on it. But I did the edge to edge on a large piece that was 70 some by 70 some. And I also did it on fabric. So I took a yard of fabric, 3 different colors, and I did edge to edge on 36 by 36. Okay? And then I cut out my pattern pieces and I made a vest. So edge to edge is not just for quilts. So see? You can use it on anything, placemats, anything you can imagine, small wall hangings. So edge to edge is not just for quilting. This is also an edge to edge, and it's a larger wall hanging. And I don't know what up is. Where's my bird? Oh, I have it up. So this is one of the new large connect patterns, which means it's 3 hoopings. So I stitched that out, and the machine matches it up for you. I can't even find where it matched anymore. And then I did edge to edge over it because I didn't know what I was doing with this. I just wanted to see how it worked. And I used monofilament thread in the top and the bobbin, and it was just fine. You've got to get a good monofilament thread though. Okay, because like all threads, some are good and some aren't. My brother doesn't have a monofilament. Talk to me later. Okay. All right. So those are some of the things. Now I'm going to show you actually how to do it. And it's pretty simple because the machine does it for you. So I'm starting on the screen. Can you get the camera on the screen? Thank you. Screen. Oh, there it is. So in embroidery, the category Q is for quilting. There's a new subcategory. So as I go there, I have an 04, that's new. So if I go into 04, I have 10 now so far. That's to start with. We've already asked for more patterns. Quilt with. Okay, so I would choose a pattern. I did this one with these snowflakes because it's a winter scene on the other side. And I would set that. Now, how do I know it's going to quilt exactly where I want it to quilt it? Right here, I tell it how wide, how long the area is that I want to quilt. And I can go anywhere from just under 8 inches to all the way up to 118 inches, which is bigger than a king size quilt. Okay, so I did little things and then I tried the big things. I know the first question is going to be, you can't really do that, can you? Yeah, you can. So I did have to roll and clip and control the weight because otherwise it throws the sensor off. And I had the largest hoop on and it said, oh, you need a bigger hoop. And I said, no, there is no bigger hoop. So I realized that it was just pulling the weight. And so I just had to control that. But I could do it. And I'm not a long armor, I'm none of that stuff. So I was excited that I could quilt my own quilt. So in here, it tells you how, you tell it how big. So I'm just going to, for the fun of it, I'm going to say I've got a 20 by 20. So here's 20 inches I put in there. I say set, and it pops right into how wide. Remember how wide and how long, because it's does all the math for you. If you turn it the other way and it's different dimensions, it won't work. Okay, so this one I'm just going to do square, 20 by 20. Then you have to choose the hoop. What hoop size are you going to use? Because it does the math according to what hoop size you're going to use. I'm going to use the 10 by 10 for now. I used the 10 and 5/8 by 16 on that, and it worked great. You just loosen it a lot so you can lay your quilt in and lay the top of the hoop in, and that's how you tighten it. If it's too tight, loosen it more. And I have no problems with it shifting or moving or anything else. So you can get the big hoop, but up here I'm just going to use the 10 by 10. Then in here it tells you you can choose the look you want of how it connects. So if you can see that, I'm going to change how it looks just by choosing one of the 4 different patterns. So each one of those looks a little different. If you need to see that closer, just come over here and ask me to show you when we're off stage, okay? So I chose one, I'm going to say okay. And now it tells me there's going to be 5 pieces across and there's going to be 3 rows to do this piece. because I'm using a smaller hoop, it's only going to do a smaller area. But if I was doing a big one, I have a bigger area at a time. Okay. So I'm going to say, okay, that's fine. Now I can choose to single stitch or triple stitch right there. We like single stitch, right? And you can change the color. So if you change the color, if you're quilting on something dark, change the color to white so you can see the projection clearly. It doesn't mean you're using white thread. Got it? Okay, so I think I'm quilting on tan, so I'm going to make something dark so we can see it clearly. Okay, so I change the color, and then I press memory. It's the only choice I have, and so it goes automatically into my memory bank. Say okay, and there it is in my memory bank. Now I choose it, and it gives me all these choices. I don't want choices. So what it gives you is the one that you can do where it lines everything up for you, or you can choose each piece individually. That's why you have all those options. Why? Okay, so this one says I have 15 pieces. I'm going to say that one and set. Now the magic happens. Please wait a while. On the screen of the machine, it gives you every single step that you need to do to be successful. Just follow the instructions on the screen. Got it? So the first thing, it tells you how to hoop it, top left corner. If you're doing a typical quilt, you have a section you're quilting and you have a border or a sashing or something outside of that. You will match the first projected crosshair to that corner between the sashing and the quilt. Got it? I don't have a sashing on my sample here. I just have a piece of fabric, a sandwich actually. So we're going to pretend that I have sashing here. Make sense? Okay. Stick this on the machine. You're doing a little pretending, but it would be very easy if you'd see where that delineation is, right? All right. So I'm going to say, okay, I get what you want. Now it shows me here, you're going to make that projected crosshair right on the corner. Okay. And now it's actually going to project a crosshair on my quilt. So there's nobody at the controls.
Just came.
I need to go to this camera.
Do you need me to?
Yes, that would be awesome. So,
Did I unplug it? Sorry.
it's okay. There we go. We got it. We got it. See the crosshair right there? So let's pretend my thing is up here, and I'm just going to use my move keys on my screen, or I can drag it, and I can see my design here. You may not be able to see that, but I can see it here. So if I put it smack on wherever that session is, I'm good to go. Then back on my screen, it's going to give me another instruction of rotating. So I'm going to make sure, because I might have hooped it crooked, right? Probably. And I'm going to match that so I know I'm perfectly in the corner and perfectly straight. So I'm going to say, okay. And it's going to give me another crosshair that I'm just going to line up perfectly with my sashing. Okay, so I'm going to say, okay. And it's ready to stitch. So I'm going to let it stitch. Now, when it's finished stitching, it's going to bring up the instructions as how to rehoop it. And it's going to tell me, move it over to the right and make sure the last stitch is within the embroidery area, because now the crosshair is going to be put on the last stitch. So the first stitch connects to the last stitch, and hence you have edge to edge. And you still have the rotation, because every time you hoop, you might hoop a little bit different, but it'll be perfect. When you get all the way over to the far side, the right side of the quilt, you have the ability to stretch or shrink if for some reason it's not smack on that sashing or that border. And you can see it. It's so easy. And it just brought me so much joy to be able to do my own quilts. I don't, yes.
Does it say shrink to size or something?
you can see it. It's projected on your thing. So you decide, do you need to shrink it out or shrink it in or stretch it out? And if you do that, you watch it do it and you keep playing until you like it. Same thing happens on the bottom. When you do your last row, you have the ability to stretch or shrink to that bottom section or border. So it's smack on.
And your projector will show you that.
It projects what you're stitching so you can see where it's going to go. That's how hard it is. So I would say if you were going to do a quilt and you spent a lot of time on this quilt and this is the first time you're going to do this, take scrap fabric like this and play with it. You know, it would take you 15 minutes to do some connections and then you'd be good to go on your real thing. Because I don't know about you, but I would be afraid to do it the first time on something amazing. So right now it's stitching embroidery positioning marks. Because every row you go down, you line up to the positioning marks, okay? So when it stitches the positioning marks, it stitches them in there. They're in there. And you have to take them out because you don't want those. They're not part of the quilt design. And they're not easy to get out. So I did a little prep playing because that's what we do as educators. We stretch the limits. And I took a friction pen or something like that, erasable, disappearing, and I watched where it was going to stitch that positioning mark, and I just put a dot on my quilt. It worked just fine. Okay, and I didn't have to take those out. All right, so on my screen it says it's finished. Do you want to do it again? Can we go to the screen real quick? Thank you.
Your fabric is underneath on this side.
Oh, I'm under there? Okay, thank you. That would not be good.
It's still there.
Yeah, I'll get it. And it's stitched on. Of course it did. Oh my. All right, we're going to pretend like we're... You weren't up here when I needed you.
I'm sorry.
But on the screen it says, it shows you where to rehoop. See that? And I'm going to say, okay, I get it. I need to move over and I need to have the last stitch in the first stitch. Oh, we're not on the screen. There we go. And then it's also going to say, all right, I need a pair of scissors. Anybody have a pair of scissors?
Do you just have some over here?
I gave them back. Scissors, anybody? Scissors? Knife? Well, can you cut this for me?
I'll cut it for you.
Just put that right there.
This.
Yep, the whole thing.
Oh, the whole, like right here?
Yep.
Scissors.
So we got scissors now.
Too late.
We're good.
That
Thank you,
looks like-
thank you, thank you. Okay. So it told me to rehoop this, moving it over to the right, making sure my last stitch was in the embroidery area. Yep. Gotta love live. There's my last stitch. So let's go. Can we go back to the smoke, please? Thank you. There's my last stitch right there. I have learned that if I put that last stitch near the middle of the hoop, I'm good to go. Because this likes extra room to be able to rotate if I have to rotate. Does that make sense? I don't know why that's fuzzy. Yep. Come on, you can do this. It's very challenging working in these little bitty spaces. Makes you appreciate the space you have. Okay. So I'm going to match that projected crosshair to my last stitch. There it is. On the machine. And back on the, yep, she's got it. So there's my projected and there's my last stitch. So I'm just going to move that. And I can clearly see where it is. And I can see right where the crosshair is, so smack on. Done. Then it's going to say, now you need to rotate to the top section. So you say, okay. And I have no idea if I hoop this crooked. Yay, somebody bought a machine. And I think we're good to go. So we just stitch. Okay. And stitch. Now, you know, if you have an XP and you have the latest update, you can set your machine to automatically lower your foot for embroidery. You don't have to lower your foot anymore. This machine is fresh out of the box and it hasn't been set yet. And it drives me nuts because I'm so used to it. So, can you see? I actually missed it by a stitch. I'm not, it's kind of hard from up here, but that's how hard it is. And now when I go to the end, I'll show you where it tells you how to stretch or shrink. I'll show you where that is. And we're not going to stitch all the way over. I'll just skip. I'll pretend like I'm stitching over there so I can show you because they're going to tell me to get off the stage. Yes, I will do that right now so you can see where that is too. So I don't have to lower this foot anymore. You know, you get used, like when they put scissors in the machines, it's like, I don't need scissors in the machine. Once you have it, it's like, I can't live without it. It's the same thing with lowering that foot. Once you have it, it's like, oh, I have to lower the foot. We get spoiled, don't we? Okay. Here's another edge-to-edge sample. It's just done on a panel, just a plain panel. And I did it with,
Variegated.
thank you, variegated thread. So you can't see part of it because of the color, but you can see it on the back. So it just stitched up in no time at all. It's just so fun. And then, of course, this is one of the new things in the XP3, the couched lettering. So you got to feel this. It's so well stitched on that you can put it on baby blankets, jacket backs. It doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. So that's nice. Okay, so now it's doing another positioning mark for the next row, which I want to get to show you. And back to the machine screen. She's sharp. Yep. Okay. Now it's going to show me how to rehoop. Oh, I'm going to pretend this time. And again, the last stitch needs to be within the embroidery area. And I'm going to tell you again, get that somewhere near the middle of the hoop and you're good to go. And then it's going to do the angling. So I'm going to pretend like I'm doing that and say it's great, it's fine, okay. Because I want to show you the last one. So in order to trick this, by the way, if you're doing a big project like this, chances are life is going to get in the way and you're not going to do it in one sitting. So you're halfway done in this thing. How in the world are you going to get back to where you want to get back to? If you turn your machine off and turn your machine back on, it's right in the place you were in this program to resume doing this. And if you have to do something else and then come back to this, you can get there because it'll let you go to the number segment you were on and start there. I know I had to stop doing that and do something else, and it's like, but then I could easily get back. So we're going to pretend that this is stitched. And all I have to do in that is stitch one stitch so it thinks it did it. Stitch, oh, lower foot, hold on. In the settings screen, on page, I got it wrong. There's my page. Here it is. Auto embroidery foot down. Embroidery foot auto down. It ships off. Just turn it on. Page 8. Okay. So now it's going to automatically go down. You see that? So I pretended like I've stitched this, and then it's going to bring up the next section so you can see the stretch. I hope they got luminaire. They'll love it. Okay, so now it tells me to connect the next one and how to hoop it. It gives you all your instructions. Then it gives me my crosshairs. I do that. I'm fast forwarding 5 minutes. See, I told you they're going to make me get off the stage. And now the angle. And I'm going to say that and say, okay, now here are my stretch and shrink keys right here. So there's an arrow to the right to stretch it out farther. There's an arrow to the left to bring it in. And then when you do the bottom, there's an arrow to stretch it down or to stretch it up. And that's how you perfectly match your borders or your sessions. And you see it because it's projected. Isn't that amazing? Amazing, amazing, amazing. So now when you do the next row, what you're going to connect to are the embroidery positioning marks. That's how it keeps it square. No matter how you hoop it, it's the first row is perfect with the sashing, so now the next row is going to be, and if for some reason your border isn't exactly straight, you can shrink or stretch that just ever so little bit. Questions on edge to edge? Yes.
All right, so say you're doing a quilt of that size that you did. You did your 10 by 10 whatever. You got a lot of 10 by 10. How do you match up the next 10 by 10? You finished the first one with all your steps.
Yep.
But now you got to start another one. How does it match up?
Another row?
No,
Another piece?
Another, yeah.
Okay, so that's where it shows you right on the screen where to rehoop it and how to match the first stitch that's going to stitch with the last stitch that did stitch.
But you already finished one.
One piece, yes?
But, yeah. You have, how many hoopings do you have of that? Yeah. So you finished a hooping and you're going to your next hooping. Do you leave marks? Does it leave marks from one in case you're going to another?
It leaves your last stitch. That's your marking.
Okay.
As you go across the sides. As you go down the bottom, it leaves the embroidery positioning marks. You will line up to them. But as you go across, you are lining up to the last stitch to the first stitch. That's where you're matching. And you're lining up to your sashing on the top row. Other than that, you line up to all the embroidery positioning marks under it to keep it straight. And it works great. If you need me to do it again, I can do it again. No problem.
I want to know how you do it on the very edge of the quilt, though. I mean, how do you?
Oh, you can't.
You can't.
You've got to have access to hoop.
Yeah. Okay.
So put leaders on
Okay.
if you want. I've done that. And that's the thing. You've got to make sure you have 3 or 4 inches extra outside wherever you're trying to get to. And then it can do it. Good question. Okay?
Well, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll be right over here if you want to see it up close and personal.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Enjoy your machines, girls.
It's like a jungle gym back here. So look at, are you guys part of the wolf pack? Did you see Karina from Norway sent this to me? Isn't that cool? Although I feel like a little, well, I love the proud member of the wolf pack, but when I'm carrying it around, it looks a little goofy. But at least if you don't know who I am, you'll be like, oh, I think I know. I know Karina at least. So welcome all of you. Hey, Barbara. Okay. So I'm going to show one of my favorite things. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Angela Wolf. You're going to know my whole spiel. If I was coming back on today, I'd have you do it. So I'm Angela Wolf, host of It's So Easy TV. I also have a live show that's every Wednesday on my own YouTube channel at 1:30. Do any of you watch? Well, you should. Yeah, thank you. And then on Brother, we have a live show on Brother Tuesdays and Thursdays at noon. And they have so many videos. We did over 300. So you can go to their YouTube channel and binge watch. I think that's what my husband said. Is that what we called after we watched Downton Abbey for a whole day? I go, yeah, you're an official binge watcher now. So, but you go on there and watch all the stuff, especially for the Luminaire. So the last lesson I talked about sewing, and now I'm going to talk about embroidery. So how many of you embroider? Yay. If you don't, you should, and here's your warning, it's really addictive. So I embroider everything. I would have embroidered the cat if he was still alive, but he's dead, so not because I embroidered him, he just is. So to just give you some inspiration before I show you what's on the machine, you might remember this from, I think it was on the cover of either the Luminaire one or one of the Brother machines, I don't know. I've worked with them for so long and I'm honored, and every time they come out with something new and better each year, I'm blown away. But this is tulle, and I designed it to go on top of satin. So this is how it started. And this was made all on a single needle machine. Now, the 10 needle would have made it way faster, but since I was promoting the single needle, isn't that gorgeous? They were built-in designs too. So this is tulle fabric, and it is nylon. And someone asked, so what stabilizer did you use? Well, of course, AllBrands sells it, and it's and Dime has it, and they have a ton of it. It's wash away, so it washes away. It just feels like fabric. You embroider on it, and it washes away. Now, my other favorite stabilizer for all my garments is sticky back wash away. And the sticky back allows you to leave your fabric on a sticky mat like this. I use sticky back. So this, by the way, is one of the new designs in the upgrade for this, or the XP3. How many of you have the Luminaire or comparable? Few? Okay. So the 3, where did the lipstick? Oh, here it is. So the Luminaire 1 and 2, the upgrade will bring you to the 3. The 3, the only difference is it has a new lid. I call it new lipstick. It looks good. But if you have a bunch of kids, they probably have stickers all over your machine anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But there are some really cool embroidery things that are new. And so I also wanted to show this jacket, because this jacket has, it's all embroidered on tulle, and I used it as trim on a jacket, just to give you some ideas. So even if you're into quilting, you don't make garments, this is all embroidered on tulle, and then I attach it to the jacket. You have to have a little inspiration. So let's look at what's in the machine that's new. This, by the way, is over in the AllBrands booth. This is the collection of that jacket. Embroidery lace. All right, so in the last lesson, we talked about snowball stickers. So when it comes to embroidery, we're at snowmen. There's the snowballs, and these are the snowmen. But the snowmen come in handy when you're doing this huge, long sleeve. So this is all one design built into the machine on the XP3 or the upgrade. I changed the colors a little bit. So it's 3 hoopings, and the machine walks you through all the hoopings. You can't screw it up unless you, well, you could maybe, but you don't even need coffee for it though. So I'll leave this here, and then I'll take you to the screen, show you some of the new things and some of the old for those of you that don't have them. All right, so we'll go to this main, there you go, you're good. Barbara's in the seat down there helping us out. All right, so here you go. Here's the embroidery. And for those of you that don't have Luminaire at all, it's a huge screen. My nephews call this the best tablet ever. But a couple new things that are on here that you might not have seen before is section 6. And you'll see there's 5 different embroidery designs. These are the long designs. Can you see them okay up there? Oh, do you want to just, yeah, it's like a little blurry for some reason. There you go. Yeah, better. All right, so each one of these are 3 hoopings. There's the first design. That's the second design. And that's the third design. So for the sleeves that I just showed you, this is that design. It comes in 3 pieces. There's the top, there's the middle, and there's the bottom. So all you have to do, the way that they did these longer designs is you can have the whole long design where it'll actually just take you, when you're finished embroidering, it will tell you on the screen, place a snowman here, and it shines on your fabric. You put a snowman right here, re-hoop, and put it back in. It reads those snowmen and embroiders the next section. But you also have the option to have each 3 like this. Excuse me. All right, so here is the first section. You still have options to change all your colors. So I think I changed some of these to like pink. And as you change the colors, it shows you on the screen what it looks like. A little crazy. But there's also my favorite, a new no-sew feature. So I don't know about you, but there's so many built-in designs on the machines, and so many machines that you, or maybe designs that you're like, I kind of like that, but I don't want that bee sticking on my tush, because I usually put it on my pockets on my jeans. So now you can just click a no-sew feature. It shows you what it looks like on the screen. In the past, I would embroider and then look at the next section and go, maybe I'll leave that out. But then maybe it was a bad thing because it was part of the design. So now check this out. I'm going to go back in here and just pick just a basic design. For those of you that have never seen this luminaire at all, there's a beautiful butterfly. Let's see. You've got so many different designs in here as I scroll through here, but let me find one that you'd really notice. Oh, I did that on sleeves one time. Scroll over, there's more and more and more. This is the one I just showed you that I'm embroidering right here. So this was one hooping, and then this was the other. And then on here, I'll show you the no-sew feature. When you come into here for different colors, click on a color. There's appliques in here as well. Okay, where is that button? Okay, I'll find it. It's in here somewhere. I know it's like something you have to click and then it's there. All right, just trust me on that one. I'll show it to you in a minute. I'll find it. I haven't used it in a little while, but usually it just shows up. It clicks no sew and then. All right, let's go back to some of the other new things on the embroidery side, and then I'll get that at the very end. I'll grab one of my experts. So these are the new long stitch designs. So this is in number 7 right here. And if you think of like maybe when you were young, you had a bunch of nails on a board and you kind of did like the string art. Yeah, that's what this is. So again, I don't know if I'd recommend putting this on a garment, but it works. And I'm very careful what jewelry I wore, but this is what it ends up looking like. So this is the design right here. Here's one. It shows you it on the screen. You can make this as big as you want. Well, 400%, that's pretty big. Move it around. And can you see how long those stitches are? It's just beautiful. There's so many different options. Again, you can change the colors. So for like this one, I had a dark gray on the outside. I had a metallic thread on the inside. Yes, that's metallic thread, but I put just a regular bobbin thread so I wasn't itching all day. It'd be like torture, wouldn't it? Do you love working with metallic thread? I get like a half, like some people are like, so I use Brother embroidery, the metallic thread. I had no problems. It stitched out beautifully. There were no snags. I've heard people that will put the thread on the other side of the room to make sure it unwinds okay before it gets in here. Well, that wouldn't be good for your cat either. So, but the brother comes in a few different colors of metallic. There are even some pinks and stuff like that. So you might want to check it out. All right, back over here in the embroidery side. You saw the edge-to-edge quilting, which she just showed you. In case you missed that presentation, these are all the new edge-to-edge quilting, which is included for the embroidery. You just put in your measurements, and it figures out exactly where to go, again, using positioning. A few more fun things in here. There are some new fonts. You scroll over to the side. You can see how the font, I'll make this a little larger for you. Oh, that's really large. So you can put a name inside there with letters, a lot of different things like that. Of course, you have the Disney. We've got the Disney. There are so many fun things in here under the Disney. So I have a couple nieces that are 4. Well, they're 4 or 4.5 actually. Don't say 4 because they'll remind you it's 4.5. And they want every princess embroidered out. So I guess I know what I'll be doing before Christmas. So these are just beautiful. How many of you use Disney on your items? So you can't sell those designs, of course, but have you ever checked out the price of buying a Mickey Mouse hat? Well, the Luminaire is great too. But if you make enough hats, you're good. All right, so we've got all those. Let's see, you have all your shapes. And then trying to find this one. Here we go. This new section over here. These are so much fun. A lot of different applique designs. Here it is, the sewing machine. So if I bring this down to 100%. So how many of you have the Brother ScanNCut? Okay, so now you know that everything coming out that Brother has is becoming Wi-Fi. So why? Well, first of all, have any of you downloaded the ArtSpira app? I thought my phone was in my pocket. It's free. It's called ArtSpira, and you can download the app, and you can draw on the screen and send it right to your machine. Now, if you have the Luminaire, you can also scan in a drawing, bring anything in like that. If you saw that quilt that she did here, she did that in my design center, which I'll show you in a second. But even if you don't have this Luminaire and you've got another Brother machine, they talk to each other. Now, the Luminaire also talks to the new ScanNCut. So it's not hooked up here because of the Wi-Fi, but this design right here on the screen. Oh, thanks. This right here, when I go to hit set, there are different parts in here that are applique. I can send those designs by touching a button, and there are a ton of videos to show you how to do this. It will send it right to your ScanNCut and cut out. If you want that whole sewing machine section cut out, you put it on your fabric mat, and it will cut it out, and it saves you a little bit of, I know that, well, some people love cutting, so I don't want to ruin your cutting days, but I'm just thinking it's kind of fun to do it that way. But they talk to each other. You can also design something in the ScanNCut and send it here for embroidery. So that opens up a whole nother world. Now, if you don't care about any of that, let's look at the My Design Center. Just right here. In here, now, by the way, the My Design Center's been out for a while, even on the Dream Machine. Have any of you used it before? So you can actually design, you can scan in a picture. There's a scanner with this machine. You scan in a picture, you can embroider that. I usually do the handwriting. I'll write a note. In fact, Karina that gave me that purse that came from Norway, everyone made jackets in my class, and she said, will you make me a label for your jacket? And I'm like, for your jacket? So I signed my name and the date. We spent 1 second, well, literally maybe 5 minutes, and it scanned it and turned it into a label. So that's how easy it is if you've got something in handwriting. But in here, you have so many options. So I'm going to bring a shape in, and in here, you have a bunch of what we call fills. So you can draw on the screen, you can draw lines, you have fills, you have, so this would be a whole lesson itself, but I just want to kind of give you a little rundown. Here's some diamonds. Let's bring that, move it around. And in the fills, you have all of these different fills that you can add into a shape. So let's just pick something like this. We'll do pink. In here, you can fill any part. So you can see I brought all those different lines in. If you don't like it, well then fill this. whatever shapes you bring in, you can bring all these fills. So if you're working on a shape, like if you look at the front of her quilt over here, you could scan in the quilt. It will show you the color of the fabric or where the cutouts are. You also, with the XP3, get access to my Luminaire Masterclass, which we do a bag project down there where I found some really crazy fabric. I scanned it in and I drew around each triangle and filled each triangle with a different fill. It made it look like custom fabric, something very cool. So, by the way, how many of you have used a scanner on your machine for embroidery? Okay, so a handful. Well, it makes it very easy. Now let's just, I want to go down here to embroidery because I know they're going to kick me out. Not literally, I'll be over there, but I want to bring this down and show you a design. Let's just pick something like this. All right, so there's a pretty big design. When I click set, and I've gotten so used to this projector that I don't know what I would do without it, but I'm going to just throw a piece of fabric up here. I'll use this frame. If you haven't seen the new 10 by 10 magnetic frame, that's what I use for all my sleeves. That's what I use for my jackets. There's a little tool to take these off, but very easy. They just snap in place. You can move just a few of these. When I'm trying to work with a tricky fabric, all you do is you slide this over and it snaps into place. So if you're trying to get rid of wrinkles, you don't have to rehoop the whole thing. You just slide this over and get rid of wrinkles. So once this is in the machine, I'm just going to hoop this, even though we're not going to embroider on it. I just want to show you how the projector works with the embroidery side. Click embroidery over here. Oh, change to a larger frame. Of course, because you can't screw it up on here. All right, I'll pick a different design. How about something like this? There we go. All right, let's try that. So again, you still have all your options for what you want to do with this design, but this button right here is projector. And when I click that, you'll see a 3 by 5 section that shows up right down here. Just barely see that. Now, if I want to move my design over, let's go to this screen real quick. You have options to move your design over, so you see exactly what it looks like on the fabric. Now, what about this little red box? Well, as I move that red box just shows you what's in that section. So you can see my hoop moving around while I move this. So there's my flower. If I say, oh, you know what, I want that to be over just a little bit, I see it's projecting your design right onto that fabric. So wherever you want that design. So for example, my nephews wanted one of those Disney designs right on their vest. And he had like a pocket with a snap and then a pocket underneath. And I had to be careful of the snaps and the buttons. And we were able to get that design right in the middle. It turned out really cute. But that's the projector feature. That's probably the thing, well, not probably, one of the main things on this Luminaire that makes it beyond everything else. So do you have any questions on the embroidery side? You had asked a question about pressing on some of these embroidery designs on tulle. If you have an iron shoe on the bottom of your iron, it's just like, mine's metal, but there's other ones out there too. It protects your fabric from that iron.
So without a shoe on it?
Well, without a shoe on it, then I would just do steam over it, but don't touch the iron to it. Any other questions on embroidery or the Luminaire? Go ahead.
I'm having trouble with the puckering on the twists.
No, no, I don't. And one of the reasons is because of the magnetic hoop. As long as when I'm hooping, I'm keeping my fabric nice and flat. So I'll bring you on this camera here. Now, I wouldn't hoop this on the machine, although you could. But when you slide this over, you can make this fabric nice and flat. That's the key to keeping it from puckering. But even like this was denim. And I embroidered these sleeves. These were all stretch. It's a stretch denim. So as long as your fabric's nice and flat, you're fine. Now, the only thing is if you go to the lighter weight fabrics like this, I wasn't sure how this design, thanks for coming, ladies. I wasn't sure how this design was going to work out because it's kind of dense, but it worked out fine on here. And that's just with, and no puckering on that as well. Go ahead.
And did you use more stabilizer behind because that needs
No, I used one layer of wash away. Now, if I did it again, I would use sticky back wash away because then I could lay out my entire sleeve. And then when I kept rehooping it, I had a little issue because this stuff stretches a little. So if I did that again, I would use the sticky back. And then in this machine, it would have you stitch the first design. You put 2 snowman stickers down, rehoop it. Now, the one thing I said you could screw up, that's if you accidentally take those stickers off before it tells you on the screen. Do not, there's like a caution, do not remove those stickers. I did it once. And it's a real pill to get it back. But I did get it back because I scanned in my fabric on here and it showed me it on the screen and I used the projector and I was able to get, I mean, it looked pretty good to me. It might even be one of those sleeves. Do you see any mistakes on there? I'll hold it. Do you see any mistakes? No, it's really, you can't tell. Any other questions about it? So I do know AllBrands has some of the best deals on this right now. For the XP3, you get the master class. If you're in the XP1 or XP2 master class, there are new lessons, but it's only with the XP3 class, the way it's laid out. But if you have questions on that, you can let me know. I'm echoing. All right, well, thank you, ladies. And by the way, tomorrow at 11:30, we'll have a Wolfpack meet and greet again. We're doing a giveaway from AllBrands. I will be on here again tomorrow at 1, talking about the sewing side for this, and at 2, talking about the embroidery. And Barb is in between talking about the quilt embroidery. So a lot of like quilting with no quilting machine. But actually, you can quilt on here. All right, thank you, ladies. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you put it back on the dock?
All right.
All right, cool. Just let me know when you're ready and I can like hold it up.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara.
I can't go around one way.
All right, we're good.
Are we ready?
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
She's gonna do a big slide.
What do you want me to stop? 5 to? What do you guys like?
5 to is
Okay. So you can get set up. Sounds good. Did you guys did she use this earlier? Did she actually cut things? Or just demo the screens? Do you want to cut stuff? It's up to you. Yeah. You can do as you wish. I'm not sure what I did with my map.
Oh, I put it back.
Oh, it's okay. What's that? Yeah. Oh, you were there? I'm so glad. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. Standard. Purple, please. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. If it, what's that? Oh, sorry. Couldn't hear. Yes. Were you there? Thank you. So glad to hear. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I am going to be talking about how you can connect your ScanNCut with your embroidery machine wirelessly. And this is a really exciting feature that's pretty new to Brother. And what's really new is that you can connect it with the Luminaire and your ScanNCut, but now you can connect your Stellaire with your ScanNCut. So we were really excited that Brother stepped up and gave us more machines that we could do this with. So what we're doing is we are sending designs back and forth. Now, of course, we can send designs to our ScanNCut and we can cut the shape for the applique, which is great because it's super fast. It's like lightning fast. But in addition to that, we can take designs that are in the ScanNCut and change them into embroidery designs and change embroidery designs into cut files. I'm going to show you. So I have a few things here to get us started. And my good educator friend, Barbara Jones, loaned me a couple samples in addition. So I'm going to show you hers first because it's great when we have multiple things to show you. So this is just a shape that's in the ScanNCut. It's a gorgeous shape, looks wonderful, and she cut it out of a vinyl. So this was really nice. But using my connection, she did two things. She first of all turned it into red work. So you can see here that it went that way. And then here she actually turned it into applique. So this is really exciting. We're taking stuff that was just a cut file and we're creating embroidery, and it's just a push of the button. You don't actually have to know anything about digitizing. So in the ScanNCut, if you've seen it before, we have Hawaiian designs. So these are cut files that we use my connection to turn into applique. So again, this is just a very quick process. It doesn't require that you know any digitizing at all. And I love that she did sort of another colorway so you can see the same there. So appreciate Barbara doing that. We're going to be talking, excuse me, about the Stellaire. That's what I have on stage. Let me kind of show you a couple more things. Here, we cut a ScanNCut shape out of fabric, which looks fantastic. And then that same ScanNCut shape, Barbara turned into a red work design. So that's kind of, you're getting an idea of what we can do with this. I have a lot of stuff here, and I want to show you. Do you want to see a few more things, or should I show you? Like, yeah, sure, why not? So this is an example. It says, this happy birthday design
is built into your ScanNCut. If you look at your ScanNCut, it just is a happy birthday design. You can draw it, cut it. But using my connection, I was able to turn it into a fill stitch and an applique. And the same thing here with my seahorses. This is the embroidery design, and this is the applique design. So you guys are getting to see all the stuff that we've been working on behind the scenes. Let me show you how this works. So I'm going to move these over. I have a couple more things here I'll show you. So let's go to the screen. I know that they will change for me. What do we have? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Really good question. Which model of the ScanNCut does this work with? So this particular thing with my connection works with the 325 and the 330D. So it has to be the two newer top of the line models in order to make that work. And it has to do with what's built into the machine. It isn't like an add-on that Brother was able to just add on. So if you have a 325 or 330D and you have a Stellaire or a Luminaire, you can do what we're talking about. The nice thing is right now with AllBrands, you can, if you purchase a Stellaire, you can get a 325 for free. So if it's something you're thinking about, that's possible. Now, where did they, oh, Emily, can we do the, thank you. If they're gonna wet, sorry. Fingers crossed. She said, will my connection go with the 10 needle? We haven't heard that's happening, but they did start with the Luminaire and then they moved to the Stellaire, so we're hoping. Okay, so we're gonna start here on the screen. And I want you to see that it's a really fast and easy process. In this case, I want to turn something into, I want to turn it into a cut file. Now let's just say, let me go to embroidery. Let's pull up a font. Let me go to the decorative fonts. Here, sorry. Okay, let's just say, let's pull up this one here. So these are all built into the Stellaire. And let's say I want to cut out the letter B. Now, right now, this is an embroidery file. There's no cut file about it. It's not an applique. It's simply an embroidery file. But if I push set, and then I go down here to the bottom, there's a new icon. And it looks like this. It looks like a cutting machine. So in this case, I can take something that is right now an embroidery file, and I can turn it into a cut file. So I could cut heat transfer vinyl. I could cut craft vinyl. I could cut cork. I mean, you name it. So all of these embroidery designs can head over to the ScanNCut. So if I push that, we should be connected. Cross your fingers. Convention centers are super hard. Excuse me. Turning this on too. I forgot that it didn't come on. So you can see this is taking a bit longer than it would at your house because of the convention center. Let me pull this up. So all I had to do was get these two on the same network. So these are on the same Wi-Fi network. In this case, they're on my phone. So I just used a hotspot to connect them. Not necessarily the most reliable, but it worked. So it says, do you wish to replace the data you transferred before? So it only holds one design at a time. And that can be a little confusing. So if I send something here and then I need to go get it and do something with it, because if I send something back, it would erase it or go over it. So where is, do you think we could get Barbara to do close up on the, sorry, thank you. We have to have all these mini cameras. So I'm going to, now just as a sort of throwing it as a tip, you need to have your machines updated to the latest models. So in order to see all the screens that we're talking about. Perfect, ma'am. We'll just go here. All right. So now I'm going to arrow over to the left and you can see this nice new icon here that says my connection. And I'm going to push retrieve and wireless LAN because that's how I sent it over. Excuse me. Okay, said it wasn't connected. It's not reading my hotspot. Hold on, just one sec. Like I said, this isn't an issue when you do it from your house. It's an issue at the convention center. Hold on. What's that?
I'll get you some water.
Oh, yeah, right. Once we start talking loud. All right, let me go back. I'll find my Wi-Fi. There it is. So this actually isn't a bad thing. You can see how it works when you're hooking it up. Just saying that it was a safe point, which is great. Connecting me back to the wireless. All right, let's try that again. So we will go left to my connection and retrieve from the wireless LAN. I forgot to push transfer over here. You guys caught me on that. Hopefully it's transferring now. Your arm's gonna get tired.
Some people pay for gym memberships.
You don't have to pay. You just do that. Okay, there it is. Okay, so the point of doing that and actually going through the actual exercise was so you can see it's super fast. So you're just coming from here. It's immediately sent over, and you can see it's that letter B. So then I'm just going to push the applique. There's no applique involved in this. We didn't transfer it into an applique, but we can. So instead, I'm going to go to the embroidery lines key, press OK, and then notice that I have an option for the inside and the outside. And that's what I want in this case. I'm going to press inside and outside, press OK. It can change the size if I want. I can make any kind of edits to it. But here it is on the screen. And then, for instance, if I was going to cut this out of heat transfer vinyl, I would just mirror the image. So there's heat transfer, or sorry, there's the mirror, and press OK. And there we go. We'd be ready to go. So it really is very, very fast and easy to get this from your luminaire. We'll come back here to the ScanNCut. Thank you. Thank you so much, Barb. Sorry. I'm like, now my eyes are watering. All right. Go back home. So that would be the easiest, one of the easiest uses. Another super easiest use of this is let's just take an applique and send it straight over to the ScanNCut. So let me show you. I have a dinosaur, and here he is, and I'm going to press set. Now, if you see here at the top, we have the first three indicating that this is an applique. And let me pull this up, and I'll show you what this looks like. Oops. So here's what it looks like when it is, went back the other way, when it is stitched out. So we have a dinosaur, and we are going to go ahead, and I want to cut out the actual shape. So I want to cut out the shape. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to get him to come back. There we go. Perfect. Is I'm going to press memory, and then I'm going to press the ScanNCut key, because in this case, I already have an applique design, and I just need it to go over. So I'll press transfer. I just wanted to recognize this shape. Sorry, I'm really not crying. It's like there was some dust up here. Whew. All right, so I'm going to go back to the home. Go over. Oops, I need Barbara back. Barbara, come back. Oh, we have, thank you. You should get extra money for that. All right, we'll go back to my connection. Go to retrieve. That's okay. Give them the idea. And there it is. Now this time I'll press the applique key, and you can see the little dinosaur shape, and press OK and set. So again, this works perfectly when you have a brother applique. If it already is, if it looks like that, then now all I have to do is cut out my fabric. This is cork, this is felt, so you can see that I can do both with that. And also we'll show you that this is the placement stitch here. You can see that. And I want you to see how perfectly this fits, because you do not have to make any adjustments to a brother applique. This will fit perfectly in the placement stitch. So you don't have to make it bigger or smaller. So perfect. All right, I'm crying on stage. I don't know why. There's like dust up here. All right, it's higher altitude. Okay, let's go back to the, if you don't mind, the screen. Or should we, let's see, which way do we want to go? Okay. All right, we got one more thing to show you before somebody else is going to come on stage. Now, this is another thing you can do with your Stellaire and your Luminaire. Now, this is just kind of a fun, cute baby design with shapes, and I'm going to show you how I made that. Now, these are appliques, obviously, and they were cut on my ScanNCut. So I'm going to go to the home screen on my machine. This time, I'm going to go to my design center. So I'll go to my design center. And I can use the shapes that are built into my design center and turn these into an applique as well. So if I go to shapes and I go to the next category, you will probably recognize these guys here. So I'll press that one, press OK, and then let's turn off the outline that it would give me. So if I go to next, normally it automatically gives me a satin stitch, right? Let's go back. What I want to do is turn off my outline. So I'm going to press no sew, because when I go to do this in, let me show you how it works. We're just going to leave my design center. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to give it some color. I'll show you how this works. There we go. All right. So when I take my shape out of my design center and I go into the regular editing feature, there is another new icon. So if I press edit and then I press the applique patch key, you'll see there's applique patch for selected color. So I can choose the color that I want to turn into an applique. In this case, there's just the one. I can do a zigzag. I can do a satin stitch. Let's go ahead and pick the satin stitch, which is what I did right here. And then if I come out, you can see that now I have an applique. So all of the different shapes that were in here or that are in my design center can now become an applique. And I haven't shown you yet, but you can do shapes and appliques that have more than one color. So just to let you know, I'll do that in the next couple of days as well. But that's pretty much it. And if you have any questions, come see me by the Stellaire. I'm happy to answer them and show you what we've done here. Sorry for all of my crying. Like up here crying. But it's been good. It's all been good. So thank you. All right.
I'll bring her.
Do you want to do that?
Oh, yes. Down there. iPhone Dad, iPhone 4, finger sewn iPhone. Stinker. You're not reminding me. I don't know why it's not finding my iPhone. Okay, guys. Do I have orange around my lips because I just was eating some Doritos?
I don't see anything.
That's my lunch. All right, testing. I'm loud, so we need to know that I'm loud. Okay. Let's see here. Why are you not finding me? Okay, guys, we may just forget that we don't have a apply this fix. There we go. Thank you. Apply that fix. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Connect to my iPhone because for some reason I didn't want to do it today. And this is not connected to my iPhone either, so we're just going to act like they talk nicely to each other because it's not going to. Bottom line is we are going to talk about Brother software programs and how you can actually work with those and a ScanNCut machine. The nice thing is that all of the Brother software programs, with the exception of P-Design Plus, all of the latest ones, with the exception besides P-Design Plus 2, will communicate with the ScanNCut. Okay. They will, every version down to version 9 will actually color code so that the ScanNCut can recognize a file, but it does not create an applique file. So we're just going to actually forget that we're online. We'll deal with whatever I've got on my computer and have fun with that. So it really depends on what you want to do. We have a low-end program or lower-end program starting with Simply Applique. Simply Applique is our starter program. It's what I call your dipping your toe in the water. Do I like it? Do I not? Is it going to be helpful to me? But it is very simple to use, as is implied by the word Simply Applique. Now, they all have the capability of turning what we call a fancy cutting machine file, FCM, and that's how I can get you guys to remember it. If I call it a fancy cutting machine file, you'll remember it, as opposed to fabric cutting machine file. Okay, it's a little bit more oomph. But this is our Simply Applique, and so what it allows me to do is bring that FCM file in. So let's start from the beginning here. How about we make one? So let's say here I have, where is my, I've got my shoes here. If y'all ever see me in a pair of these, diagnose me as having severe psychosis.
So I have a question already. So the program you're talking about, is that the only one that's included with it, or?
No, okay, so this is to convert an embroidery file, an FCM file into an embroidery file, okay? The one that comes with it is free. It's called Canvas Workspace. That's the one I can't log into because I can't get my computer connected to the internet.
Okay, and will it do what you're going to
It will not allow me to create an applique file because it is built for just cutting. Okay. So I'm going to take this little file here and we're going to load our mat into our machine. Mat loading is very important. If you don't know it, it's not going to pop up there because there's nobody behind me. Okay, we're going to scan to cut data. So we're going to go and touch the scan button and we're going to choose scan to cut data because we want to create something out of it. Normally I would save it to just directly over to my computer, but today I do not have that option. So I'm going to put myself a little USB drive in here and we will just simply say start. And we're going to scan in my shoes and turn them into a fancy cutting machine file. You know, you got to make do. When life gives you lemons, you make your lemonade, okay? And we're going to have to go with the flow. So I am going to crop it in here. How about if I do this? I can go backwards. I've been doing it all day long. Oh, the other camera can't see it. Okay, well then, no, I can't do that. There we go. Okay, perfect. Sorry. So now we can crop in here. Okay. And say okay. And it's going to take it a minute to process. So basically, I'm just telling it what I want it to look at. I want to choose the insides and outsides. Oh, hello. Insides and outsides of this. So I'm going to touch that one right there. Okay. As it bounces up and down.
Sorry.
That's okay. And we're going to say, okay. So you can notice that I have outlines around the outside, outlines around the inside. So I went region detection. That's what this last one is. This is outline only. And if I pick that, it would just pick the outside of my shoe. And that is not what we want. So you can see I've just got the outsides. See, I've just got the outsides. Dual computing here. All right. This one right here gives me both regions, the white and the black. And that's what I want. Okay. So we're good. We're going to say okay. And if I were connected to my Canvas Workspace account by magic, I would have touched this button right here. I'm not, so I can't. So we're going to touch the USB drive. And it's going to tell me it saved it out and it gives me a name. But, you know, I can actually probably see it. But if you can't see yours, then be sure and put the name in. Let me pop this out and pop this in. So I'm going to throw this in my computer. And we're going to go up to our Simply Applique button. And we're going to say import FCM file. Magic, right? Import FCM. And let me find my USB drive as it goes bazonkers here. I think it's the F drive. There we go. And you can tell I've got a few of them on here. Here we go. There's my shoes. Now, if I wanted to convert that into an applique, it's extremely hard. Y'all are not going to be able to handle this. We're going to go to our Tools tab, and we're going to say Convert to Applique. Bam, I'm done. Okay. I personally send that applique back out just simply because I like to make sure it's the correct size. But the other thing that you might want to do is, just so you know, change your inset percentage. This one is going to go right down the center. The placement stitch of this goes right down the center. Let me show you what I mean. Simply Applique and BES do this, and that's how most people create theirs. That placement line's right down the middle. That's assuming you're cutting but manually with your scissors and you don't want to see the frayed edges on the outside. So if you will simply change your inset percentage to about 80%, 85, and click apply, it will create that cutting file for the size that you need it to be for your applique. Now on this one, unfortunately, it has an inside on both of them, so that wouldn't work for this particular guy. I'm going to have to just kind of live with what I got. Oh, but no, I don't. Look here. Here's my insides, right? Here's this left inside. Instead of doing it all, I can change this one instead of 80%.
I can switch it over to 20%. And that should flip it. See it flip it the opposite direction, but now I need to shrink that inside a little bit. Okay, just the way that this file was created. That is one of the limitations of Simply Applique. It does not have all of the bells and whistles as others, but that is basically how you do it. Now, in BES4 or BES Blue. Now, every machine that they are sending out this weekend that is an embroidery machine, my understanding is that BES Blue is coming with it. Okay, BES Blue is basically the same thing as BES4, with the exception that it cannot be upgraded and it has no wireless. The other big difference is that the number of activations. You have a single activation on BES Blue, whereas BES4 you get 2 activations and 6 deactivations. So that means if I buy this and I put it on a computer and tomorrow I decide I needed to buy a new computer and I wanted to go up, I wanted to move it along the line, I can deactivate it off the old computer and activate it on the new computer. You will normally see a really nice navigational page here that tells you, okay, Stitching Social Blog, where we're going to be this week, all kinds of fun stuff there. I'm not on the internet, so you don't. Sorry about that, guys. Same technique. Come up, go do import FCM file, find your FCM file. I'll do another fun one here in a minute. And I believe it's my F drive. Open. And there's my number 6. Same technique. Okay. You are going to go to the Tools tab and choose. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. No, it was Tools tab. There it is. Convert to Applique. All right. There we go. Convert to Applique. You now have an Applique. You can then hit the ScanNCut button, and you can do that inset percentage once again to make sure that they go the correct direction if you want to. You also have remove overlaps in this particular program as well as in Simply Applique. This one just has more bells and whistles in it. So when I say that it has more bells and whistles, I mean you get word collage, which is when you can bring in shapes. Let me do new. So word collage lets me bring in, wrong button, tools, word collage. There are built-in shapes in here that you can pick. You can pick any one that you want. Type in the words that you want to do. This is BES Blue. What kind of what? Yes, it reads PES. It reads any format. Oh, and no, it'll save out in any format that you want it to. Okay, any format that you want it to. This allows things to be universal for you. Okay, so it's going to come and it's going to generate. It's going to give you all of your little word options in here. You choose what you want. If you don't like that, you can say, okay, I think I want you to try again. Each time you hit generate, it's going to give you a new look. Okay, and if you find one that you like, you'd better pick it because it will be 2 or 3 years down the road before you see that again. The words are separated by commas. If you have a really long word, you may or may not get it in there, okay? If it's supercalifragilistic in this bottle, you're probably never going to see it. That doesn't mean that you can't have it, okay? But you're not going to see it automatically generate. You can pick a different font style to choose to start it out and see if you like that any better. But you have that option. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller. You have control. That is one of the things that I like about it. It's a great little editing program and customizing program. It has it's got 199 built-in fonts. So it's got the same fonts that BES4 does. I'm throwing stuff all over the place. These are the fonts that are built in. Y'all are more than welcome to play around with those and look at them. But it gives you that option, and you can Okay. I'm too much action. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to have to start snapping fingers. Keep up, baby. Keep up. When you're done, you just simply click OK. But I'm going to go ahead and pick a different font. Let's go back to Lively and generate. So it's going to generate it, and it's going to get. This is it's a fun little feature, and you can add in embellishments. What I will tell you is that there are built-in designs in the small accent category that do great for accentuating your word collages. You just take a few words out, slap you a little design in there, and have fun. Ooh, I like that one. How about y'all? I'm going to go ahead and say okay. And if I wanted to edit it, I can come in here and let's say I want to take Simon out and I want to put something else in. I move Simon over and let's put us a little, what do I got in here? Baby feet in. Left click, put my feet in, and let me make them a little bit smaller so they fit in the top of the book. Shrink those bad boys down. Voila, there you go. So you can have fun with it, edit your designs, play. I may have made those feet a little bit too teeny tiny, but you get the concept, right? It also has a basting silk stitch built into the program. It has arrangement tools that you can use. So this one has a lot more bang for your buck. It has the monogram designer. It has all kinds of little features of it. And they all have this feature called fit to hoop. So if you have a design and you want to make sure that it's going to fit in your specific hoop, you can say fit to hoop. Having said that, do not take this design that's this size and fit it to a jacket bag. You're not going to like the results. It is basically for making sure that you're in that frame. The big difference between this version and the BES4 is the upgradability. And as I said, the other thing. So this one does not get power packs and it is not wireless. So what you see is what you get. There is no BES cloud. BES4 lets you have all of the wireless capability. It lets you add on to it so you can add nap control later on down the road. There's a little bit of everything. So this is kind of my overview in what software program that we're getting out that we have. Both of them have the capability of adding notes. The biggest difference is that wireless connectivity, the ability to add power packs. Power packs are huge. I love my nap control. It opened a whole new world for me. If you're into ScanNCut, I love my power pack too, the artwork tools. But, BES Blue is a great option. And for the difference in price between Simply Applique and BES Blue, it's $100. I'm going BES Blue all day long. So just kind of keep that in mind. The last one that I'm going to talk about is our PE Design 11 program. Okay. This is if you want it all. You want full bells and whistles. You want a digitizing program. And you want to have the ability to create your own decorative fills for your embroidery machine. Let's say you don't have the latest and greatest. You don't have a machine that has My Design Center on it. So you don't have decorative fills. And you want that capability. You can, instead of upgrading to a machine, you can go into PE Design and you get that capability. I'm going to come in here and select a hoop. Oh, and all of them have a recipe selector. So let's say I want to know that I'm going to stitch on silk. I can choose silk as my recipe and it will automatically apply those features to it. How am I doing on time? Oh, we're all right. So I'm going to go in here. We're going to focus on the ScanNCut portion of this, but I will show you a couple of other little tricks as we go. The big difference between the brother software ScanNCut, the PE Design versus Palette, okay, the other brand that is made by the same company, but different company sells it. Palette does not have ScanNCut, okay, just like a Solaris will not get ScanNCut because they don't sell it, okay?
Oh my.
So why would they have it? Because they do not sell it. So that is a brother exclusive. You will see a ScanNCut tab at the top of your screen. This is where you go and pick up your embroidery design, your FCM files, and where you send out your ScanNCut files. So if I want to come in here and say import, and I want to bring that same FCM file in, I come and choose where I want it to come from. which was the F drive, I do believe. And we'll say okay. And there are my shoes. Now this one I'm going to show you a little bit different of a trick. I'm going to fill them both with color because this one will let me do it correctly. It's going to give me that ability to flip that inside. Okay. So I'm going to come over here and basically I'm going to fill everything in. If I can. I am an external mouse kind of girl, guys. So let's see here. Control Shift G. There is a right mouse click for that, but my fingers are not doing really well with my internal mouse, so we'll just go that way. We're going to turn on a fill stitch for all of them, just to give us something to work with. And we're going to set a hole because I want that inside to be recognized as an interior part. So I'm going to go to my Home tab. I'm going to say Modify Overlap, Set Hole Sewing. Oh, yeah. Hold on. We only can do 2 at a time, 2 pieces. There we go. So now, if you look at my shoe right here, you see that there's a little hole right there. So let's do the same thing on this other side. So now we got a hole, and you should see a hole over on the other shoe. Yep, right there it is. So both of our big shoes have a hole, and we can turn off the center. So if you don't want to see that, you can come in and turn that to not sewn. Doesn't matter because what I'm about to do next is the important part. I could have left that alone, but just in case you wanted to know that, you can. Applique Wizard. I don't want to add to it because add to it would go around. It would be like you're going to embroider your shoes and then it's going to make a patch around the outside of that. It's not what we're going for. We want to replace it. So we're going to choose Replace and we're going to click OK. And let's look at this in stitch view, see if it did what I wanted it to do. If it didn't, I need to do them one at a time. But perfect. Do y'all see? I didn't have to change my inset percentage. It automatically knew it needed to do that. I didn't have to flip this over because it automatically knew it needed to create the applique with a hole because I set the hole. So it automatically did them the direction I needed. So when I come over here, I don't have to resize anything. I'm done. I would personally, and this is just because I am a bit of an anal retentive person. Is that a bad thing to say on live? I'm a bit OCD. There we go. And by saying a bit, that's a mild. I'm very. I know when it comes to this is my thing. It has to be the way I want it. So we would ungroup. Control Shift G gets us ungrouped. And I would pick my pieces that are the first ones. So these are the pieces that I want to cut. And select them. Touch my ScanNCut tab and say Export. Take this number all the way down to the bottom. Your shoes will then be sized the correct size if I were connected to this ScanNCut machine. I would say send to Canvas Workspace. I'm not, so guess what? I can't. So I would save as an FCM file. But when I say send to Canvas Workspace, it would say, all right, successfully transferred. Would you like to send it to your machine at the same time? Yes, I would. And then I'm done and I come over here and retrieve it. Just kind of keep that in mind. All right, guys, I'm basically out of time, but I want to show you my favorite feature of this program, hands down, besides ScanNCut tab. This little button right here. So I was telling you that this kind of acts like getting yourself an upgrade to your sewing machine, your embroidery machine. I can come in and tell it where I want my decorative fill to go. I could echo quilt stipple, decorative fill, crosshatch stripe, whatever I want to do. I say next, and it puts one in there. If that's not the one I want, I touch and say, all right, let's see what I want to do. Pick one, click OK. There you go. So if you don't have that capability on your machine, adding PE Design 11 gives you that capability. Plus, you can create your own. All right. Thank you all for listening to me today. Y'all have a great day. Sorry we had technical issues. Maybe tomorrow we won't. But I'm not going to try to cover as much tomorrow. We'll spend a little bit more time on each program.
right now. Now it's on. It's on. Yep, we're good. We are good. Let me tuck this in the pocket here. Okay. I'm on? Oh, cool. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Barbara Jones, and I'm going to talk a little bit today about My Design Center and how creative you can be with My Design Center. I don't have a long arm, don't have room for a long arm, but I like to decorate my quilts and without sending them away and paying by check. Okay, so I have some samples of what I've done and what can be accomplished with My Design Center. So let me show you a few of them. And I had to pack my suitcase and then unpack my suitcase and pack my suitcase again because I couldn't decide what to bring. You know, it's one of those. All right, so I don't know whether you can see, but this is continuously decorated, or it certainly is. There we go. All right, but what we're looking at is the background. So what I did was, this is I hooped it multi times, but with the background, it's almost like having a long arm, okay? Because you're not seeing any seams in the background as far as where it was joined, all right? So that's good, okay. Then we have Miss Tinkerbell. Let's see if I can put her right side up, okay? You can take a panel and create stitching around the outside of all of the lines and drawings on the panel. But then you can also quilt it like a long arm would do, just like the other one that I just showed you. But with this, you don't see any seam, you don't know where it's connected, but that's what My Design Center will do for you. And then we all know the Dream Big panels. Well, this was Hoffman's poinsettia. Okay. And this is where you actually take and you hoop one petal at a time. You bring in a design from either a coloring book or a design that you download off the internet, an outline, you know, a pencil drawing. And then you load it in the middle of the petal, you outline the petal, and then you put a decorative fill behind it, and you get this effect, right? Now, the colors come from colored pencils and crayons. So it was done in a tone-on-tone, and it didn't show all the quilting. And I really wanted to see the quilting, so I decided to color it, okay? The outside, again, down here, is just a decorative fill that's joined together after multiple hoopings, all right? So not having a long arm, but having your luminaire is not bad. Here's what I'm working on right now. It's, again, the poinsettia. But it's bringing in the different elements of the machine. So not only did I bring in regular decorative designs, but I brought in a few of the roses to embroider in the petals themselves. But it's easy. Where's this? There it is. Yesterday I was playing, and I outlined the petal. I brought the stars in from the My Design Center. So the stars are in one of the shapes areas. I made them smaller and I placed them around there, and then I put a decorative fill in between, and that's how it's stitched out. So you can really be very, very creative with My Design Center, and you have to play with it, okay? So I think yesterday I outlined an area and then filled it. Today I'm going to show you how to fill the whole area and then erase out what you don't want.
So it's either way, you can do it both ways, okay? And then we'll talk a little bit about outlining and using our pencil, all right? So let me get this in. And I'm using the new 10 by 10 hoop. I think Angela was talking about it. I'm not sure who else. I think Barb had it up here a little while ago, but it's a new 10 by 10 magnetic hoop, all right? And what I love about it is it has, the magnets are very strong, and you can smooth out your quilt. And when you're using a backing, and the topper, sometimes you need to smooth out those sections so you can actually feel how nice and smooth it is, all right? So what I'm going to do, and we're going to go to the screen. You're already there. Thank you. All right. And I wanted to tell you too, you can use a mouse. Everybody know you could use a mouse? You can use your pen, your stylus. There's a new stylus that comes with the upgrade that has a finer point to it. But I like to use a mouse when I'm outlining things because it's just a little more detailed. And when I do this, my hand doesn't get in the way of the screen either, so I can see where I'm going. All right, we're going to use the regular stylus first. What I do with it? There it is. And I'm going to use the fat end of it. Now, I can't see you guys right here when I sit down. Okay. So if you have questions, let me know. All right, so we're going to go to my design center. And I'll show you briefly what I did yesterday. I'm going to scan. There's an image scan, which is just exactly what I want. But if I were doing one of the line draws, like I brought in on the pink quilt, on this one, I would bring the line drawing in first, then scan, and then do my outlining, all right? But we're going to do an image scan first. And it's going to do about 4 passes probably. The camera is located right here. It's a 300 DPI camera, so it's a good scan. It's going to pick up any little lint piece that you have on your fabric. You're going to know it's there. Okay, so what we did yesterday, to recap, we took our paintbrush and we painted in an area that we wanted to color in. And you see I have a gap there. I have to make sure that the gap does not stay open because I want to fill this area. And that's what we did yesterday. And then I turned it into stippling. And I went ahead and stippled in that area that I chose. This time, we're going to do something different. We are going to take a shape, and let's take the square shape with there we go. And I'm going to move it up here. And then I'm going to duplicate it and move this down here. And then I'm going to duplicate it again and just move it over here. So I've got that whole area covered. All right. So now I'm going to take my eraser and I'm going to erase out. So let's make the eraser just a little bit bigger. Let's see what that is. Nope. I'm going to do the mouse. Is that better? So my hand's not in the way. That's good. So we're going to take it and we're going to erase out what we don't want, where we don't want the information to go, okay? So let me do this. Sometimes it's easier. I get more precise. Okay, and then right here. Now I can go in from my select tools down here at the bottom. I can use my magic wand and I can touch this. See how everything else is darkened or lightened up? That's the only thing I'm paying attention to, and I'm going to touch my scissors, and it's going to go away. Again, the select tool, I'm going to choose this one, touch my scissors, and it's going to go away. Again, this one, touch my scissors, and it's going to go away, and then this one the same. So now I can clean it up a little bit better by going in here and actually erasing. Whoops, I have to do that. There we go. Whoops. There we go. I do like the tip of this stylus for doing large erasers because it just, there's a drag on it, so it doesn't, you don't go all over. With the mouse, sometimes it's a little hard to get it in the right position. But here we go. I'm going to erase here. It's pretty easy, right? Pretty easy. I can't see you guys, so I don't use. I don't know. Huh?
It doesn't seem hard.
Not at all. Not at all. So this little hand up here moves. You can move the picture wherever you need it. You got to turn it off, and then go back to your eraser. Okay. Whoops. Got to turn it off, and you got your eraser again. And I left a little scrap over here, so we're going to get rid of that. Oops. I keep forgetting to turn the hand off. All right. So now we're going to go back here. We're going to look. Oh, I still need to edit over there. So let's go back to 400. Let's move it over. It's really, really easy to get a precise edge. Now I see that I didn't quite get in that area right here. So I'm going to take my paintbrush and I'm going to paint it back in. And this is where I can use my mouse. Okay, so I usually go between my mouse and my stylus. And I think for you seeing it, it's easier if I use the mouse. And I kind of go over the edge and then I can clean it up. Pretty simple, right?
Like I said, it doesn't seem hard.
Say that?
It doesn't seem hard.
It does. It's not hard at all. Not hard at all. Okay, we're gonna move over here. Okay, now I think I got a nice clean design. But you notice right up at the top, I didn't quite get the top piece of the design in there. So I have room down here. So what I'm going to do, and this is why this hoop is so cool, is I'm just going to take off my magnets and I'm going to pull it down just a little bit. Now I didn't remove the one magnet over here because I don't really want to skew it, but I just wanted to move it down so that point, and you'll see what I mean when I rescan it, is going to be in the picture. But isn't this easy? Isn't this hoop easy? I think Brother's all about making things easy, right? All right, so I'm going to rescan because I've moved my image. There's a little point. You'll see the little point when I bring it up. And I love the 10 by 10 hoop because it doesn't scan 5 times, it only scans 3 times because there's a smaller area. When I'm using the big, this guy, it scans like 5 times and it goes the whole length of everything. All right, did I get the point? I did. I'm going to take this whole thing with my select tool. I'm going to select everything and just move it down. So we're going to move it down, and then I'm going to fill up what I didn't get the first time. See the little point up there? All right, so we're going to go in close and we're going to get that point. Because I actually am going to stitch this out for you so you can actually see. There's the point we were missing. So I'm going to take the paintbrush and I'm going to start at the top and come down. And just fill in that area. And then I'm going to clean it up with my eraser. Can you see where this will become addicting? Okay. So I think I have the entire piece that I want to fill. And I've already done some of it, and I'll pass this around when I'm done. Yeah.
Three overlapping tiles.
Say that again.
You got 3 overlapping tiles.
It joined it all together. It did. So I have not been to the preview part yet. So it's still in creation. It's not, in other words, it's not, even though I put another piece on top of it, it just blends it together. And that was the question. You thought I had 3 different files in there because I added 3 different pieces. It just blends it all together until I go to preview. All right. So we're going to take it to preview. And there's my file right there. Now, I'm not going to worry about the positioning of it right now, but I think everything looks good. I can go in there and make it lots bigger. See how big it gets? Or I can make it itsy tiny. 80 is the lowest, but watch what happens. It's like minuscule. Do you really want a trapunto look? You could actually create, this would actually tamp down a towel too. So it's pretty neat. But I like the area. We're going to leave it at the 200 because that's what I've done the rest of the quilt with. Come on. There we go. 200. And I like this. I'm going to save it to memory because once I take it to the embroidery side, if I have not memorized it or taken it and put it in my memory, if I go back to edit it, it won't be there. So I'm going to save it on my stick and I'm going to say set and on the embroidery side. This is where we're going to scan it one more time. So we're going to take the scan, go in here and actually scan it. Because I have one more chance to do any editing the next time, before I stitch. See, on the embroidery side as well, it only scans, I think, twice, maybe 3 times. I'm not sure. No, 3 times. But it seems to be quicker. Okay. Alrighty. Looks pretty good. It's a little, let's close this. Let's go into edit. And I'm going to move it so that it's in the area that I want it to be in. Okay. Down and over. Okay. Maybe over here. But there's one more check I want to go through. All right. We have a projector on this machine, and I think Angela was talking about that too, being one of the things that she can't do without anymore. Neither can I. So we're going to go to embroidery, and we're going to use the projector to shine the area, shine down on the area. I don't think we have the little handheld camera today.
Oh, I can help you, Barbara.
Oh, good.
Just tell me where you would like the hand.
Okay, let me get a nice big section of it. And it's in red on white, so we should be able to really get a picture of it. All right, aim for my fingers. Yeah, it's easy to press those buttons.
I put a filter on it.
Oh. Well, isn't that special?
Is it green and blue?
It is green. Oh, is it red projection? And, well,
Is that accurate colors?
no, right here.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Those are the accurate colors. You just have to find me.
Let's see.
If anybody gets seasick, don't look until we tell you to.
How about can we use this one? There. Does that one work? Is that good enough?
Okay, you still can't see the projection.
Okay,
now.
try it now.
We got it yesterday after a few tries.
There we go.
There it is. There it is. See it? It's up there, right here. But it actually projects that image down on the screen. Yes, there you go. You can just barely see it. See it? But I can tell exactly where that stitching is going to go. So I may alter it still further just according to those, the placement of the, oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. All right, I think I'm going to make it just a slight bit smaller, just because I don't want to bump into the green. And we're going to stitch, I think. One more check. Bear with me. We don't need the camera. I'm just going to check for my own satisfaction, let's just say, I guess. Right? It's looking good. You'll have to take my word for it for the moment. Okay. Till we start stitching. Okay. All right. And we're going to go and stitch. So, but as you can see, I mean, it's an easy way to quilt something around. Okay. What I'm going to put on next, and it's just, I don't know, 5 minutes. Yeah. Then I think we'll next time. So maybe tomorrow I'll go into how I bring in the designs from the internet or from a coloring book and place it on the flower petal, okay? And actually go around and do the outline of the petal, all right? So we'll just wait for this to stitch out. It's doing good. Smile. You're on candid camera.
What speed do you have to set on?
Yes, I know, I'm old.
What speed?
That's okay, I know what it is.
I'm sorry?
What speed are you?
I think I slowed it down last time at 600. I could probably go up. Let's see what speed I'm at. 600. So let's do the 1050. Oh, maybe it can't do it in. Oh, interesting. It says maximum speed, so it must have its own regulation. I don't know. That's interesting. Ah, okay. There we go. Yeah, it says maximum speed. So I guess it chose its own speed. Okay. For sometimes with the quilting designs, it'll choose its own speed, knowing what it has to do. So the machine is smarter than we are. Okay. But I'll pass this one around. This was one I was working on today. And it's something I'll talk about tomorrow as well. So in the bottom, I did some of the fill, and then I'm beginning to outline the truck itself and just accentuate the design. Okay, so I'm actually picking pieces to puff up. It's almost done. But you can actually see how you can take a panel and turn it into a work of art.
You can do that with applique pieces too.
Yes, well, you know what you can do with applique pieces? You can actually put them down, scan them, and then do your blanket stitch. You can actually outline it on the machine and do your blanket stitch instead of doing hand. Oh yeah, it's actually pretty cool. That's one of the samples I took out of the suitcase. Sorry, it was too big. It was too many. You know, when you travel with quilts, they take up a lot of room. So, almost done, and it's perfect. So, any questions? I didn't ask if there were any other questions, or maybe what you would like to see tomorrow. Besides I think I'll do the petal tomorrow. So if you're around, come back and I'll outline a petal and fill it with a decorative fill, okay?
3:30.
Yeah, yeah. So I try to change it up each day because, there's so much on this My Design Center that you got to spread it out a little bit. Coming around the corner. Coming around. Almost. And I think every time they upgrade these machines, they make them quieter. There we go. It's coming up the side. And then I'll pass this one around, okay, so you can see. And we're getting to the point. I can't see the count because I'm on the wrong page. Here we go. There we are. And it has to sing its song. Wait. There we go. All right. Now, when you take this hoop off, you do have to make sure that you're taking it off the corner because this is too high to go underneath your foot. Okay. So, alrighty. There you go. So, any questions again? Did we pick up a hint or, yeah? Okay, good. That's what we're all about. Isn't that cool? So, good. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I love your shirt. I love the back of your shirt.
Okay.
Thank you. I got all the feet. I'm good with all the feet. No, wait a minute. That's a regular one. Yes, it is. We don't show how to put it on. I'm not living on my Okay. So it'll show from this side. Okay. It'll be so messy.
I'll just man this camera. Oh, it's working now.
Oh, the background.
Did everything cleaned up enough?
Oh, you just have to go.
Yes. This one's just I think switch to this caramel. Yes.
And let me get that.
We're not going to use this one. We're just going to switch there.
And then that arm will be a little more out of the way, so when you move that, we're gonna go.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good. That looks good. I just need the box that was there a minute ago. The big luminaire box?
What?
The big luminaire box? I was going to just talk about it.
And I'll just stick around.
Okay, I think we're good.
If you're starting this one, that's enjoy.
Are you set, Phil? Yeah. Hello, hello. Can you hear me good? All right. Can you all hear me back in the peanut gallery back there? Yeah? Hello. Can you hear me okay? All right. Wonderful. I've been told that I'm not difficult to hear, which I guess is a good thing, but unless you're in the room next to me, then you may not like that. So, all right. Hey, everybody. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked the earlier crowd today. Are you here to be inspired?
Yes.
Or are you here because your feet are tired?
Yes, that's it.
Or a little bit of both, right? Yeah. Well, this AllBrands booth is the place to be when you are in the Houston Quilt Show here, for sure. Because we've got a whole lot of sewing going on here with everybody that is doing demonstrations, whether they're demoing in the booth. If you have any questions about machines, now is the time, and this is the place for you to do that. But then we really love the fact that AllBrands set up this wonderful stage so that you can relax for a few minutes and hopefully be inspired and learn something new. So my name is Joanne Banco. If you don't know me, I am from letsgosew.com is my website, and I am also a brother ambassador. So I have been working in a relationship with Brother for, this is my 20th year. So I've been around a while. So you may have seen me here, there, and everywhere. But I'm really, really, really happy to be here with all of you today. So how many of you are here from Texas? All right, great. Great. I love Texas. I really and truly I love everything about Texas. And I can only say that when I'm here in Texas. But it's a very special place. So I'm really happy to be here. Today, I want to present to you a little program I call Meet the Feet. Don't ask me to say that 10 times real fast because I might stumble over that. But to me, accessory feet and accessories in general are the icing on the cake for all of us that sew, because I like to say there's a tool for every task, and that tool makes our tasks easier. So there are so many different feet and accessories that can be selected to do maybe one thing, maybe two things, maybe many things that can actually make your sewing easier, faster, and more fun. So I hope to introduce you maybe to some things that you're familiar with, but maybe don't know all the ins and outs. And then maybe some accessories that you have never experienced before or never knew why you needed them until you found out what they did for you. Okay? So I want to start out by going over, I'm using the Brother Luminaire 3, which is arguably the hostess with the mostest. Anybody here have a Luminaire 3? All right. Or 2 or 1. And you can upgrade to a 3. We've got all that here for you as well, which is the beauty of the modern age that we live in. I know some of us fight with technology at times. Do I have any guru geeks here? There's somebody here that's a guru geek, and that's great. We need you. We all need you. But a lot of us kind of struggle with some of the technology because we just want to get in front of the machine and sew. And that's one of the things I love about Brother is they include all of that wonderful technology, but they still make it very usable and very easy for you to get right to what you love to do, which is sewing and creating, right? So with the Luminaire, you get a whole beautiful box full of goodies. And I'm just going to kind of breeze through some of them. First of all, one of the things I love about the Brother Engineering, which I think is the best in the business, bar none, is they think of everything like that. Okay? They are locked in there so that I don't lose any of my feet. So when I go to select a foot, it snaps in and snaps out. So the machine comes with a lot of feet. How many of you maybe go back to or had in your sewing life somewhere an old machine that had a drawer full of gizmos and gadgets that you had no idea what they were good for, right? Back in the day, that's how a lot of machines came. They came with a lot of extra goodies and extra gadgets, and unless you know how to use them, they kind of just sat there and collected dust. Well, I'm here to tell you that accessories, and in particular accessory feet, are one of my specialties. And for many years, I have written special blog posts either on my own letsgosew.com website or on the Brother Stitching Social blog. If you just search Brother Stitching Social blog, you'll find it. I did for many years something called Foot of the Month, where I would feature a foot and show you a project actually using that foot. So there are a lot of tutorials out there for you that I like to make you aware of that you can find and research. And there's always more to come. So I'll encourage you to look for that. So one of the feet that comes with the machine is the G foot. This is an overcasting foot. And I'm going to go through these really fast because I have a few other ones I want to highlight with a little more detail. But this foot will help you substitute for a serger. Now, I'm a big fan of sergers. I've been sewing on sergers since I was 16 years old. I got into the market before they were even available to home sewers through fashion school. And I love my serger. But we all know that you need at least usually 3 or 4 cones to do a serge. That means you need thread to match, cones to match. And sometimes you just need to do a little bit, around the edge of a hem. That G foot will do that for you. So again, the machines that we love so much are designed for you to be able to select a stitch, and it will tell you exactly what foot goes with that stitch. So when you see the G foot and you see the stitches that go along with it, know that those can be used as a serger substitute. Okay. The next foot that I like to highlight is the blind hem foot. So a blind hem foot can help you avoid the 4-letter word known as hand sewing. Okay. How many of you have ever been asked to hem somebody's pants? How many of you have ever seen the t-shirts that say, yes, I sew, but no, I won't hem your pants? They're out there. You can buy t-shirts like that. Okay. I highly recommend, if you don't want to hem somebody's pants, you buy one of those t-shirts. But okay, very like that. Is that good? All right, very good. So every foot has a letter on it. So this foot has the letter R on it. And this is the foot you will use if you want to use the built-in blind hem stitch and do a nearly invisible, which is why we get the word blind from hem on your pants or whatever. Okay. Back in there. Back in there. All right, I don't know where that came from. So where did I put my whole thing down that I was holding upside down? Anybody see it? Oh, right here. Duh. If it was a dog, it would have bit me. Is that a Southern expression? I think so. And notice that they're even all lettered for you. So you do have some blank spaces that you can put additional feet in, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. The next foot I want to highlight is the zipper foot. I have a whole tutorial on my website and the search engine works really well. So you just type in zipper foot. There are many zipper feet that you can use. This is the one that comes with the machine. It has its purpose, but there are other zipper feet as well that may be more suited to task at hand. So I like to highlight that. Some of them will do things for you that one won't do. Another foot that I love and I've used very often, get it out of here, see they fit so tight. That is the M foot. I'll show you the M foot, which is the foot that allows you to sew buttons on without using that same HAND word. So how many of you have ever used a button sewing foot? Good for you. It's also great for tacking trims or ribbon. Very often when I want to put a ribbon on something, I will tack it on with the button sewing foot and the button sewing stitch. And that way, again, I've got it perfectly placed and secure. Oh, that's nice and clear. Very good. Perfect. Okay, I should have got a manicure though before I came. All right, so we'll put that one away. And I remind you, all of these come with the machine, and a lot of these feet very well might have come with the brother you already own or will own. By the way, when you hear the bell ring here, do you know what that means? It means somebody adopted a baby brother while they were here today at the show and is taking them home with them. All right, the next foot that I love is the, I keep forgetting, I'm used to doing it at a different spot. The 1/4 inch foot with edge guide. How many of you have this foot? May or may not come with your machine, okay? This foot gives you perfect 1/4 inch stitching because you've got an edge guide to follow. And when you have an edge guide, it functions as what I like to call a fence. So when you have a fence that keeps you, fence is meant for keeping somebody out or keeping somebody in, right? And that fence helps you keep within the line you need to sew an accurate, perfect 1/4 inch. I'm going to show you another option for that too today. And then when it comes to quilting, we've got a variety of free motion quilting feet. So I'm going to put all of those in one hand there. Okay, oop, my hand's too big. So how many of you do free motion quilting, stipple quilting, anything like that? Okay. How many of you feel like you're really good at it? Okay. I'm a struggling stippler. I will readily admit that. I'm going to show you another way I like to stipple before you leave here today. But if you like to stipple manually, these are the 3 feet that are recommended. This foot is called an echo quilting foot. And this is perfect when you want to do what I like to call it ripple quilting, because I think of throwing a stone in a water. What do you see when you throw a stone in the water? It ripples out. That's what this will do for you. So any shape that you follow, you can ripple out from that shape and create those quilting lines. This is probably if you got to have just one, this would be the one I would pick. This is the open toe. I call it a free motion foot or a quilting foot. And if you like to do more than just quilt, I encourage you to dabble in the art of thread painting. Anybody done thread painting? In fact, thread painting will help you overcome the fear of free motioning if you have a free motioning fear. I will readily admit, for many years, I had a free motioning fear where I just didn't think that I could sew in any other direction than plodding forward with a regular foot on the machine. I used to get mad at myself for that. And then I realized that it's because of my training in garment sewing. In garment sewing, everything is about precision, and you only sew backwards like 2 or 3 stitches, just to tack your threads. And with our modern machines, we don't even have to do that because we can pick a stitch that has a knot, that ties a knot for us. But so I used to beat myself up and say, I can't free motion because I can't sew backwards. But then I started doing thread painting, and thread painting can be messy. It can be forward, backward, side to side, but it creates a great look. If you're doing it, I encourage you to try it over pre-printed fabrics first, because you just follow the pre-printed fabric and you'll have some great results. This little baby here has a very small opening, and that foot allows you to do what I would call micro stippling. So stippling that's where you want to do really fine, small, intricate stitches. So once again, you see there is a foot for every task and a tool to help you accomplish that task. Okay, very good. All right, so now I want to move on to, I'm going to move this box to some of my other favorite feet, and that is probably what I would consider the star of the show, which is the digital dual feed foot. How many of you have a digital dual feed foot? How many of you don't know what it is? Oh, you all know what it is. Okay, great. So this foot will screw on and it will attach to your machine, not only where it would normally be screwed on, but it will also plug in with this plug. So once you've done that, go ahead and just calibrate this. Please wait a while. Okay, how long is a while? I'd like to tell me, is that a sip of coffee a while or a whole cup of coffee a while? That was just a sip. So I can now touch sewing. And when we have this foot plugged in, I'm going to cheat the system here for a minute. Just plug it in. Okay, it now tells the machine that I have attached the foot, and I can go into the settings and I can go to dual feed adjustment. And at this screen, I can tell this foot I can tell the machine to move the belt on this foot faster or slower. So when I'm going to finish telling you this, I'd love to know how many of you already knew this, okay? When this is set on 0, which is the default, it means that this is just going at a normal speed, the belt. When I have that set at a lower number, that belt is moving a little bit slower. So in effect, it is stretching my fabric a little bit. If I have that set on a positive setting, it's doing the opposite. The belt is moving a little faster. So it's helping to ease in the fabric. So a lot of people say this is like a substitute for a walking foot. Well, a walking foot is great to have, and there are a variety of different kinds. In fact, there's a new kit on the block, which is a walking foot that allows you to snap on either an open toe or a closed toe foot. And a walking foot has a fixed motion. So it works really good for tricky fabrics, slippery fabrics. It works good for quilting, but if you have an option to switch over to the digital dual feed foot, now you can control that more because you can set it to ease in more or stretch out a little bit for you. So it's a great, great option. And then what they've done is they've created a multitude of accessories for the digital dual feed foot. So I'm going to move away the walking feet. And I want to show you some of my favorites. Okay. The standard one that comes with it is a closed toe foot, but it has a wide open area so you can select decorative stitches. Ooh, we got to cheer for somebody adopted a baby brother. So with that opening, you can also use decorative stitches. If I go into my menu here for sewing and I look at the screen, I can see there are stitches that are clear and there are stitches that are gray. When this foot is plugged in, your machine is now telling you it's okay to stitch maybe this stitch, but it's not okay to stitch this one because it's grayed out. That's a great benefit because we can go into decorative stitches and we can now choose stitches that before could only be done with a standard decorative stitch foot, that we can now make use of that digital dual feed control and get the easing or the stretching that we need. That's a big, big benefit. But for those of you that are quilters, we've got other options. We've got a stitch in the ditch foot, which everybody knows what stitching in the ditch is, right? Try to get it right where those two seams are lined up. I actually encourage you to think outside the box a little bit and maybe try outside the ditch stitching. where you run this in the ditch, but then you move your needle to the left or to the right. We can do that with the left-right shift key or your width key. And you still follow that ditch, but if you move that needle and you want your thread to show, you're going to be perfectly accurate. Whereas if you tried to eyeball that, it would be very, very difficult. Okay, very good. Thank you. And then you've also got an open toe foot, which again could be useful for doing those decorative stitches or anytime you need more visibility. How many of you like to do paper piecing? That's a great option to use an open toe foot. Now, by the way, this foot has a lever on it. So if I don't want that belt to be used at all, and I might not want the belt when I'm paper piecing. I might want it for part of what I'm doing, and part of what I'm doing, I don't want it. So you just simply flip that lever and it will change it so that that belt is either making contact with the feed dogs in the fabric or it's released in the up position. So lots and lots and lots of versatility. There's also, and I don't have it here on my table, but there's also a 1/4 inch guide foot so that you can sew perfect 1/4 inch patchwork with that foot. So multi options for choosing accessory feet that will go on the dual feed foot. Great question. The old one had a little bit bigger back end, so it was a little bit more bulky on your fabric. The newer one, which is an option, has a little higher rise in the back, so it's a little bit easier to quilt thicker layers. So how about those of you that like to quilt in the hoop? Last but not least, I want to show you a wonderful new hoop that uses magnets. It's called a sash frame. And this is where I was able to do my stipple quilting without being stipple quilt challenged. Because the stipple quilting designs that you see on this sample, I'm gonna throw it and let you look at it up close, are actually built into the Luminaire machine. So now you could do that in a regular hoop, but with this hoop, I don't really have the room to spread it out and show you, but you're able to literally layer your fabric over the hoop and then take those magnets that come in the box and literally just swipe them across your fabric, and almost like magic. I like to use my like in the radio, they'd have those sound effects. It goes like shoop, 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 shoop at each end when you put those magnets on. And it's like having 4 friends, one on each end of the hoop, saying, I'll hold this for you while you get that fabric in there. And it makes all the difference in the world. So the last thing I would do is just encourage you to think about the accessories that are available. Treat yourself to those tools. I bet you if some of you live with somebody who has other types of tools, like that say Milwaukee or Ryobi or what are all those name brands on it, they will never say, oh, I don't need that tool, even if they use it once, twice, or thrice. We should have that same opportunity in our sewing space to get the tools we need to do the tasks we need to do to make sewing easier, faster, and more fun. That's what I'm all about. All right, I am working in the accessory booth, so if you have any other questions, I have a few more other samples. If you want to come by, I'd be happy to show them to you and talk about more feet. And thank you for being here.
Should I start? Are you ready? Yeah. What? Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be demonstrating some serger techniques that are super helpful for sewing kids wear today or any clothing. And this is just an example of what I will be making today. So you can see that. So I'm going to start by sewing some of the basic construction of this shirt, and then we will be adding a skirt. And I've pre-done some of the steps just to make it go a little bit quicker, but I'm hoping to have a finished product by the time we're done in about 25 minutes, just to show you how quick and easy it really is to sew some of these things. So hopefully we can get a camera here and you can see the machine. But the great thing about a serger is that it's an automatic stretch stitch. So even though I'm using super stretchy fabric, the stitch that's completed is going to be forgiving and stretchy, and we will be able to use it on our outfit. So I'm going to sew one of the shoulder seams here. And I clipped it together before we started so that you could see this. And when you're just chaining off on the edge of this serger, you can cut it anywhere, it doesn't matter. And then because these seams will be in other seams, I don't have to finish those either. So you can see how even though the fabric is stretchy, this is still a really stretchy stitch on there. So I like to sew my necklines with an open shoulder so that I have a long neck right here. And this is a really easy way to add that neck binding on any t-shirt. This is also the way that if you look at clothing you've bought in the store, this is how they do it. So it's really simple. I'm going to take my binding piece, which is 1 3/4 inches wide, and I'm going to fold it in half with wrong sides together. And I'm making weird noises. Okay, so I'm going to line that up, and you should still be able to see that on here. So I have the raw edges of the fabric together, 3 raw edges. Is it okay? Can you still hear me? Yeah, okay. So 3 raw edges, 1 of the shirt or the top, and 2 of the neck binding. And then I'm just going to stitch these together. So the great thing about this is you can go ahead and pin or clip this together before you sew it, or you can just give it a gentle tug and stretch it about 10% as you're sewing. It works well, and with a little bit of practice, it makes it nice and easy to sew that on quickly. You don't have to spend a lot of time measuring. I always cut my binding piece longer than I need it so that I can just go ahead and sew it on like this and not pre-stretch it. If you really want to have it in a circle and not in an open neckline like this, then you would want to go ahead and measure out your binding of the neck before you cut the fabric. So there's many ways to do this. This is my favorite because it's super simple, works out really well, and looks great. Again, this is going to be a nice stretchy neckline, and we're going to be able to put this over heads next as we go. So we're almost to the end here. Chain off, flip that, and then you can see here how we have that nice neckline along the edge of the shirt. Okay, so the next step is we are going to sew the other shoulder seam. So I'm going to go ahead and clip off that extra binding fabric and lay out that other shoulder. We're going to go right along there and stitch these 2 layers of fabric together. Okay, so you're going to sew the neckline. Now this is the downfall of doing this method is you will see that seam on the neckline. But if you look at a t-shirt that you bought in the store, you will see it's exactly the same. If you really don't like that, you can sew your neckband in a circle first, sew both shoulder seams, and then add it on. Both ways can be done. This is just my preferred quick method. All right, so now if we turn this right side out, our top is looking really fabulous, and you can see that neckline right along there looks great. And then here's my little tip for finishing this seam right here. I don't know if you can see close up here, but I'm going to take this large darning needle that I've had for a really long time, thread it through the serger stitch, and then I just put this tail through the end there, slide it through, and then you can go ahead and clip that off. And we have a really nice finished neckline on the edge, and you don't have to worry about stitching that down or anything, and it won't fray. So that's a great way to finish that edge that's on there. All right, so I have, this is going to be the bodice, and then we have, as you can see on the one up front, a gathered skirt. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to lettuce hem the sleeve. And what I mean by that is we're going to add a nice ruffled finished rolled hem, which is a great way to finish, and just another technique that I wanted to show you. So I have this other machine set up to do a rolled hem. So I'm going to switch this over. On this one. All right, so you can also do this in a circle, or you can do this while it's still open. I'm going to do this while the sleeve is still open, just to make it a little bit easier to sew through it. And I call it a lettuce hem because it kind of looks like the edge of a piece of lettuce, and I'm sure you've seen this. It's actually super popular on clothes that are being sold right now in stores, so it's a great technique. You'll need to do a rolled hem. So I have this preset to do a rolled hem, which includes one needle and then a little bit of different settings on the differential feed and the stitch length. And if you want more details on that, I can go ahead and show you all of that later. I'll probably leave this one set up to do a rolled hem since I'm going to do this again tomorrow. So as I'm sewing, I'm going to stretch my fabric pretty much as I can, and it's going to add that nice lettuce look. So we're going to get started sewing before I start stretching. Got to get it so it takes a bite out of it. Okay, and then once it's in there, you're going to go ahead and stretch. I use one hand in the back and one hand in the front. For the rolled hem, you want to make sure that you are trimming off some fabric. So you can see here, I'm trimming off about a 1/4 inch. And then stretching as we sew. The stitch length is really close together when you're doing a rolled hem. So it might feel like you're sewing and not going anywhere, but it actually is going. It's just the stitches are really close together. So it has to do a lot of them in a tiny bit of space. So stretch out the fabric, which is something you don't usually do, but give it a good stretch as you're sewing. And then when you're finished, you can see we have this nice ruffled edge along there. And that's a great way to finish the edge of the fabric and finish the edge of the sleeve. So it's like a hem all in one. All right, let's switch back over. Sew the rest. All right, so now I'm going to only sew one of the arms, but I will do the other one afterwards over on the table if you want to see or test it out. But we're going to sew the side seams. So I'm going to go ahead and match the underarm to the bottom of the top. And it's just this little curved side seam. This is a very basic dress, but it's super cute. This one that's actually here, my daughter has worn all fall. She loves it. Let's see if I've got the right presser foot here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just sew down that side seam. And then we'll do the other side the same. I'm matching up the underarm, sewing around the curve. You can either lift the presser foot and slide your fabric under. I often just will lift it a little bit in the front and then place it under. Once the feed dogs grab it and start pulling it, you don't really need to feed it in. It will just automatically slide through there. So you can see I'm not really pinning or clipping. It's kind of the way I like to sew. I will just stop and line it up as I'm going. Not take a lot of time ahead of time. I just like to sit at my machine and go with it. All right. So now we have, this side is the finished one where we put the lettuce hem on that one. So this is the one where I would need to take that needle and finish it off. With the serger, there's no way to back stitch. So you do want to make sure that you're finishing this tail before you cut it. If you just go ahead and clip it, it will unravel and then you'll be sad. So you can fold it over and zigzag along there and stitch it in with your sewing machine, or this is the way I always do it, and we've never had any trouble. They just stay nicely in there. So get a needle with a big eye, stick it right through, and then it just pulls right into that seam, and you can clip it off. I don't use any fray check or anything. It just will stay right like that. And then you can see there's the underarm, and it looks great. All right, so now we have the top pretty finished, except for the one sleeve that we didn't do. Okay, so you can see how it looks really cute, very basic. I'm going to show you how to gather on the serger, which is one of my favorite techniques. I've pre-gathered the skirt for the sake of time, but I do want to demonstrate how I did that because it's such an easy feature of this machine. Now, a serger will come with a gathering foot, but the gathering foot hates knit fabric. So if you are doing knit fabric, you will not want to use the gathering foot. If you're using quilting cotton or other non-stretch fabrics, go ahead and use that. It's beautiful. You put the ruffle. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. So you put the ruffle on the bottom. You put your fabric on top. You sew it through. It will ruffle it and attach it to the fabric all in one step, which is beautiful. But you cannot do it with knit fabric. I have tried, and it just eats it and mangles it and stretches it, and it's terrible. So I have this just strip of fabric, and I'm going to go ahead and show you how to gather with it. So it's super easy. So you want to change over here the stitch length to the longest it goes, which is 4, and the differential feed down here to the highest it goes, which is a 2. Okay, so those are the only 2 things you're going to change. Remind me to change them back. And then you're going to take your ruffle, and it is about 2-to-1, so a double, but you can adjust it when you're finished. Okay, so it's not like set in stone when you're done. So I'm going to slide this under. There's too many presser foots under this table. Okay, and then you're going to slide it through, and you can see right there as it's coming out, it's a perfect even gather. Okay, so look at how easy that is and how perfectly it gathered right along there. So if you're doing tulle or a fabric that is really light, you can even tighten up the tension of the needle, just like you can on a regular sewing machine, and it will gather it even more. So like on a chiffon or a tulle that I wanted really gathered, I would crank the needle tensions up to probably like 7 or 8, and it will give me really beautiful tight gathers. So I'm not doing that for this one because it's just a basic gather. All right, so that's how I gathered the skirt. I sewed it into a circle. I gathered it so that the width is the same as the bottom of my top. Oh, I do want to mention, if it's not gathered enough, you can just go ahead and grab one of the needle threads, pick it out, and then pull it, and it will tighten up the tension, just like a regular pulling. So just grab those needle threads, and you can adjust those. All right, so what we're going to do now is I have one seam on my skirt. So, okay. All right, I'm just going to sew this together, and I'm done.
Emily.
Yes.
When you gathered it, did you do one needle thread or both?
Both needles. Yeah, both needles. All right, so we're running short on time, so we're trying to finish this up. All right, so I'm going to match. There's a side seam on the skirt, and I'm going to match it with one of the side seams on my top. Put those together, and then it should be about the right size since I already adjusted it, but you can see how we're going to pin. I'm just going to put a couple clips around this, and then you're just going to sew this together with a regular serger stitch. This will make it a stretchy waistband, so if you need stretch in your waist, you will still have that. The gathering stitch is not stretchy because we pulled it tight, but when we go and sew with the regular serger stitch again, it will make it stretchy. I like to sew with my gathers face up so I can see that they're even and that I'm not getting bunches or clumps in there. And then you want to make sure that you're catching both the top fabric and the skirt fabric. So I'm going to go ahead and just serge this right around. I did change my feeds back, so I'm not double gathering this. I like to cut off a little bit of the gathering, otherwise you will have both the gathering stitch and this new stitch in there, which is a little bit bulky. Another thing that I love to do, which I don't have time to demonstrate here, but I can show you later, is to put clear elastic in this waist seam. And that is a really great way to give it structure and hold everything together if you add elastic in there. Okay, so we'll just sew around here, finish this up. I'm not going to hem this one, and you can see on the example I didn't hem it either. The fabric just lays nicely and gives a nice light finish.
And it really helped because Julie kept with the patterns that she got. I made some of those things.
Almost back around. All right, then we can flip this right side out. And check out the cute little dress that we just made. So I'll go ahead and finish up the other sleeve over at the table, but you can just see how quick and easy it goes together and basic ideas that you can use with pretty much any garment making with knit fabric. So thanks.
Behind my black, my water bottle. It's in the big one. You want the one? You can say you made it. Water bottle.
So how many of you out there have this paper here that says, and you picked it up and it has a number in the upper right hand corner? A number in the upper right hand corner. If you don't have one, I've got extras. That we're giving away a bunch of stuff here tonight.
I don't have a number.
It's in the upper right hand corner on the Saturday side. Do you have one? Okay, that's fine. All right. So I'm Donnell McAdams, and I'm here for the Sew Steady Westerly Designs. And if you look on that paper, it says this is called Win, Win, Win. So with the few of you that are here, I imagine we should be able to really win tonight. So first thing I'm going to give away, of course, I'm going to show it to you first. And that is what is called, yep, I got one more here.
Oh. I had one.
You know what? I can deal with this.
There's some right there.
There you go.
It's like the Bible.
Oh, I wouldn't tear up my Bible. But...
No, I don't mean that. The story. Thank you.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Thanks.
All right. Do you guys need numbers too? Okay. Well, as long as you got a number on your paper, we're good. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something, and then I'm going to give away several of them. And what this is the Janet's, I don't know, can we focus on this screen? There we go. It's the Janet's all-in-one tool. And this is a brand new tool. I'm going to try, it's kind of a yellow color, so hopefully you can see it. But this end down here is 1/4 of an inch. And the hole right there is for inserting your needle. We have a couple of other things that you can get straight lines with by putting that needle or that pin there with your needle. So again, there's a hole that you can put your needle in. You've also got one here that rotates. This little slot right here is so that you can get an exact 1/4 of an inch. So you would put this in so your needle is right in here. And then from that spot to this edge is 1/4 of an inch. And then we also have a stylus on this end so that you can guide your fabric, guide your ribbon, keep your fabric flat, whatever. And you know what? The rest of it, I don't think it has a real purpose. I don't know for sure, but it's called the all-in-one tool. My stylus, it's a pointed and a flat edge, a scant 1/4 of an inch, a scant seam gauge, my machine needle replacement tool, centering guide, and a locating pen. So you've got all of that in one little tool. And I actually have a number generator here. So if you all now have your numbers, we're going to say, I think the last number I gave was 75. So you can see your chances are good. And so I'm just going to generate that. Number 40. Is number 40 here? 41, 38, 39? Okay, whatever. This would take forever to go between all of those numbers. So 34. All right, that's close enough. She's going to get one. All right, now we're going to generate it again. 75. I thought I just gave a 75.
It's a 73.
Oh.
But I found mine.
Okay, you got two numbers, whatever.
I was setting that there for somebody else.
Okay, since 75 came up, what do we have closest to 75? 74?
72.
There you go.
I know.
This is aerobics also. Sorry to make you run because I don't think pitching them out there would be very good. All right, 53. What's closest to 53 out here? Anybody got closer than 36? All right, it's yours. It's pretty fun, isn't it? That's why we called it win-win-win. 64. Anything close to 64? 70? Anything closer than that? There you go. My whole table's full of gifts, so you should all get something. 14. Anybody? Well, you're probably the closest. There you go. Thank you, sir. You're my great Vanna for today. All right. The next thing I'm going to be showing you is our design pad, because obviously all we have as far as templates down there are ruler work. And so, am I not in the right place? So as you can see here, we have designs in this book. This is called the Janet Collins Book of Designs. There are 45 different designs that will make the designs on the front here of our book. There are 45 designs there. So what I'm going to show you, I'm going to give that away in just a little bit. But what I'm going to show you is what a stitching line disc is. And the stitching line disc, these happen to be the coveted color, the pink, because they're normally clear. And what they will allow us to do is take our templates and then draw them on our design pad. So there's the little disc. I don't know how to keep us on camera, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out one of the templates from our set. And so this is done with our ruler work, ruler foot. And so I'm going to show you this particular one from our border set. So when we're drawing this, I'm going to emphasize this by drawing right on one of these lines. And then show you our ruler work foot is a 1/2 inch ruler work foot. And so this little piece of acrylic is also a 1/2 inch. So in order for us to design and draw, we need to have that, because now this is my needle and my ink is my thread. And so I'm going to set this on here, line up the lines, and this will let you see what this design is going to look like. Now, don't you think that's almost like spirograph? I mean, when you're playing with it, it's like, how can we be having so much fun when this should be work? Because it's so fun to play with. So you can see right there, I got that to meet just like it's supposed to, because I am designing with what we call the stitching line disc. And so this is allowing me to get a full perspective of what it's going to look like when it stitches out. So you're going to be having that kind of a design. I'm going to save on some time for later, so I'm going to go ahead and show you a couple of more of these out of this template set. So we have even the rope template. And I'm going to draw this at a diagonal here. To show you when I'm doing this rope template, I am going to be setting this so that it is 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And to make sure that, I'm going to use a spacing gauge. So I'm just going to measure right here and right there. And then what I'm going to be doing is drawing from the letter A around and back to this point and come back here. So I've got one part of that drawn. I'm going to move this. I just don't want it falling off. Okay. There we go. Except it came out again. Da, 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 da. Are we back? There we go. Okay, we're upside down. Yes. So this is right here. And I move this over so that the etching that's on this template is now right over what I've already drawn, which I know you can't see all of that, but this is 1/4 of an inch in there, and that's what I need. So what I'm going to do from this point is on around, down to the bottom, and back over here. We're going to move over, line it up again. And this gets to be so much fun that you just forget, okay, I only needed 12 inches and now I've drawn 30. So right there, I've got that side of my rope. Now I'm going to turn it this way. I will be drawing over what I already did, but I just need to come right down here to the bottom, set that in there, make sure I'm lined up. We'll come around this way and back to where we started and that way. And we're just going to come over here, come around that way, and I apologize for it being overlapped there. But you can see by measuring this and working with it, I got that pretty little tulip shape down here in the corner. All right, so now I'm going to give away a set of 4 sets of the stitching line disc. So again, your numbers are good. If you don't have a number, let us know. All right, here we go. Remember, think about, am I close to that number? Because we gave out 75 numbers and not everybody's here. So the number now is 52. I'm not going to ask who's 55 because you might not want to admit that. No. Anybody close to 52? No 50s. Nobody's in the 50s. What about the 40s? What about the 30s? All right, we did it all in one time. Yes. Come on up here, and we've got a set for you. You gonna pass them out, everybody? There we go. So did it all at once. So now, anybody else close? Just give it away. So I think you can see what the advantage of this design pad is because of the fact that I can just do all of that designing. And honestly, if I don't need those lines, it just allows me to have this nice big clear sheet here that I can do my designing and drawing on. So I've got 5 of those, I think. If not, I've got 4. Random drawing here. So who's in the 10s? 1 to 10. Anybody got a 1 to 10? Well, here you go. Do you want my beautiful drawing? There you go. Anybody else? 10 to 20? Anybody got a 10 between 10 and 20? There you go. You've got a design pad there. Let's say 20 to 30. Anybody in the 20s to 30s? There you go. Between 60 and 70. Oh, yeah.
72.
That's okay.
73.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yep. Now let's see what else I have here. I've got the template set that I just drew from. I just want to make sure all the templates are in there because there are 5. This packet has a value of $60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, thank goodness. I left my one sheet up here because I'm going to show you a couple more of these. And first of all, I'm going to show you that, hey, I need to borrow a stitching line disc. Anybody got one I can borrow? Yeah, I'll give it back to you. I promise. I'll turn it around for you. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. So on this, I forgot to show you the echo that I can do on my rope. This template has a scallop side, so all I have to do is line it up with what I've already stitched, and then I can take an echo right around, and then I have to move this over, line it up again. Of course, that makes sense for when you're stitching. So you can see that you can echo right around that. And then you could move it up again and have 2 rows of echo. So that's what we would do with that. Now, we also have 2 heart shapes here, all in the same template. I'm going to use the large one. And I'm going to start here, and I'm going around, and it stops me right there. So I just flip this over, put it right back in the lineup, get it good and straight, and come back down. Pick this up, turn it around. It's even easier to sew this, stitch it, and here's the reason why. I don't have to be holding a pen, moving this. It's all stationary on the machine. So it's much easier. But this is the little overlap. Well, actually, this is the large one that overlaps to make these intertwined parts. So I'm just going to continue here for a little bit. I'm keeping it straight on the bottom. Hold that in place because that's the needle and it's in the down position. Line it up again. So you can see how I could do a whole border. This is the border sampler set. So we've got those 2. I've shown you the rope. I've shown you this one. This was this one right here. The cool part about this is you can invert this and line it up and keep going. I said it kind of looks like how my mattress is stitched, you know? I mean, it's really a border, but, you know, it does kind of look like that. So I should have one more here somewhere. Oh, yeah, this is a fun one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this up right on this line here. I'm going to stitch around. Okay. And then I'm going to come over here, keep lined up. And I know you can't see from where you're at, but there are etching marks that allow me to get that in the right position each time. So you can see how that design works. So we'll get our starting point here. Number 3.
Got 6.
Okay. So do you have a high shank machine or a low shank machine?
High shank.
Well, then here you be. That's your set of templates.
Oh, awesome.
Do you do ruler work?
I haven't.
But you will now, right?
Yeah, I bought some of this stuff earlier.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. And then last but not least, we have what are called phone loungers. Okay. And this little guy can be used for a lot of things. I actually use it for my iPad. You just set this up. You can use it for your phone. But then while you're sewing, you can watch a movie, or better yet, you can have a tutorial going on and you're sewing at the same time. So with this situation, we're going to have 5 of those also. So I'm going to make sure that the gentleman here gets one of these because of the fact that he has been my Vanna. So thank you. And so you haven't had anything? Who hasn't had something yet? Well, it's a perfect thing. If you had a number, I've got 5 of these left. So it's so funny. You should have seen how many ducked out there. Thank you. And I have one last gift, and that is the Janet Collins book. Yes, thank you. And that's the Janet Collins book. So let's see what we've got here. 37. 37. How much?
32.
That's okay.
I'm 33.
There you go.
But I already have some.
That's okay. I think everybody does. Thank you all. And guess what? If you're here tomorrow, 5 o'clock, we're giving it all away again. It's called Win, Win, Win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just let Emmeline know whenever you're ready.
So I'm not going to give prices, but I'm going to say what they're going to get.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I just looked at the end of it.
Yeah. No. Okay. Wow. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
So, what time is it? Okay, so we're ready. Okay, where do I need to look? Is there a camera? That one? Should I look at it or no? Okay, so are we live right now? Already. Perfect. It's live and we're discussing if we're live. So that's good. Welcome, everybody. My name's Emily. I'm with Laura Star. We have a really special product to share with you today because if you've seen me in the booth already, you know that I've got a really powerful steam. Okay, so I see some surprised faces. So not everybody knows how powerful Laura Star steam is. So I hope that you are really excited to see what we have and then also come talk to us at the booth because not only do I have a really powerful dry microfine steam with Laura Star, I've got my full system here. Okay, so if you look here, I've got a fan built into my board. Okay, so as soon as I pick up my handle of the iron, that fan is going to activate. So let me show you how that works because that can help me in a few different ways. You can see I've got a nice cushion here. If I've got a lightweight fabric, oh, is my sound okay? There's a lot of wrinkles in this shirt, right? Okay. So that fan can help me because if I have a lightweight fabric like this and I pick up the handle, that fan is going to activate for me. Okay. So it's always going to be working. I can create this cushion of air. And because I have a really powerful steam, I can hover over those wrinkles. And in just seconds, look at those wrinkles are gone. Okay. So pretty impressive. Do you think I'm going to have trouble with the sleeve? Yeah. Okay. But because I've got a really powerful steam, look at this. Okay. I love the reaction. I can get through those wrinkles no problem because of my really powerful steam. Okay. Do you think that the buttons are going to be hard?
I don't think that's going to be hard at this point. You just
Okay, the audience thinks it's not going to be hard, right? Because everything so far has been so easy with my Laura Star. So normally I'd have to kind of iron in between my buttons and kind of take some time and probably give up eventually and just wear the shirt wrinkly, right? But if I put those buttons face down, I can change the direction of my fan and I can actually have my fan hold my shirt in place. Okay, so I can press, even though this is a silk garment, I can press right over top of the back of the buttons and look how perfect that is.
How did you change the fan?
I've got a button right here on my iron. Okay, so I can change the direction. I can either blow the air up or I can pull the air through and I've got that control right on my iron. Okay, but the fan is always working as soon as I touch my iron. Okay, so Laura Star is a pretty premium ironing system. I've gotten through this shirt pretty quickly, so let me talk to you a little bit about that, right? Because I have a twice heated steam. The reason why I don't have any water spitting or dripping on my shirt and I don't have any water leaking from my iron is because my water doesn't go into my iron here, okay? Right down here, I've got a full system. I've got a really large capacity removable water tank. And I can take this right to my sink and I can fill it with regular tap water. Okay, so I'm not filling my iron over and over. I've got a large capacity here. I can put this water tank right on top of my boiler. It's right under my board, all right here. And that water is going to go into my boiler. It's going to heat to a really high temperature and create a really fine steam. Okay, that steam travels up through my hose here, and it actually gets heated the second time as it exits my iron. That's why my steam is really fine, and that's why my steam is really dry. Okay, so I have this option here on my system. This is Laurastar's top of the line system, but I also have that really powerful steam that I can find in my portable lift. Okay, this is my portable lift. This is my Pinky Top, my Lift Plus, and I can use this with any ironing station. I don't have the benefits of the fan, but we have lots of options for you to have that really dry, powerful steam. Okay, so Laurastar is a Swiss engineered and designed company. Our products are made in Europe, and we have a really great warranty that we stand behind our product, and you're going to have this product for a very long time. But let me show you a few ways that I use my Laurastar for quilting, right? Because we are at a quilt show. This is pretty fun. It's really impressive that I can get through those wrinkles really quickly. But if I was going to tell you I was doing my ironing at home really frequently, I'd be lying. I really save a lot of time with my Laurastar when I'm quilting. So let's get to the quilting techniques and how Laurastar is going to be really great for you, okay? So I've got my yardage here, okay? So what I used to have to do, and I got to watch what I say because I'm on TV now, right? What I used to do is get a whole gallon of product that I have to totally spray my fabric, right? And I have to take the heat of my iron one layer at a time to remove those wrinkles. But my fabric is always wet at that point. And I know if you've got a sewing room like mine at home, it's kind of hard to find some extra space. So when I have that wet fabric and I need to have it dry, it's kind of a hassle, okay? But I've got multiple layers of fabric here. I've got my yardage of cotton. And because I have this really powerful steam, right, I can go through multiple layers of fabric at once, okay? I'm not using any spray or other products, right? But my wrinkles are removed really quickly. So even throughout multiple layers, my wrinkles are removed. And I can do that with my system here and my portable option. But because I have that fan built into my board and it's drawing that air through my fabric is totally dry, ready to use, and ready to be cut. So that saves me a lot of time. I see some looks of disbelief in the audience, so I'm really glad that you're all here. Hopefully at home, you are also equally amazed. But that saves me a lot of time, okay? I've got a little secret here in my compartment. And I'm totally going off script. I really don't know what I'm talking about. So come see me at the booth if you've got more questions for me, or let them know at AllBrands that you've got some questions for us as well. But next I'm going to show you when I'm using this for piecing, how nice of a seam, how a flat seam this gets me, right? Because I don't always use steam when I'm pressing because sometimes that can shrink or distort my fabric, right? But I have a really dry steam. So even if I press my seam open here, I get a really flat press, and I can tell that you can see that even from your seats here. I get a really flat press. I'm not turning my block over and pressing the top, right? So if I have a whole stack of blocks, that can take some time. So because my fan is in my board, right? I am pressing and setting my seam all at once. So I get a really perfect flat press really quickly, okay? I'm also, what you'll notice, I haven't been putting any pressure on my iron, okay? All of Laurastar's irons are 2.2 pounds. They're the really great weight to do all the work for me. So it's in addition to my steam cord holder that manages my cable here, I can glide this across my board and I'm never putting extra weight or pressure on it. I'm not stressing my wrist or my shoulder, right? My handle is centrally located and I have my steam controls on the left and right hand side, so they're fully ergonomic, but I'm never pushing forward or backward or even down at all, right? So I'm also not distorting my fabric when I'm pressing my blocks because I'm not pushing, right? it just glides across my seam. Because I've got a couple more minutes than just what I would have in the booth, even when I've got curved piece in here, I can use that steam and I can make really fast work out of my quarter circles. Okay, so I'm not going to shrink or distort my blocks, and I can get those done really quickly. Okay, so that's really nice for me as well. If I'm creating binding for a quilt, right, what I used to have to do was carefully fold this, take the heat of my iron, kind of hover for maybe 3 seconds at a time and keep repositioning. But because that fan is holding my fabric down and because I have this really powerful steam, I can create my binding really quickly with that powerful steam. And look at that nice crisp press, right? My binding hasn't just flopped right back open. I get a nice press that's going to stay there. So whether I am creating a seam allowance in a garment, right, and I'm pressing something, maybe a pocket for a bag, when I press my fabric, it's going to stay pressed. It's going to have a nice crisp crease with my Laura Star. So I've got a fan built into my board. It'll either draw the air through and suction, right? Or I can reverse the direction of the fan and it'll blow the air up. So I can show you that again, right? At this point, you can't see it, but it is pulling the air through. So maybe if you look below, can you see if you can see the steam being pulled through, that's all of that steam that's not creating, too much moisture in my fabric. It's all being pulled through. But then I can change the direction here. And now I've got this little cushion here. So it's going to blow the air up. Okay. Most of the time I do work with my fan being pulled down. But again, when I have a lightweight fabric, or maybe if I have packaged quilt batting, I can hover that batting over and I can steam while still keeping my batting soft and lofty. Okay, so again, getting a nice crisp press is really wonderful. I know that we all have those fat quarter bundles, right? And I could do multiple layers here if I wanted to. But normally I'd have to spray this, right? The only way I can get those wrinkles out is if I'm spraying and soaking my fabric. However, very fast with my Laura Star and my 3-dimensional sole plate, those wrinkles are gone. Okay? So I can spend a lot less time ironing and a lot more time cutting, right? That's pretty nice.
We like to sew, not cut.
Exactly. I think sometimes the cutting is kind of the tedious process when I just want to be running fabric through a machine, right? So let me show you fusibles, because I had this little piece that I used, but I've got this little applique fusible pre-cut, okay? Most irons don't get hot enough to really fuse fusibles well, okay? I would find myself putting a lot of pressure and counting, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm just singing a song. I lift it up, it's nowhere near fused, right? How long do you think this is going to take to fuse? You think it's going to take 5 whole seconds? I don't have time for that. It's totally stuck and fused in probably less than a second. Okay, so whether I have my Steam-A-Seam or my gentle touch backing, my poly mesh, my fusible woven, my Pellon interfacing, I don't have a problem with any of these fusibles because my iron gets really hot, okay? But it gets really hot, but I also have options. On my top of the line system, I don't have a temperature dial. Does that scare anybody in the audience? Okay, you're really scared because you want to lower the temperature, right? But if I lower the temperature on my iron, my internal temperature isn't going to be hot enough to maintain that really fine steam. I want to make sure that I always have that really fine steam, because if I reduce my temperature, then I might have larger particles of steam. And right now my steam is much more like a gas, right? It's a really fine twice heated steam. It's also a hygienic steam, so it can kill lots of germs, bacteria. It can remove odors. So I want to maintain that really high temperature, okay? But I have options because Laura Star comes with a protective sole plate, okay? So I can snap this on my iron, okay? And I'm going to keep that steam being really fine, but that plate is going to drop the temperature by 100 degrees, okay? So would any of you take a nice premium iron and put vinyl on the sole plate? No, you probably have a separate iron for vinyls, maybe for fusibles, right? So I've got my protective sole plate, and I can put that sole plate directly on the vinyl. Okay. A lot of tutorials online are going to tell you, why don't you get a hair dryer so that you can relax the vinyl if I'm making a zipper pouch or doing something with that. But I can actually put that protective sole plate right on my vinyl. It's going to take just a little bit to warm up, but I'm going to be able to have vinyl that's more malleable, and there's no damage on the bottom of my plate. It's a Teflon nonstick plate, okay? So I can snap that off as well when I choose to use that or not use that. Any kind of delicate fabric, this is going to be really great for. But again, I've got that really great ideal temperature to keep my steam really fine. I have no idea how much time I've been talking, so I do have other things to show you. Our promotion for the festival is pretty fantastic. This is my full system, and you're going to get free shipping as an option for festival. But what you're also going to get when you buy a system, and this is our system, this is our smart use system. It has that fan involved as well. When you buy a system, you're going to get Iggy included in your purchase. So Iggy is a handheld steamer. It has a really powerful steam. It's great for steaming out wrinkles in your clothing and also sanitizing. Okay, so I know my nieces are bringing lots of germs home from school. So I like having my lightweight handheld Iggy so that I can sanitize and kill germs. But also I travel with this. So it is a different product, right? It has the same powerful steam, but it might take a few more seconds to get the wrinkles out. But it's a great portable option, and it's a great bundle that you're going to get when you're purchasing a system from Festival. But we have other bundles as well. You can come to the booth for pricing or ask anybody at AllBrands. But again, I told you that you're going to be able to get that really powerful steam, whether you're here at the board with the fan, or we have our portable options too, okay? So this is our Lift Plus. We have a Lift and a Lift Extra as well. You can come to the booth and we can discuss all of the different features. But this is my Pinky Pop, right? So I can take the iron out of here and it's going to work just the same, okay? It's the same professional iron, same really powerful dry steam. I've got a silicone pad here that I can put on my ironing board, or I can store my hot iron right in here. Okay, so just like our system with that removable water tank, I have a removable water tank as well. So it's a really large capacity water tank. I'm not going to be refilling over and over. And I do have that filter in here, but I can use regular tap water. Okay. I can use this again with any ironing board, but who out there has a long arm at home? Okay. You're going to be so glad you sat down, okay? Because if you have a long arm, this is the perfect companion for any long arm owner. Okay, I can take this up and down my frame. This powerful steam, even if I have my wrinkly quilt backing and I'm loading it right to my frame, right to the leaders, I can come through and I can steam with my dry, powerful steam. I can steam those wrinkles out of the backing as I'm loading my frame. So, as far as a time saver, this is really phenomenal. So all the other things I showed you, this can also do that, okay? We don't have the fan to kind of take it the extra mile to dry the fabric, to set our seams, to blow the air up, but this is, and you can hear that powerful steam over there too. But this is a really great option for any quilter, especially anyone who has a long arm, okay? It's also portable. I'm sorry? Yep, I've got a regular plug here. So I've got a 7-foot hose, right? So this is a long hose. There's something in the booth that I think a long arm owner would also like to see, which is our steam cart. So come see that as well. But again, it's a hygienic steam. So it's a great companion for my long arm, but I can also move this all over my house. I can refresh my draperies. I can go to my couch cushions or my mattress or my pillow cushions. Any kind of textile that needs some sanitization, this is going to kill all of that stuff in your home. Okay?
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, what's your
I
question?
do weddings and things like that. And I am forever having to throw that one tablecloth at least over something and trying to iron it.
Yeah.
Could I steam on top of the plastic table? Could I steam my table wrinkles out of my tablecloth on top of the plastic?
So she wants to know if she can take, she does a lot of weddings and she's dealing with textile tablecloths a lot, right? And so can she steam that tablecloth while it's on the table? Right on top of the table, you're going to create a barrier so that steam's not going to have anywhere to go. But you can certainly do a vertical steam with this as well, right? So if I have that tablecloth on the side or if it's overhanging, I can steam just like this as well, and I can get those wrinkles out. So are you? Yep. A lot of people use this for bridal parties, getting the wrinkles out of the gowns. So it's a great option for that as well. Yeah. So again, this is my nice like new little toy with the dinosaur. But if this is coming out of my niece's book bag, just sanitizing for just a couple seconds is going to kill whatever kind of germs are on here. And again, it's a really dry, fine steam, so it's safe to use. If you have heirloom quilts at home and you want to be really careful with heirloom quilts, again, this will remove odors and it can sanitize. And the steam, while it's powerful, it's also gentle enough to work with older textiles and older quilts. Okay. So there's some more features that are on our top of the line that make this pretty special. And those are going to be your steaming options. Okay, so I have total control over my steam if I just press the button. Okay, but on our top of the line, we have something called the pulse steam. So I've got a button right here that I can press for my pulse steam. And now when I press this, you might hear that I have pulsing steam, okay? So I've got bursts of steam happening, and I'm not giving my thumb a workout, right? So I'm not doing this. I'm just pressing this and I'm getting bursts of steam. This is really great for efficient steaming. So if I'm going to be steaming for a long period of time and I want to reduce the amount of steam that I use, I can use the pulse steam. I'm going to also reduce the amount of water that I'm using. Okay. And then I also have a really great feature on my top of the line, and it's called the Send Steam. Okay, so I don't have to press a steam button at all. I simply pick up the handle, and I'm going to steam forward and not backward. So great. So it's going to steam forward and not backward. And this is caught here. So again, it'll steam forward and not backward. So I'm not pressing any buttons. It's just working off my movement. Okay. So those are a few more features. I've got a really great storage area over here that I can store my handle. This does fold up very small, and it has wheels so you can wheel it wherever you need to wheel it. I've got this really great steam cord holder here, as well as, again, that protective sole plate. I've shown you just a few ways that I would use this as a quilter, right? The fusibles are really great. Cutting through the wrinkles is amazing. Sanitizing, pressing my blocks, using this for a vinyl to manipulate that. So again, we are going to be here just right over here for the rest of the show. And we do have some special show specials for all of our products with some bundle items for some of those as well. So do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you. It looks wonderful.
It is wonderful. It's a game-changing system. So just like our sewing machines that bring us more joy and better results, this is that as well. Laura Star is a Swiss engineering design company. We've been making ironing systems for over 40 years. And I've heard so many people come by the booth this week telling me that they've had their Lorastar for 10 years, 15 years, 27 years, and they're still in love with them and working really well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, my name's Emily, and come over and see me at the Lorastar booth.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Carrie Cunningham from Endless Designs by Carrie. I'm here to invite you to join us at the Houston International Quilt Festival this year. It will be held during the first week of November. I will be under the AllBrands booth, big red tent, won't be able to miss us. So come and say hi. I'd love to meet you. I've talked to so many people online, and I'd love to meet some of you. So that would be really fun. There's a lot to do there. So the machines, of course, will be on stage, being demoed by brother educators and some of the guests. They will also be on the floor so you can touch and feel and do some test runs and make a decision on a machine. This is the best time to get deals on your sewing machine, or embroidery machine. ScanNCut. Something about the ScanNCut. So don't miss out on that. There is a lot to do besides just shocking machine. Notions, fabric, and don't miss the quilt display from all the beautiful quilts from all across the world. Don't miss out. You can register for the fest on quilts.com. So hope to see you there.
Hey, Angela Wolf here. Can you believe it's less than 2 weeks away till the Houston Quilt Fest in the AllBrands booth? I can hardly wait. So a couple new things this year. We're in a new location. Front row, booth 1208. In fact, if you get lost, it's 1108, 1208, 1308. We're covering the whole area right in the front. So if you've never been to the Houston Quilt Fest before, what can you expect? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of the most beautiful quilts you've ever seen. Make sure you take time for that. But there's lots of shopping, especially in the AllBrands booth. So although we have a new location, the stage will still be there with live demos and tutorials all day, every day. The demos feature all your favorite products that AllBrands will be selling at fabulous deals, especially the Brother products. As a Brother brand ambassador, this is my favorite show because it brings in all of my favorite Brother machines in one location, and AllBrands always has fabulous deals. Now, I will be at the Quilt Fest Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I will have demos on the stage featuring, of course, the Brother Luminaire XP3. One demo will feature the sewing side, another demo will feature the embroidery side. But that's not all. AllBrands loves the support the Wolfpack gives to them all year long, so they're hosting a Wolfpack meet and greet Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 11:30 a.m. at their booth. Not only is there going to be a meet and greet, we can take photos, hugs, of course, and a giveaway. How do you enter the giveaway? Just show up. If you'd like 2 entries into the giveaway each day, grab one of your Angela Wolf patterns and add some fabulous embroidery, and you get an extra entry. So it's time to start packing your bags and make sure you leave a little extra room, or a lot of extra room, for your purchases. But no worries, AllBrands ships everywhere. Now, the best way to view Houston Quilt Fest is in person, but I know not all of you can make the trip to Houston, so AllBrands is going to fulfill that by having live streaming all day, every day, so you'll see everything going on the stage. They will also have some special deals for you. All right, so start packing your bags. I will see you next week. I will be there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Wolfpack meet and greets at 11:30. We're in a new booth, a new location, and some fabulous deals. Again, I'm Angela Wolf. Until next week, happy sewing and embroidery. See you there.
Hi everybody, I'm Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread.
I am so looking forward to the 2022 Houston Quilt Festival. I'm going to be in the AllBrands booth on the Brother main stage on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at noon. And I'm going to be doing demos to show you how to turn paper applique patterns into an embroidery design using the Brother ScanNCut and Simply Applique software. I love to incorporate today's technology into my sewing room, and if you'd like to see how it's done and how fun and easy it is, I'd love to show you. We'll see you soon. You guys go sew something.
Hi everyone, I'm Barb Michael-Lychuk, your brother educator. And I'm here to personally invite you to come join us at the Houston 2022 Quilt Festival from November 3rd through November 6th. I am so excited to show you all the new features for the XP3. They are amazing, and everybody who's seen them so far agree. So come see. There's just so much to talk about. Edge-to-edge quilting, there's long designs, long stitch designs, there's large connect designs, there's a fill couching embroidery font, there's tapering and sewing, and so much more. Come see Brother in the AllBrands booth, where you'll find the best packages and the best pricing all year. We'll have live demos and education on the AllBrands stage for the entire show, so be sure to come and see what's being presented. I'd like to ask you to register at quilts.com so that we can see you while you're there, and I can't wait to show you all these fabulous new features on this XP3. Hope to see you there, and I'm excited to show you what I can. See you soon. Bye now.